It was the superpower that reshaped the world before Rome reached its peak, and the West has almost forgotten it. This is China's first long-reigning empire, the Western Han. Militarily, it spent centuries grinding down and finally expelling the Xiongnu, a nomadic confederation so terrifying that their shattered remnants fled west, triggering a domino effect of mass migrations that redrew the entire map of Eurasia and helped bring down Rome itself. In territory, it started with around 3 million square kilometers and then exploded to a staggering 7 million. While Roman legions were still fighting in Gaul, Han China became the largest political power on the planet. Bigger than Rome, bigger than anything the ancient world had ever seen. Economically, it pulled off a miracle that still baffles historians. An inward-looking agricultural civilization that kept taxes ridiculously low, yet filled the state treasuries to bursting and made its people rich. No plunder, no colonial exploitation, just pure civilizational genius. Politically, it built the prototype. Almost every major institution that would define East Asian rule for the next 2,000 years was forged here. If you want to understand why China, Korea, Japan and Vietnam look the way they do, you start with the Western Han. But here's the soul of it. Culturally, this was the moment when Chinese truly became one people. This dynasty hammered together an identity so powerful that its name became the very word for the civilization. Han. Han people, Han language, Han script. Even today, 1 out of every 5 human beings still carries that stamp. And yet, beneath all that glory is an abyss of blood, ambition and betrayal. Decades of slaughter, shadow wars and palace conspiracies that make Game of Thrones look tame. Inside the walls of Chang'an, every smile hid a dagger. Every triumph was paid for in corpses. And the line between hero and monster vanished overnight. This is the 210-year saga of the Western Han Dynasty. One of the most breathtaking chapters in human history, packed with larger-than-life characters, impossible comebacks, and moments so cinematic they will haunt you long after the screen goes dark. For the next 8 hours, we're not just skimming the surface, we're going deep. The grand sweep, the intimate, vivid details nobody tells you. The complete, unfiltered rise and fall of an empire that still echoes through your world today. Strap in. The story of the Western Han starts now. In February 202 BC, the once invincible overlord of Western Chu, Xiongnu, took his own life on the banks of the Wu River. The Han troops surrounding him had initially hesitated to advance, but the moment he fell, they threw themselves at his body like rabid dogs fighting over scraps, trampling one another and even turning their blades on their comrades, all for the prize of a head worth a marquisate of 10,000 households. In the end, after dozens of men lay dead, the spoils were carved up among 5 low-ranking officers. Liu Bang kept his earlier promise, dividing the fief of 10,000 households into 5 parts and awarding them to those 5 officers. Yet 2 telling details stand out. First, the 5 were not ennobled at the same time. The earliest was made a marquis more than 2 years later. The last had to wait over 3 years. The earliest recipients were two cavalry officers directly under Liu Bang. The last, who received the smallest reward, was a cavalry officer under a different general. Second, the two men granted the largest fiefs, 1,900 and 1,700 households respectively, were both subordinates of Han Xin, the king of Qi. Why should Han Xin's men outshine Liu Bang's own officers in reward? One crucial reason. By early 199 BC, when they were finally ennobled, Han Xin was still alive. Contrary to popular belief, Han Xin was not executed soon after the Han Dynasty was founded. In fact, he died in 196 BC, a full 6 years after the empire's establishment. He spent several months as king of Qi, just over a year as king of Chu, and finally 5 years living in relative freedom in the capital, Chang'an, bearing the title Marquis of Huayin, before Xiao He and Empress Lu brought about his death. Han Xin, the king of Qi, later hailed as the god of war, was, in a strictly legal sense, not Liu Bang's subordinate when Xiongnu was defeated, but an equal ally. At the same time, however, he had relied entirely on Liu Bang's recognition and trust to rise above a constellation of military geniuses and, in an astonishingly short time, conquer the whole of northern China, laying the very cornerstone for Liu Bang's ultimate victory. But once the greatest enemy, Xiongnu, had fallen, the unanswerable questions loomed. What should be done with former allies? How should former subordinates be settled? How were the spoils to be distributed among the meritorious? And where on earth was this new realm headed? These grim questions could no longer be avoided, and they became the central drama of the Han Empire's first decade and more. After Xiongnu's defeat and death, Liu Bang dispatched his generals to mop up the remaining territories of Western Chu that still resisted. He himself marched north from Gaixia to a small town called Dingtao. Liu Bang did not come alone. The main Han army followed, as did several allied kings from his camp, and of course Han Xin, the king of Qi. Why Dingtao? Because it was Han Xin's base of operations. The historical record tersely states that Liu Bang galloped into the king of Qi's camp and seized his army. Once again, he had used a surprise move to strip Han Xin of military command. This was not the first time Liu Bang had suddenly taken away Han Xin's army, but a closer look reveals many questionable points. At this moment, Liu Bang had not yet declared himself emperor. On what authority could he seize the army of the king of Qi? The previous seizure had occurred when Han Xin was merely the Grand General of the Kingdom of Han, and a king reclaiming command from his own general was perfectly natural. Now, Han Xin was a king in his own right, nominally Liu Bang's equal. Furthermore, what Liu Bang seized was not his old troops, but the integrated armies of Wei, Dai, Zhao and Qi that Han Xin had previously absorbed. Third, the forces assembled for the encirclement at Gaixia totaled 600,000 men, and Han Xin had brought 300,000 of them. So by what right could Liu Bang seize power? And how could he possibly do it? A truth more consistent with political logic is probably this. After Xiongnu's death, Liu Bang, deeply uneasy about the heavily armed Han Xin, summoned all the vassal kings to Dingtao, to Han Xin's Qi army headquarters, ostensibly to honor the territorial carve-up. The forces were evenly matched. A precarious, short-term military balance was achieved. Liu Bang could not move against Han Xin, and Han Xin could not ambush Liu Bang or the other kings. Within this delicate, fleeting balance of power, Liu Bang engaged in intense political negotiations with Han Xin and the other kings. Liu Bang first delivered on his earlier promise to partition the lands east of Hanggu Pass. The son of a deceased ally continued to rule Zhao as its king. The former king of Zhejiang, appointed by Xiongnu, became the new king of Huainan, with the domain enlarged by one commandery. A general previously elevated by Liu Bang became king of Liang, receiving 53 cities. Another of Xiongnu's former vassals was confirmed as king of Changsha, with a greatly expanded territory. Then, Liu Bang dealt separately with Han Xin, reassigning him to a new fief. The official historical reason given was that King Huai of Chu had no heir. The old kingdom of Chu lacked a ruler, and Han Xin was a native of Chu. So he was made king of Chu. In reality, when Liu Bang had been desperate, the deal offered to Han Xin was, "Everything from Chen eastwards to the sea shall be yours," which essentially was the territory of Chu. Han Xin's Qi comprised 73 counties, but the Chu he now received was larger, 89 counties in total. It was a massive, juicy prize. It allowed Liu Bang to honor his pledge while effectively dissolving Han Xin's power base. As king of Chu, it was utterly inappropriate for him to continue leading the troops of Qi, Zhao, and Wei. Qi was converted into commanderies directly under imperial control, making the Qi soldiers the emperor's own. As for the remaining Zhao and Wei troops, were they willing to follow the king of Chu all the way south? Han Xin had no choice but to accept. Liu Bang had not broken his word, so Han Xin had no moral grounds to object. Besides, Han Xin was no ambitious schemer. His dream was simply to rule a domain, attain nobility, and return home in glory. The title King of Chu offered him the perfect opportunity. So a compromise was reached. In the early spring of 202 BC, on February 28th in the lunar calendar, in the small town of Dingtao south of the Yellow River, a coronation ceremony that would alter the course of East Asian civilization finally took place. The air still carried the lingering chill of deep winter and the acrid tang of a war just ended. The great Han Empire was proclaimed. Yet, utterly unlike later imaginations, this ceremony, which launched a 400-year imperial dynasty and shaped the next 2 millennia of Chinese history, was remarkably crude and without proper protocol. The soldiers and rough-hewn officers in camp used their earth-ramming skills to raise a rugged earthen platform on a plain beside a tributary of the Yellow River. The man, already past 50, of lowly origin, his face weathered by time, Liu Bang, walked past the ranks of fully armed guards and, under everyone's gaze, ascended the platform alone. At the altar on the high terrace, he read out an edict to heaven, declaring his identity and proclaiming that he had received the mandate of heaven. Then, holding aloft the imperial seal obtained from the Qin dynasty, he declared himself the new emperor. He immediately issued decrees naming his wife, Liu Ji, as empress, his eldest son by her, Liu Ying, as crown prince, and his deceased mother as empress dowager. And with that, the ceremony ended. There were no songs or dances, No military parades, no popular adulation or secular revelry, and certainly no floats or grand processions. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that nearly all the vassal kings were present. They knelt before Liu Bang, hailed him with cries of "Long live the Emperor!" and formally acclaimed him as their sovereign. In legal and political terms, this was far weightier than any ritual. When the founding ceremony was over, Han Xin, king of Qi, became Han Xin, king of Chu, departing south for his new domain with a small elite force, while the bulk of the Qi army was taken away by Liu Bang. This is the logical political truth behind the seizure of troops at Dingtao and the vassal king's acclamation. It marked the culmination of 7 years of struggle since the uprising against Qin. Under a baptism of blood and fire, the Han Empire was born. Yet the empire's wars were far from over. After the coronation at Dingtao, Liu Bang did not halt his campaigns. Historical records state that immediately afterwards, a vassal king appointed by Xiongnu rebelled. This was, in truth, a fabricated charge. This king had once been a pillar of state for King Huai of Chu, but after Xiongnu enfeoffed him, he had stayed completely out of the Chu-Han contention. In fact, the original king had long since died of illness and been succeeded by his son. Would such a weak, survival-minded state, founded on caution, dare to rebel just when Xiongnu had been destroyed, the Han Dynasty was established, and the realm was settling down? Whatever the pretext, Liu Bang dispatched 2 senior generals who spent months besieging the kingdom. The king eventually surrendered, was dragged to Luoyang and executed, and his realm was abolished, converted into centrally administered commanderies. After this pacification, Liu Bang could finally lead his troops home. In the 5th month of that year, at a grand banquet in the Luoyang Palace for his officials and vassal kings, Liu Bang uttered his famous lines. In devising strategies within the command tent and determining victory 1,000 miles away, I am not as good as Zhang Liang. In guarding the state, comforting the people, and supplying the army with provisions, I am not as good as Xiao He. In commanding 1,000,000 troops, being certain of victory in battle and certain of success in attack, I am not as good as Han Xin. These 3 are all outstanding men. That I was able to use them, this is why I won the realm. At least at this point, Liu Bang's mindset had relaxed a little. He could openly praise Han Xin's military genius. He did not yet believe that he and Han Xin were locked in a mortal struggle. After this, Liu Bang established his capital in the Guangdong region and began building the city of Chang'an. He issued a general demobilization order, disbanding the armies. But a discriminatory clause was attached. Demobilized soldiers who chose to settle within the Guangdong heartland would be exempted from taxes and corvée labor for 12 years. Those who returned to their homes east of the passes would be exempted for only 6. The choice was obvious. A few months later, the King of Yan rebelled. This was essentially a scaled-up version of the first rebellion. The King of Yan, originally a vassal of Xiongnu, had coolly assessed the situation when Han Xin conquered Zhao and immediately surrendered. He had even sent his own prime minister and general to command Yan cavalry in Liu Bang's allied army against Chu. At the Dingtao coronation, the King of Yan had personally attended and acclaimed Liu Bang. Now, when all under heaven had been pacified, was it remotely plausible that he would rebel? Even more implausible was the aftermath. Allegedly, the king of Yan invaded the land of Dai. Liu Bang led several top generals on a personal campaign and in a very short time broke through the Yan army's defensive line and captured the king of Yan alive. And the defensive line they broke? It lay within the borders of Yan. Only after the king of Yan was captured did Liu Bang order a detachment to turn towards Dai to mop up Yan's remnant forces. If the king of Yan had truly invaded Dai, why was his main army inside Yan? Some readings argue that the king of Yan rebelled because among the kings who acclaimed Liu Bang at Dingtao, he alone received no reward at all. Feeling furious and cheated, he revolted. Others suggest he had been colluding with the Xiongnu, preparing to carve out an independent domain with their backing. But the truth is submerged in lost records, leaving only two suspicious facts. After the king of Yan was captured, Liu Bang appointed a new king of Yan and a new prime minister of Yan. His childhood friend, born on the exact same day of the same month in the same year, the Grand Commandant Lu Wan, and his own brother-in-law, Fan Kuai. And who had originally denounced the rebellion? The king of Yan's own prime minister, the very general he had earlier sent to aid Liu Bang's forces. Additionally, there is one more detail. Because of his great merit in the Yan campaign, a general named Li Shang was appointed Right Chancellor, with a status temporarily even higher than Xiao He, the logistical mastermind behind the defeat of Xiongnu, and took over the late Grand Commandant Lu Wan's role in managing national military affairs. After entrusting Yan to his childhood friend and brother-in-law, Liu Bang returned to Chang'an. En route, a small sideshow occurred. A former general of Xiongnu rebelled. This man had been a garrison commander under Xiongnu, who later surrendered to Liu Bang and was made a marquis. Remember, at that point, even direct meritorious followers like Xiao He and Zhang Liang had not yet been enfeoffed as marquises. A surrendered general vaulting to such rank was extraordinary. So it was hardly surprising that, after wiping out two vassal kings appointed by Xiongnu, Liu Bang turned his sights on such former Chu commanders. History says this man rebelled because Liu Bang summoned all the marquises to a meeting and he was too afraid to attend, so he raised his troops in revolt. The same ludicrous excuse, the same terse narrative. Liu Bang personally led the attack, the man fled, and his fief was confiscated by the crown. Then Liu Bang issued another edict, ordering a nationwide manhunt for all former Western Chu generals still in hiding. This sent a chilling reminder down the spines of anyone with a Western Chu background. And there were many such men, including Han Xin, king of Chu. Just over a month later, in early 201 BC, as if following a rehearsed script, someone denounced Han Xin for plotting rebellion. Some claim the charge was entirely fabricated, but the historical record is quite clear. Han Xin had made procedural errors in mustering and moving his troops, giving his enemies a handle to pin the capital crime of rebellion on him. Who discovered this? No record. But the man overseeing national military affairs in his capacity as Right Chancellor at the time was the aforementioned General Li Shang. And Li Shang's elder brother had been, unmistakably, killed by Han Xin. It is easy to understand, then, Why, once the denunciation was lodged, senior military figures clamored, "Arrest him, bury him alive." Only the Protector General of the army, Chen Ping, who also had a Western Chu background, counseled restraint and devised a stratagem. Liu Bang would pretend to go on an inspection tour of the Yunmeng marshes and summon Han Xin to pay his respects. If Han Xin came, he would be within territory directly controlled by the central authority and easily dealt with. If he did not, that was outright rebellion, and Liu Bang would lead the central army, freshly blooded from putting down recent revolts, straight into Chu. Han Xin hesitated, but ultimately trusted Liu Bang's character. He went to greet the emperor and was promptly seized and imprisoned. When faced with Liu Bang's command, Han Xin had indeed considered armed resistance, but considered himself without guilt. He truly felt he had done nothing wrong, that Liu Bang had no moral or legal grounds to kill him. He had even, in an effort to curry favor, executed a former Chu general who had taken refuge with him, earning himself a sordid reputation. But Han Xin, for all his god of war brilliance, fundamentally lacked political sense. He thought only in absolutes. He was innocent. Liu Bang couldn't kill him. He failed to grasp that between these two extremes, in the eyes of a statesman, lay an enormous grey zone. And navigating that grey zone was precisely where Liu Bang was a magician. On the very day Han Xin was arrested, Liu Bang issued an edict. Some men, having fought for years, are unfamiliar with laws and ordinances, leading them to unintentional crimes, even capital ones. The emperor, finding this forgivable, grants a universal amnesty. Who had committed a capital crime? Who was unfamiliar with the laws? Who was being pardoned? Could it be any clearer? When Liu Bang returned to the capital with his army and his prisoner, he formally pardoned the king of Chu, demoting him to Marquis of Huayin and requiring him to reside permanently in the capital. It was likely only then that Han Xin understood that his guilt or innocence, his pardon or punishment, all hinged on Liu Bang's political interpretation. This is the true meaning of the famous words Han Xin later spoke to Liu Bang. "Your Majesty is not good at commanding troops, but is expert at commanding generals." It was neither sarcasm nor flattery, but an honest admission. On the political battlefield, Liu Bang was a heaven-sent genius. Afterwards, the kingdom of Chu was dismembered into two smaller kingdoms, handed to members of the Liu clan. Combined with a former Qi, already given to Liu Bang's eldest son, and Yan, controlled by his childhood friend, the most crucial lands east of the passes were now firmly in the hands of people Liu Bang trusted. He could finally breathe a little easier and turn to deal with the pack of howling wolves among his own subordinates. A full year had passed since the coronation at Dingtao. The military meritocrats had been waiting for their fiefs with desperate impatience. Discontent was boiling over. Seeing disaster looming, Liu Bang's chief strategist, Zhang Liang, proposed a ploy. First pick the general Liu Bang loathed most, the man who had betrayed him earliest, and then fief him, to temporarily quell the grumbling. Then, in February 201 BC, the great distribution of rewards finally began. When ranking merits, all the generals felt a certain commander bearing more than 70 battle scars deserved the top spot. Liu Bang overruled them, insisting that the chancellor, Xiao He, should be ranked first. The generals immediately protested, arguing with the emperor. Liu Bang then delivered a famous homily. "Do you know how hunting works? It's the dogs that chase and kill the prey, but it's the man who spots the prey and points the way. You are only those meritorious dogs. Xiao He spotted the prey and pointed the way. He is the man of merit." With his characteristic rogue's panache, he shut down all debate. "You're all just dogs. How can a dog contend with a man? Xiao He, no matter what, is my merit man." Behind this seemingly boorish logic lay Liu Bang's enormous determination to suppress the military faction and reduce the general's political voice. Later, when calculating the actual numbers, a difficulty arose. The leading general's cumulative merit came to a fief of 10,000 households. But Xiao He, by any honest calculation, only reached 8,000. Liu Bang's response? Isn't that simple? Grant Xiao He an extra 2,000 households. On what grounds? Years ago, when I was a lowly village head escorting convict laborers to Xianyang, the other local officials in Pei County each gave me travel money. Xiao He was especially generous. Every single time, he gave me 200 extra coins. Is that reason enough? Han Xin, stripped of his kingship, lived in deep seclusion in Chang'an, frustrated and unfulfilled. Historical records describe him as resentful day and night, constantly sullen and discontented. The generals still revered him as the god of war. Even Liu Bang's own brother-in-law willingly knelt before him, addressing him as great king. But the proud Han Xin held these men in utter contempt. Equally dejected was another Han Xin, a scion of the royal house of Han, commonly referred to as King Xin of Han. Han Wang Xin, to avoid confusion. King Xin of Han was the very first vassal king that Liu Bang had installed and enfiefed. There must have been an extraordinary bond between them. Unlike other kings, such as the King of Wei, King of Qi or King of Zhao, who had at some point betrayed or remained neutral, King Xin of Han was always tightly bound to Liu Bang. More often than not, he functioned not as an independent monarch, but as a Han army general wearing a royal crown. For a considerable period, he was the frontline commander-in-chief of the Han forces on the Xinjiang-Chenggao front, bearing the brunt of the seesawing war against Xiongnu's main army. When Xiongnu captured Xinjiang, King Xin of Han was forced to surrender. But this was merely a temporary expediency to survive. Before long, he escaped from the Chu camp and returned to the Han fold. Liu Bang not only held no grudge, but immediately restored him as King of Han. From King Xin's perspective, was there any more loyal and honorable sovereign to follow under heaven? Even after the Han dynasty's founding, he remained Liu Bang's political stalking horse in many decisions. For example, it was King Xin of Han who was the first to jump forward and request the enfeefment of the imperial princes as King of Jing, King of Chu, King of Qi, and King of Dai, completing the strategic encirclement and fragmentation of the non-Liu vassal kings. It could be said that Liu Bang's trust in and protection of King Xin and King Xin's loyalty to Liu Bang were among the rarest constants in the turbulent political storms of the early Han. Had it not been for later events, this would stand as the very model of a perfect monarch-minister relationship. But there is no had it not been. After dealing with the great obstacle of Han Xin, king of Chu, Liu Bang held the grand mass enfeoffment, making 143 meritorious officials full marquises. And what did King Xin of Han receive? A transfer of his fief from the southern Yingchuan commandery to the northern Taiyuan commandery. Yingchuan was simply too strategically vital, a central crossroads. No emperor based in Chang'an could tolerate an autonomous vassal king with an independent army holding it. So relocation was the only path. Liu Bang even felt that giving King Xin the 31 counties of Taiyuan, more than his original 20 counties, should have been cause for satisfaction. But King Xin of Han was different from Han Xin of Chu. For Han Xin of Chu, moving from Qi to Chu was a glorious homecoming. Yingchuan, however, was the ancestral land of the Han royal line, the resting place of his forefathers. But King Xin of Han accepted. He proved himself Liu Bang's most loyal warrior. Arriving in Taiyuan in January 201 BC, by February he had written to Liu Bang, "Jinyang is too far from the frontier. If the Xiongnu invade, we cannot respond in time. I request to move my capital to Mai, placing myself directly on the front line." Confronted with a subordinate so deliberately undercut, yet still so ardently devoted, Liu Bang could only say, "Granted." Here is a telling detail. Mai did not belong to Taiyuan commandery. It belonged to the kingdom of Dai. The king of Dai was Liu Bang's own second eldest brother. King Xin's move amounted to taking a piece of his brother's domain. Why would Liu Bang agree? Because both Liu Bang and his brother knew that, while the brother was an excellent farmer, he was absolutely no frontier-defending vassal king. Liu Bang had once taunted his father in front of his assembled courtiers. "In the old days, you always called me a good-for-nothing rogue who couldn't manage the household like my second brother. How about we compare who's more successful now?" The court erupted in laughter. Thus Liu Bang needed the formidable warrior King Xin to shore up his brother's flank. With King Xin of Han thrust forward beyond Yanmen Pass, the northern frontier line stood. To the northeast, Liu Bang's childhood friend. To the northwest, his brothers Dai and King Xin of Han. And further south, the powerful kingdom of Zhao, whose king was Liu Bang's own son-in-law. This was the northern defense blueprint Liu Bang envisioned. But neither Liu Bang nor King Xin, both men of the Central Plains, had a clear grasp of Xiongnu power. That autumn of the same year, the Xiongnu invaded. After several clashes, King Xin, so formidable in the Central Plains, soon found himself barely holding on and repeatedly requested reinforcements. When the Xiongnu, Shan Yu personally led a great army south to tightly besiege Mai, King Xin of Han, while continuing to plead for help from Liu Bang, simultaneously sued for peace with the Xiongnu, hoping to buy time. Soon, Liu Bang's relief force arrived. Just at that moment, the Xiongnu army withdrew. The relief force thus became an inquisition team, beginning to suspect, investigate, and report back. Liu Bang's trust wavered. How was it that Han Xin, who had fought so smoothly in the Central Plains, was now so helpless on the frontier? Was something fishy going on? There was another deep-seated reason for Liu Bang's resentment towards King Xin. During this Xiongnu invasion, his second brother, the King of Dai, had fled. The records state the brother abandoned his post on the frontier and absconded alone back to Luoyang. Not only was he not executed, but he was allowed to retain a marquisate. Such were the perquisites of a family-run empire. But dynastic family rule was not yet considered a matter of course in the early Han. Someone had to take responsibility for the massive debacle in the north. Liu Bang chose King Xin of Han. He wrote him a personal letter, publicly disseminated. To face certain death without courage, to face certain life without bearing responsibility. When the enemy attacked Ma Yi, was your strength truly insufficient to hold it? These 2 points concerning the ground of survival and destruction, these I must condemn you for. This was not merely an overblown reprimand. It was tantamount to a final ultimatum. The letter was proclaimed to the whole realm. Liu Bang's aim was to build his own imperial majesty and cover for his brother's disgrace. And as for King Xin of Han, well, he would just have to suffer a little more. But every string eventually snaps. History records, King Xin of Han, fearing execution, plotted with the Xiongnu to jointly attack Han, rebelled, surrendered Ma Yi to the Xiongnu, and assaulted Taiyuan. He had not wavered when waging guerrilla war in the mountains, nor when holding a solitary city under siege, nor when escaping an enemy camp alone. But now, when he had truly carved out his own kingdom and commanded tens of thousands of troops, he was afraid. Why? Because the Liu Bang of the Chu Han contention and the Liu Bang seated on the imperial throne were 2 different people. Back then, Liu Bang, for the sake of victory, was willing to give away half the realm. But after ascending the throne, he began calculating to consolidate power, seeking advantage for his blood kin, reneging, breaking promises, and applying pressure. King Xin of Han wondered, might there really come a day when even my loyalty and bravery are thrown away? That was the true source of his fear. The Xiongnu Shan Yu astutely perceived this fear. King Xin of Han surrendered to the Xiongnu. The northern frontier collapsed into chaos. Shocked and furious, Liu Bang donned his armor once more and personally led a massive army north. King Xin commanded the allied forces and had already overrun Taiyuan commandery, even pushing far south. Yet Liu Bang demonstrated superlative military skill. He pinned the allied army down frontally, then personally led an elite force in a long, sweeping flanking maneuver to storm the main base, routing the Han army. King Xin fled to the Xiongnu. Liu Bang divided his forces for a mopping-up operation, advancing all the way to Jinyang. He again defeated the combined Xiongnu and remnant Han forces beneath the walls of Pingcheng. Flush with confidence, Liu Bang pressed further north, personally leading a small force of elite cavalry far ahead of the main army. The result was a trap. On Mount Baideng, he was completely encircled by the Xiongnu Shanyu's main horde. Hundreds of thousands of Xiongnu horsemen surged from the snow-swept mountains, besieging the emperor so tightly that not a drop of water could leak through. This was, in truth, a mutual accident. Liu Bang had not anticipated the Xiongnu being so formidable, nor such a massive cavalry mobilization. The Xiongnu Shanyu had not anticipated the Han army being so tough, with a few thousand heavily armored elite cavalry far superior in combat to his motley horde. Both sides, in mutual ignorance, had met at the wrong place and wrong time. In the end, no large-scale battle erupted. After probing each other, they negotiated a ceasefire and withdrew. The Xiongnu allowed a way out, and under the cover of a snowstorm, the Han army retreated south in good order. Having failed to neutralize King Xin of Han, Liu Bang reluctantly marched south. Passing through the domain of his son-in-law, the King of Zhao, the ill-tempered emperor went out of his way to pull rank, thoroughly humiliating his host. The Zhao courtiers could not stomach this and plotted to assassinate Liu Bang. He escaped by sheer intuition and luck. The plot came to light over a year later, and the Zhao ministers and the King of Zhao were all dragged to Chang'an for interrogation. Every single Zhao minister adamantly denied the king had any knowledge. Even Empress Lu interceded on behalf of her son-in-law. Liu Bang angrily retorted, "If he actually became son of heaven, would he be lacking a daughter of yours?" But he could not convict the king, nor even those ministers, because they were Zhao subjects, and everything they did was out of loyalty to their king. Liu Bang could only demote the king to a marquis, while releasing and promoting a large number of Zhao ministers. He then enfeoffed his own most beloved son as the new king of Zhao. But the boy was only 10, too young to govern in person. Consequently, a frontier commandery governor was promoted to Chancellor of Zhao, assuming total military and administrative control over both Zhao and Dai. The life story of this man, later known as Chen Shi, has become blurred over time. But scattered fragments piece together a rough picture. He had been at least a mid to high-ranking general during the Chu-Han Wars, and had rendered great service to the Han Empire, notably leading troops to defeat the Xiongnu and the remnants of King Xin of Han, recovering the kingdom of Dai. During his long campaigns, he had gathered around him a group of men disaffected with centralizing power. As his merit and fame grew, suspicion stalked him. Reports concerning his multitudes of retainers, his extravagant lifestyle, his hidden ambitions, and his ambiguous relationship with the Xiongnu fluttered like snowflakes into Chang'an. Earlier, before leaving the capital for his post, this man had visited the Marquis of Huayin, Han Xin. Han Xin dismissed his attendants and, in a deep conversation in the courtyard, spoke some shockingly seditious words. "The place you are going to is where the realm's finest troops are gathered, and you are a minister trusted by His Majesty. If someone says you have rebelled, His Majesty will certainly not believe it. The second time, he will grow suspicious. The third time, he will rage and personally lead an army against you." Now, everything was unfolding almost exactly as the Marquis of Huayin had prophesied. Later, when Liu Bang's father passed away, the court summoned this man back to Chang'an for the funeral sacrifices. He excused himself on grounds of severe illness. In 197 BC, he raised the troops of the northern frontier in open rebellion, seizing Dai and northern Zhao and declaring himself king of Dai. A shocked and dejected Liu Bang personally led an army to suppress him. According to records, a major reason for the rebellion was that King Xin of Han had repeatedly sent envoys to persuade him. When the rebellion erupted, King Xin of Han also led his forces south to link up, and in the fierce fighting was slain by Han generals. The rebel general's wife and children fled to the Xiongnu, only returning to Han lands many years later, eventually receiving noble titles. The records also say that in that secret conversation with the rebel general, the Marquis of Huayin, Han Xin, added, "I will rise up for you from within the capital, and the realm can be seized." Thus, when Liu Bang personally marched north against the rebels, Han Xin feigned illness and stayed behind in Chang'an to plot. He prepared to launch his household slaves, forge an edict, and release and arm convicts and slaves, striking the undefended capital in a coup. But one of his servants turned informant. Empress Lu urgently consulted Chancellor Xiao He, and together they devised a trap and executed Han Xin. Is this true? When Han Xin, holding massive armies as King of Qi and later King of Chu, did not rebel, he would rebel now? This has been debated by historians for 2,000 years. From a political logic perspective, it is very likely true. Because Han Xin's rebellion was not aimed at seizing the throne, but at resistance, not just for his own life, but the resistance of the entire old aristocracy, once they clearly saw the essence of grand unification and felt the ever-tightening noose of imperial power. They did not want to become the new emperor. They wanted to shatter this suffocating, centralizing empire. When Liu Bang returned from his victorious campaign and heard that Han Xin was dead, his reaction was recorded in the annals as he was both delighted and pitied him. Shortly after the death of the Marquis of Huayin, in the summer of 196 BC, an official from Liang stole away to Chang'an and secretly reported that Peng Yue, the king of Liang, was plotting rebellion. The reason given: when Liu Bang had personally campaigned against the northern rebellion, he had summoned troops from Liang, but Peng Yue had claimed illness and only sent a general with a contingent. Liu Bang was furious. Peng Yue, terrified, had then discussed rebellion with his subordinates. The justification was flimsy, and the informant's identity highly suggestive. More importantly, the historical sources explicitly state Peng Yue was indeed afraid, and prepared to go in person to apologize and beg forgiveness. One of his commanders urged him to revolt, but Peng Yue did not listen. That is to say, Peng Yue, the king of Liang, who had rendered towering service in the defeat of Xiongnu, not only had committed no act of rebellion, but had fundamentally rejected the very thought of it. In the entire purge of the early Han, Peng Yue is the only one the histories clearly identify as a wrongful case. But it made no difference. Liu Bang dispatched an elite cavalry squadron disguised as an imperial envoy mission to Liang. Peng Yue, having never intended to rebel, was caught off guard and captured. Perhaps the interrogation turned up no real evidence of rebellion. Perhaps Liu Bang retained some residual affection. In any case, Peng Yue was merely stripped of all titles, reduced to commoner status, and banished to Sichuan. But on the journey, he encountered Empress Lu and pleaded his case with her. Lu agreed to help, and then, behind his back, pushed for the harshest outcome. Peng Yue was executed, his clan exterminated, and his kingdom abolished. Empress Lu did more than just kill Peng Yue. She had his flesh pickled into a mincemeat paste and sent in boxes to all the vassal kings. The history does not record whether this was Liu Ji's own malicious initiative or carried Liu Bang's tacit approval, but it unquestionably challenged every vassal king's psychological limits. When the envoy delivered that box of meat paste to Ying Bu, the king of Huainan, he had just returned from a hunt. The record states he was therefore greatly terrified. Of the 3 non-Liu kings enfeoffed for sheer military merit, he was the last one left. Ying Bu was unlike Han Xin or Peng Yue. He had originally been enfeoffed as king of Zhujiang by Xiongnu for his military accomplishments. Among the generals who crossed over to Liu Bang's camp, Ying Bu had the highest starting point and had paid the greatest price. Moreover, on the crucial battlefields of the Chu-Han contention, though much evidence has been expunged, a careful analysis reveals that Ying Bu's contributions were monumental. So, with the precedents of Han Xin and Peng Yue before him, Ying Bu decided not to wait for his own demise. He began secretly mustering troops and stockpiling grain. Once again, a subordinate official of Huainan, bearing a personal grudge, betrayed his lord and fled to the court with an accusation. The historical account here is quite interesting. In all the prior rebellions, the court had apparently been utterly unsurprised. But when it came to Ying Bu, a true power holder, the entire court felt, he shouldn't be doing this. It's probably a false accusation from an enemy. The man most capable of rebellion had truly rebelled. And yet Liu Bang and Xiao He could hardly believe it. Which begs the question, regarding all those prior cases, why had the court been so absolutely certain, even preemptively striking? Ying Bu quickly dispelled everyone's doubts. Once denounced, he swiftly raised his army and launched a surprise attack on the neighboring kingdom of Jing. The king of Jing, a veteran commander from the Chu-Han War, was defeated and killed, and his kingdom was annihilated. Ying Bu then swept up the surrendered troops and stormed into Chu. The king of Chu sent 3 armies against him. One was destroyed and the other 2 routed. Chu was crippled. Ying Bu occupied vast territories south of the Huai River, a domain even larger than Xiongnu's at his peak. He told his subordinates, "The emperor is old and weary of war. He will not come personally against me. The only ones I feared were Han Xin and Peng Yue, but they are dead now. The rest are not worth worrying about." Events proved Ying Bu's assessment broadly correct. But Liu Bang, now over 60, was physically and mentally exhausted by over a decade of constant warfare, even ill to the point where riding a horse was painful. He decided to send the crown prince on the campaign. However, the intense court struggle over whether to replace the crown prince with another favoured son had reached a fever pitch. The Lu clan faction adamantly insisted the crown prince could not leave the capital. If he did, he would either be killed in battle or framed and deposed. Empress Lu pleaded with Liu Bang, "Though your majesty is ill, if you force yourself to lie in a carriage and direct the battle from there, the generals will not dare to hold anything back. Though it will be hard on you, for the sake of your wife and children, you must steel yourself." Liu Bang felt a chill in his heart, but could not refute her. Surveying the entire realm, only he himself could truly defeat Ying Bu. So, old and sick, Liu Bang went to war. As he set out, his most valued strategist, Zhang Liang, ill himself, came to see him off. Expecting a brilliant stratagem, Liu Bang waited eagerly. Zhang Liang merely said, "When you lead the army away, please install the Crown Prince as General-in-Chief, overseeing all military forces in the Guangzhong heartland." Liu Bang agreed, yet seemed to sense an immense invisible net closing behind him, against which he was powerless to struggle. Meeting Yingbu on the battlefield, Liu Bang asked the question, "Why go through the bitter trouble of rebelling? Why must all of you turn against me?" Yingbu answered coldly, "Of course, it's because I want to be the emperor too." The battle against Yingbu confirmed yet again Liu Bang's military genius. With the exception of Xiongnu and Han Xin, no one in the world could defeat him in the field. The result was Yingbu's total rout. He fled with a few hundred followers into the kingdom of Changsha, intending to seek refuge with his brother-in-law, the king of Changsha. The king of Changsha pretended to receive him, then had him assassinated en route. Yingbu was dead. The kingdom of Huainan was transferred to Liu Bang's seventh son. The king of Changsha preserved his own fief. This small, weak kingdom would miraculously transmit through 5 generations, enduring nearly 50 years before its abolition. With Yingbu dead, and news arriving from the north that the rebel remnants had been mopped up, the realm finally seemed at peace. Liu Bang led his army home, pausing in his hometown before returning to Chang'an. Upon his arrival, countless petitions and accusations flew at him like snowflakes, with common folk even blocking the imperial carriage to submit pleas. The subject was singular. Chancellor Xiao He had been forcibly buying up farmland from the people within the Guangzhong region, stirring mass fury, and the people begged the emperor to punish him. When Xiao He came to greet him, Liu Bang burst out laughing, threw the petitions at him and said, "Lord Chancellor, you are really doing great deeds for the common people." This was the 3rd time Xiao He had defiled his own reputation before Liu Bang. As the empire's de facto chief executive, he had keenly sensed the ominous shift in court atmosphere. While Liu Bang was fighting Yingbu, Xiao He had again taken advice to seek safety by committing petty crimes like extorting property and taking bribes. As expected, Liu Bang was greatly delighted. Perhaps because Liu Bang genuinely seemed to be in a good mood, or perhaps because the ever-cautious Xiao He suffered a momentary lapse of judgment. At this critical juncture, he went further and presented a petition on behalf of the common people. The area within Chang'an is cramped, yet much of the land in the imperial Shanglin Park lies idle. Would it not be wise to let the people plough and cultivate it, with the leftover straw serving as fodder for the park's beasts? For a Grand Chancellor to go to such lengths for the people's welfare indeed befits the eternal image of a virtuous minister. And Liu Bang's reaction? He flew into a towering rage. "How much did the merchants bribe you, that you dare lay hands on my Shanglin Park?" He ordered Xiao He thrown in prison and put in chains. This seems straight from the pages of a history of mad tyrants. Fortunately, someone risked his life to remonstrate, asking Liu Bang what great crime the Chancellor had committed. Liu Bang replied, "What should a Chancellor do? Attribute the good to the sovereign and take the blame onto himself. By pleading for the people like this, Xiao He is currying favor with the masses." This was a deeply warped political logic. A sick, feeble monarch past 60 saw not a loyal chancellor devoted to the state, but a partner with a power base as deep as his own, a CEO who held all the administrative arteries of the empire. To keep Xiao He in check, Liu Bang had even deliberately stirred up conflict between the head of the military faction and Xiao He. But besides Xiao He, there were so many other founding dignitaries from Pei County. If trouble ever arose, would they choose him or Xiao He? In his vigorous prime, he would never have thought this way, believing himself omnipotent. In his weary dotage, he could not help but think this way, knowing his time was short. He no longer knew who the enemy was, where they were, or what they would do. The remonstrating minister argued, "How could the Chancellor possibly rebel? When you were campaigning and he was left guarding the Guangzhong base, he didn't rebel then. Now that you've returned in triumph, he suddenly thinks of rebellion?" Liu Bang's last vestiges of reason finally overcame his fear of the future. That very day, he issued a decree releasing Xiao He. The cautious Xiao He came to the palace barefoot to express his gratitude. Liu Bang said, "Chancellor, do not stand on ceremony. I did what I did only to demonstrate to the realm that I am a depraved tyrant like Jie or Zhou, while you are a worthy minister." Beneath this petulant, self-justifying explanation lay nothing but helplessness. A small detail often overlooked. Just at this time, Liu Bang's brother-in-law, Fan Kuai, was temporarily promoted from Left Chancellor to Chancellor of State. Why would a charging cavalry general be appointed to the top civil administrative post? Because Liu Bang needed him to lead troops on a new pacification campaign and had to give him supreme status above all others save the emperor himself. So, whose rebellion was he meant to quell? During the pursuit of the northern rebel remnants, the Han army had captured a deputy commander. This man turned informant, revealing that the king of Yan, Liu Bang's childhood friend Lu Wan, born the same day, had previously made secret pacts with the rebel leader, deliberately dragging out the war to nurture his own importance, and had also been in contact with the Xiongnu and the son of the former king of Yan. That his own childhood friend Lu Wan was plotting rebellion was something Liu Bang could not bring himself to believe. He ordered Lu Wan to come to the capital. But Lu Wan claimed illness and refused, a carbon copy of every prior rebellion case. Even so, Liu Bang still did not believe it. He dispatched a high-ranking minister to Yan, both to welcome Lu Wan and to investigate. Lu Wan again refused, telling his confidants, "Only myself and the king of Changsha are not surnamed Liu in all the realm. The emperor is now gravely ill. The deaths of Han Xin and Peng Yue were all the doing of Empress Lu. I cannot return. If I go back, I will surely be killed by the Empress Lu." Tragically, the minister sent to investigate was precisely one of Empress Lu's favorites. Returning to the capital, he reported to Liu Bang, "The king of Yan is certain to rebel." Even then, Liu Bang remained unconvinced. But shortly after, Xiongnu captives taken at the frontier also confirmed that his childhood friend had indeed sent envoys to parley with the Xiongnu. The evidence was conclusive, irrefutable. The history records, the emperor said, "Lu Wan has indeed rebelled." The famously terse annals do not record Liu Bang's inner state at that moment. But we can fully comprehend the despair, the heart-wrenching pain, the unwillingness to accept it. Surrendered generals had rebelled. Former allies had rebelled. Past comrades in arms had rebelled. And now, even his own childhood friend, born on the very same day, had rebelled? Liu Bang refused to accept it, but he had to respond. He was already terminally ill, his condition worsened by an arrow wound sustained during the Yingbu campaign. Looking around the court, he had no choice but to turn to his brother-in-law, Fan Kuai. Fan Kuai might not be as skilled a commander as some, but he was his wife's sister's husband, a fellow townsman who had fought since the Pei County days, the brave warrior who had saved him at the feast at Swan Goose Gate. Who else was there? So, in the second month of 195 BC, Fan Kuai set out with a great army. Liu Bang, left behind in Chang'an, weakened with each passing day. A famous doctor diagnosed him and prepared to administer medicine. Liu Bang cursed him, roaring, "I took the realm with a 3-foot sword, starting as a commoner. Is that not heaven's decree? My fate lies with heaven. Even if the divine physician Bian Cui were here, what use would he be?" He rewarded the doctor handsomely and sent him away, resigning himself to his fate. What was he waiting for? For Fan Kuai to return holding his childhood friend's head? Or for Fan Kuai to clear his friend's name? He waited in vain. Fan Kuai invaded Yan with irresistible force. Lu Wan, who perhaps had never truly intended to rebel in the first place, was utterly routed. In the end, he fled with a few thousand cavalry and his family to the edge of the Great Wall. But he did not leave the territory of the Han Empire, nor enter Xiongnu lands. He said he was waiting for Liu Bang to recover from his illness, so he could go in person to Chang'an, explain and beg forgiveness. He too waited in vain. What they both awaited instead was another denunciation. In late March, someone informed that Fan Kuai had prepared. The moment Liu Bang died, he would launch troops to kill the favored concubine contending with Empress Lu and her son. Furious beyond measure, Liu Bang immediately dispatched 2 senior officials to race day and night to Fan Kuai's army in Yan. One was to take over command of the army. The other was to behead the traitor Fan Kuai on the spot. The men sent did not carry out Liu Bang's order. They simply assumed command of the troops and brought Fan Kuai back towards the capital under escort. While they were still on the road, the news arrived. On the 1st of June 195 BC, the Han Emperor Gaozu, Liu Bang, passed away in Chang'an. The 2 officials and Fan Kuai all exhaled in relief. They lashed their horses and sped through the night back to Chang'an to present themselves before Empress Lu. Objectively speaking, the dense cluster of rebellions in the early Han and Liu Bang's ruthlessly decisive purges were not fundamentally a matter of personal morality. The crux was that the entire Chinese world had not yet thought through how to choose between 2 diametrically opposed roads: centralization and feudalism. Both had played vital roles in the Chu-Han War. Had strategist Zhang Liang not persuaded Liu Bang to use the promise of carving up the realm as bait, unleashing the immense initiative of men like Han Xin, Ying Bu, and Peng Yue, Xiongnu could never have been defeated so quickly. Yet without the steady flow of soldiers and supplies from a centrally administered Guanzhong heartland, Liu Bang would never have survived to see final victory. The bait of enfeoffment was a sufficient condition. The advantage of centralization was the necessary one. Liu Bang recognized this with crystal clarity. That is why, during the war, his repeated promises to partition the realm always carried the helpless air of drinking poison to quench thirst. But what happens when victory comes? Consider the analogy of Rome's second triumvirate. After Julius Caesar's assassination, Octavian, to combat the armies of the assassins, was forced to form an alliance with Antony and Lepidus, carving up the Roman world between them. But once their common enemies were eliminated, the Roman sphere could not possibly tolerate three legally autonomous warlords commanding their own legions. In the same way, Liu Bang's Han Empire was, in its infancy, a lethally dangerous Frankenstein's monster. The empire's western core was governed through a centralized system of commanderies and counties, while the vast east was controlled by feudal kingdoms under non-Liu military strongmen. In Max Weber's definition of the modern state, the essence of a state is the absolute monopoly of legitimate violence. In the early Han, these 7 non-Liu kings commanded their own armies, taxation, and judicial power. They were literal states within a state. Here we must invoke a key concept from international relations: the security dilemma. Did the non-Liu kings truly want to rebel? Perhaps the god of war, Han Xin, initially just wanted the title of King of Qi and a peaceful retirement. But in Liu Bang's eyes, capability itself was the most lethal intent. So long as military geniuses like Han Xin and Peng Yue held massive armies capable of toppling the empire, Liu Bang, on his dragon throne in Chang'an, could never sleep soundly. This was not a personal moral failing of Liu Bang. It was the structural death trap created by their two positions. As long as the non-Liu vassal kings retained independent armed forces, they were forced, for self-preservation, to continually expand their armies. The more they expanded, the more terrified the central court became. The more terrified the court, the more political pressure it applied. And in the end, this insoluble chain of suspicion inevitably drove the vassal kings down the dead-end path of armed revolt. So, Liu Bang did not wait. As one of history's ultimate political operators, he opted for a preemptive strike. He was precisely that perfect prince whom Niccolò Machiavelli depicted in The Prince. For the long-term security of the state, a prince must learn to get his hands dirty. With ice-cold ruthlessness, using intrigue, entrapment, and merciless military force, Liu Bang erased every imprint on that old covenant. He spent the last years of his life doing the dirtiest demolition work, personally digging out the ticking time bombs embedded in the body of the empire, one by one. As we look down upon this blood-drenched history today, we must acknowledge one cold, objective fact. Liu Bang voluntarily shouldered the historical infamy of the betrayer, sacrificing his personal virtue and reputation. But with those dirty hands, stained with the blood of his comrades, he thoroughly swept away the last remnants of feudalism from the path of imperial centralization. Before this, for 800 years of the Eastern Zhou, warfare had never ceased. After this, for 400 years of the Han Dynasty, civil wars could be counted on one hand. The altar of empire demands the richest of sacrifices, and Liu Bang, without a moment's hesitation, offered up his former comrades in arms and his own soul. On the journey back from defeating Yingbu, Liu Bang made a special detour to Pei County, his hometown. He feasted and drank with the local elders for over 10 days. These must have been among the last truly happy moments of his old age. At a banquet table in Pei, seized by the moment, he personally struck a zither and began to sing a verse of his own spontaneous composition. A great wind rises, oh, clouds fly high. My might has spread across the land, oh, I return to my homeland. Where can I find brave warriors, oh, to guard my four frontiers? This poem has just 3 lines, yet has been sung for over 2 millennia. Perhaps in that moment, it captured Liu Bang's most authentic heart. The storm winds surge, the clouds scatter. Winning the realm is easy, guarding it is desperately hard. It was not that he did not wish to trust, he dared not trust. The logic of the system made him kill them all. Surrender generals, allies, comrades in arms, childhood friends. He completed the transition from feudalism to centralization, but at the cost of his confidants, his allies, his very soul. The curse of autocracy is this: you must suspect everyone. The Han Dynasty was built, but Liu Bang lost everything. In the summer of 195 BC, Chang'an, the founding emperor of the Han Empire, breathed his last in Chang'an Palace. He was 62 years old. His empress, Lu Ji, ordered that the news be sealed off. No funeral announcement was to be made. The 46-year-old Empress Lu summoned the minister she trusted most. She said to him, "Now that the emperor is dead, those meritorious officials who followed him in conquering the empire will certainly refuse to obey. Even while the emperor was alive, they harbored resentment and thoughts of rebellion. Now that he is gone, how could they possibly obey a boy emperor? We should keep the death secret for now and kill them all first. Only then can the empire be stabilized." Long before this, Empress Lu had already ceased to be satisfied with the role of a wife. Under her direction, 2 of the greatest founding heroes, Han Xin and Peng Yue, had been executed. The process was bloody and brutal. One of them was even chopped into meat paste and sent to the other feudal kings. This directly provoked another founding hero, Yingbu, king of Huainan, into rebellion. In a sense, the emperor's death was also connected to that revolt. He had been forced to lead a campaign in person to suppress it, and during that campaign he was wounded by an arrow again. Now, to preserve the power in her own hands, Empress Lu proposed something that went beyond even the understanding of the minister she trusted most. This minister was in fact a fellow townsman of Liu Bang and Empress Lu. He had risen to prominence by serving and caring for the imperial household. But asking him to kill the founding heroes, many of whom were also from their own hometown, was far beyond the capacity of this civilian official. Yet he had neither the ability nor the courage to change Empress Lu's mind. He knew this woman too well. During the 28 months when she had been captured by the enemy and held as a hostage, he had been by her side. When she finally returned to her husband, only to discover that her place had already been taken by a younger woman, he had also been there. He understood very clearly the ruthless force in this woman, the will to survive and the will to take back everything she believed belonged to her. But to kill all the founding heroes? Was that not too much? Just as he hesitated, another great general heard the news and hurried over. This man was not from their hometown, but he was a founding hero who commanded heavy troops. With clear and penetrating judgment, he gave the minister the resolve he needed. Most of the meritorious officials were outside the capital. To the north, there were 200,000 troops. To the east, there were 100,000. If they heard that you intended to kill the founding officials, they would join forces and attack. Would you not simply be waiting to die? This was the real key. It was not a question of whether they should do it. It was a question of whether they could do it. The minister immediately entered the palace and used this argument to extinguish Empress Lu's mad idea. And so the emperor, whose body had lain in Changel Palace for 4 full days, was finally mourned and buried. Empress Lu became the first Empress Dowager in Chinese history. But the road to this position had not been smooth. During the first years after the founding of the Han Empire, she had always lived cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. She used every possible method to protect her own position as empress, and more importantly, her son's position as crown prince, preventing another favoured consort and that consort's son from replacing them. At last, under this extreme psychological torment, she had survived until this day. She had survived to see her son become the second emperor of the empire. He was 16 years old. At this moment, after the political purge personally led by the late emperor, and after 6 years of civil war, the entire empire, except for one minor non-Liu kingdom with very little presence, had become a true realm of the Liu family. The late emperor's eldest son was an illegitimate child born outside marriage and had never had any realistic chance of inheriting the throne. He was now the most powerful feudal king, the King of Qi. The second son, Empress Lu's only son, inherited the throne as the legitimate eldest son. The third son, about 13 years old, was made King of Zhao. His mother was the woman who had taken the emperor's love away from Empress Lu. The fourth son, 8 years old, was made King of Dai. His mother was a low-profile former female captive who had never been favoured. The fifth son was 7. The sixth was 6. The seventh was 5. The eighth was 4. Each was made a king. In addition, the emperor's younger brother and nephew were made King of Chu and King of Wu. And the Lu family? Empress Lu's eldest brother had rendered great military service during the Chu-Han struggle, and had died only a few years earlier while suppressing a rebellion on the northern frontier. His 2 sons were granted the rank of Marquis. Empress Lu's second brother had also been among the earliest military commanders to follow the emperor, and he too was a Marquis. And then there was no one else. At the emperor's funeral, the scene was filled with Liu clan relatives, all bearing the titles of kings and marquises. But Empress Lu was not saddened. She sneered. She had finally waited until this day. Not long after the funeral, the woman whom the emperor had loved most was driven out of the palace and sent to the laundry rooms. In fact, at that time, China had experienced only 3 emperors. There was still no formal law or tradition for how to deal with the consorts of a previous emperor. So when Empress Lu sent her former rival away for punishment, many people felt it was improper, but there was no serious opposition. Yet this woman refused to accept her fate. It is said that while washing clothes in the laundry house, she sang, "My son is a king, yet his mother is a slave. All day I pound grain until darkness falls, always living beside death. We are separated by 3,000 li. Who can tell him of my misery?" As a woman from the Chu region, she was said to have been gifted in song and dance, which was why the emperor had loved her so deeply. When she sang this song, it must have been deeply moving. It touched the people around her and eventually reached Empress Lu's ears. Empress Lu was furious. "So you still want to rely on your son to rise again? Just wait." Empress Lu then summoned this favored consort's son, the King of Zhao, to the capital in the emperor's name. Everyone in the empire knew what Empress Lu intended to do. So the Chancellor of Zhao disobeyed the order, claiming that the King of Zhao was ill and refusing Empress Lu's summons. In anger, Empress Lu first summoned this Chancellor to the capital in the emperor's name. Then she pointed at his nose and cursed him. "Do you not know how much I hate that woman? Why are you standing in my way?" After that, Empress Lu summoned the King of Zhao to the capital again. No one dared disobey an imperial edict issued in the emperor's name, except the emperor himself. The emperor knew exactly what his mother intended. He personally went to greet his younger brother and brought him directly into the palace. They ate together and swept together. He hoped to use his own body as a shield in front of his brother, and to use time to wear down his mother's rage. But the emperor underestimated his mother's hatred. Not long afterward, one morning the emperor rose early to go archery practice. His younger brother, being young and fond of sleep, failed to go with him. By the time the emperor returned, his brother had already been forced to drink poisoned wine by men sent by Empress Lu. He was dead. The histories do not record the emperor's state of mind at this moment. It is only said that later he tracked down the man who had carried out Empress Lu's order and had him cut in two at the waist and exposed in the marketplace. After the King of Zhao died, Empress Lu ordered men to gouge out his mother's eyes, smoke her ears until she was deaf, pour medicine down her throat to make her mute, cut off her hands and feet, and throw her into a latrine. She named her the human swine, a human being reduced to the condition of a pig. Empress Lu deliberately ordered eunuchs to take the emperor to see the human swine. When the emperor learned that this was the woman his father had loved most, he wept in grief, fell seriously ill, and sent someone to tell Empress Lu, "This is not something a human being could do. I am the son of the Empress Dowager. I will never again be able to govern the empire." From that point on, he drank every day, indulged in pleasure, abandoned government affairs, and gradually grew ill. But the emperor still underestimated his mother's rage. The death of the King of Zhao was only the beginning. Empress Lu's twisted and fanatical desire for revenge did not stop with the death of that woman and her son. She turned her eyes to her next target, the emperor's eldest brother, the most powerful feudal king. In 193 BC, the emperor's uncle and his eldest brother, two adult feudal kings, came to Chang'an to pay court to the emperor. The emperor was rarely in such good spirits. At a banquet, following family etiquette, the emperor honored his elder brother by giving him the seat of honor. After some polite refusals, the elder brother sat down. This careless gesture enraged Empress Lu. She ordered attendants to bring 2 cups of poisoned wine and place them before the feudal king. Then, in her capacity as Empress Dowager, she demanded that he toast her. The emperor knew this procedure all too well. Just as his unsuspecting elder brother was about to offer the toast, the emperor rushed forward, took up the other cup of wine, and was about to drink with him. Empress Lu was shocked and furious. She sprang to her feet and knocked the cup from the emperor's hand. Now even the dullest person would have understood. The feudal king immediately pretended to be drunk and left the palace. Afterward, he sent people everywhere to make inquiries. Once he confirmed that Empress Lu really intended to take his life, he was terrified. He believed it would be difficult to escape Chang'an alive. At the critical moment, one of his ministers gave him a suggestion. out of his 73 cities, he should give more than 10 to Empress Lu's daughter, the emperor's own elder sister. To save himself, he immediately did so. He even disregarded normal ethics and ritual propriety, directly honoring this half-sister as Queen Dowager. Now Empress Lu was finally pleased. She ordered a grand banquet to be held at the feudal king's residence. After drinking and celebrating, she allowed this man, who had narrowly escaped death, to return to his fief. After her daughter received more than 10 cities, Empress Lu secured an even greater benefit for her the following year. She made her granddaughter empress. Yes, the emperor married his own niece. That year, the empress was only 10 years old. Even by the standards of ancient China, this was far too young. So several years passed, and the empress did not become pregnant. But perhaps because Empress Lu saw that the emperor was already gravely ill, she decided that the question of succession could wait no longer. She had already arranged her son's entire life. Now she would plan for the next generation. So when she learned that the emperor was about to have a child with one of the palace beauties, she ordered the empress to pretend to be pregnant and then publicly claimed that the child was born to the empress. By an extraordinary coincidence, the child was a boy. A boy born to the empress was naturally the legitimate eldest son. And so this infant, whose exact name would not even be preserved in the histories, was established as Crown Prince. As for the Crown Prince's birth mother, she was, unsurprisingly, killed on Empress Lu's orders. Within a few years of this political tragedy, the gentle, weak and sickly emperor died. He was only 23. The child born by the palace beauty was made emperor. His adoptive mother became Empress Dowager. Empress Lu became Grand Empress Dowager. She was 53 years old. It is said that when the emperor died, Empress Lu wept with great sorrow, but shed no tears. Nor did she bury him. The elder statesmen, led by the founding heroes, were deeply alarmed by this political performance. They did not know what Empress Lu was planning. Perhaps they still remembered with fear the great purge she had prepared when the founding emperor died. Perhaps they wanted to stabilize the political situation. Or perhaps they were simply trying to flatter her. In any case, they proposed. The Crown Prince was too young, and the empire would have to be carried by Empress Lu. Empress Lu stopped crying. Carried? How? Chen Ping, a founding hero who was now serving as chancellor, offered a further suggestion. Let Empress Lu's nephews become generals, enter the palace, and take command of the northern and southern armies. This would ensure that palace security remained firmly in the hands of the Lu family. Then Empress Lu could command the empire in the name of the Grand Empress Dowager. Empress Lu was very satisfied with this political arrangement. And so, once all the political arrangements were settled, the second emperor of the Han Empire was finally buried in his mausoleum. His young son ascended the throne. Empress Lu took charge of the court. 1 month later, the reign title was changed to the first year of Empress Gao. This was the first de facto female ruler in Chinese history. Empress Lu ruled from court and issued decrees in her own name. She not only held supreme power and changed the reign title, most importantly, all her orders were issued under her own authority. She did not need to borrow the emperor's name, nor did she need to sit behind a curtain in that later half-concealed form known as ruling from behind the screen. She openly and grandly sat in court, received the homage of the officials, and exercised the power of the empire's supreme ruler. This made her fundamentally different from later Empress Dowagers who interfered in politics. And the emperor? At this time, he was only a few years old. To Empress Lu, he was nothing more than a grandson, an expendable political symbol. The empire was completely in her hands. Then she began granting kingships and marquisates on a large scale, to the Lu family, of course. Before the formal enfeoffments began, Empress Lu performed a little political theatre. She first made several other sons of the late emperor into kings and marquises. Then she began hinting to the ministers, "The Liu family has gained more kings and marquises. Should it not now be the Lu family's turn?" The ministers, understanding the political wind, immediately submitted proposals. Empress Lu accepted them as if merely following their advice and began the path of rewarding the Lu clan. Over the next several years, the Lu family received posthumous honors for 3 deceased kings, 5 new feudal kings, and at least 7 marquises. The most controversial of all was the enfeoffment of Empress Lu's own younger sister. She became one of the rare female marquises in Chinese history. This was a sharp slap in the face to all the other marquises. At this time, marquises were either founding heroes or imperial clansmen. Even the Lu kings and marquises were at least descendants of men who had rendered military service. But a woman, if she were not Empress Lu's sister, how could she possibly be made a marquis? Could her achievements really be equal to those of her husband? Her husband was Fan Kuai, the famous founding general and brother-in-law of the founding emperor Liu Bang. Yet no one dared criticize this extraordinary enfeoffment. No one dared object to this woman, who from that point onward entered and left the palace freely and behaved arrogantly at court. Because just 2 years earlier, Empress Lu had killed the emperor too. Yes, Empress Lu killed her own grandson, the young emperor who had been on the throne for only a few years. The reason was that as the young emperor gradually grew older, he learned the truth about his own birth. In childish frankness, he said, "How could the empress kill my mother and then claim me as her own son? I am still young now. When I grow up, I will rebel." Unfortunately, these words reached Empress Lu. Empress Lu immediately sent the emperor to the laundry house and imprisoned him there. She publicly announced that the emperor was ill. Then she began spreading word that the emperor was so gravely ill that he could no longer rule the empire, and that it seemed necessary to choose someone else as emperor. The ministers all said, "Good." So Empress Lu killed the young emperor and selected an even younger grandson to sit on the dragon throne. The ministers asked, "Now that a new emperor has ascended, what should the new reign title be?" A new reign title? The Empress Dowager was displeased. Was the Great Han not still under the wise and mighty rule of Empress Lu? Was this not still the 4th year of Empress Gao? Why should the reign title change just because the emperor changed? Was he important? In 181 BC, Empress Lu summoned the new king of Zhao to the capital. This king of Zhao was the 6th son of the emperor. He had originally been made king of Huayang, but after Empress Lu killed the previous king of Zhao, she transferred this prince and made him the new king of Zhao. Then Empress Lu once again performed an astonishing political maneuver. She forced him to marry a younger woman of the Lu family as his queen. In doing so, she forcibly turned this nominal son into a nominal son-in-law. A twisted melon is never sweet. The king of Zhao did not like this Queen Lu. Instead, he fell in love with other consorts. But he forgot. Were people named Lu easy to provoke? In anger, this Queen Lu came to Chang'an and accused the king of Zhao of rebellion. She said that when drunk, he had declared, "How can the Lu clan be made kings? After the Empress Dowager dies, I will deal with them." How could this be forgiven? Empress Lu immediately summoned the King of Zhao to the capital. But she gave him no chance to explain. She simply sent soldiers to place him under house arrest in his residence in Chang'an, and then gave him no food. Any of his officials who secretly tried to bring him food were arrested and punished. A son of the emperor, a grand feudal king, was starved to death just like that. It is said that before he died of hunger, he sang a song condemning the Lu clan. The song ended with the words, "The Lu clan has destroyed the laws of heaven. I entrust my revenge to heaven." Not long afterward, a solar eclipse occurred in Chang'an. In ancient China, this was an extremely ominous celestial event. Empress Lu was very unhappy. She said to those around her, "Is this because of me?" Perhaps Empress Lu was unhappy, but she was certainly not about to become timid. Celestial warnings were not a serious obstacle to a woman who had already run so far along the road of power. If necessary, she could simply make another member of the Lu family a marquis to turn bad fortune into good luck. Empress Lu ordered that her nephew be made King of Liang. The original King of Liang, the fifth son of the emperor, was transferred and made the new King of Zhao. He was forced to leave his own kingdom and move north to Zhao, and he was unhappy. Empress Lu paid close attention to this. She believed that his unhappiness must come from having no relatives around him. So she ordered him to marry the daughter of one of her Lu nephews as his queen. "You, the former King of Liang, are now marrying the daughter of the current King of Liang. Are you satisfied now?" Could the new King of Zhao possibly be satisfied? The new Queen Lu brought with her a large group of followers, and before long they seized control of the government of Zhao. Then, seemingly inheriting the Lu family's habit of jealous cruelty, she became deeply dissatisfied with the consort whom the King of Zhao loved. But this time, unlike the previous Queen Lu of Zhao, she acted personally. She poisoned the consort herself. The King of Zhao later learned the truth. But what could he do? Strike back? Take revenge? The example of the previous King of Zhao still stood before him. So he composed 4 songs in memory of his beloved consort, and then killed himself to follow her in death. When the news reached Chang'an, Empress Lu was furious. She felt that this King of Zhao had abandoned his family, state, and ancestral temple for the sake of a woman. Such a man was useless. His descendants too should never be kings. So Empress Lu sent an envoy to the 4th son of Liu Bang, the King of Dai, and asked, "Would you like to become the King of Zhao?" The King of Dai immediately replied, "Empress Dowager, we are defending the northern frontier against the Xiongnu. I will remain rooted in this poor and bitter land and guard the border for the state." Seeing that Empress Lu was about to become angry again and perhaps about to kill again, an elderly minister immediately stepped forward and advised her. 3 kings of Zhao have all met with disaster. This shows that none of them was mature enough. Your nephew, the current great general, is the one truly suited to be King of Zhao. Empress Lu was delighted. She felt that this minister understood politics. And so the King of Zhao became a member of the Lu family. Around this same time, the King of Zhao from the early years of the empire, that is, Empress Lu's son-in-law, died. Years earlier, he had been implicated in the grave crime of plotting to murder the emperor. Only because Empress Lu pleaded bitterly for him had his life been spared, though he was demoted to marquis. Compared with the other Liu clan relatives, Empress Lu always felt that this family was truly related to the Lu family. Moreover, several years earlier, Empress Lu's daughter had already died. So Empress Lu made her grandson King of Lu, and made 2 other grandsons marquises. Not long afterward, the youngest son of the emperor, the king of Yan, died. In fact, he had a son born to a concubine. But Empress Lu had long had her eye on Yan, and she sent assassins to kill this prince. She then naturally announced that the king of Yan had no heir and that his kingdom was abolished. 1 month later, Empress Lu made her grandnephew the new king of Yan. The whole process flowed smoothly, in one breath, without the slightest hesitation. This was the year 180 BC, the 8th year of Empress Gao. Let us organize the situation. At this moment, what positions did members of the Lu clan occupy within the empire? First, among the feudal kingdoms, Liang, Zhao, Yan, Lu and Lu were all in the hands of the Lu family. Then there was the central government in Chang'an. Empress Lu's 2 nephews served respectively as Chancellor of State and Great General, commanding the Southern Army and the Northern Army of Chang'an. Beneath them, several other Lu family members, holding the rank of Marquis, occupied important administrative and palace military posts. It can be said that the entire military and administrative power of Chang'an was in the hands of the Lu family. In addition, there were many Lu women led by the female Marquis. Some were queens, some were wives of powerful ministers. Through another invisible network, they spread over the empire. In sharp contrast, the power of the Liu imperial clan had been pressed down to a minimum. Although the emperor's surname was Liu, he was only 16, and under Empress Lu's pressure, he had no real political strength whatsoever. Even his empress had been chosen for him, unsurprisingly, yet another descendant of the Lu family. Beyond him, among the feudal kings, the Liu clan still had the kings of Chu, Qi, Wu, Dai, Huainan, and Langya. The king of Chu was the emperor's younger brother, already very old. The king of Wu was the emperor's nephew, busy making money by boiling salt. The king of Dai was timid and cautious, unwilling even to go to Zhao. The king of Huainan was an adopted son raised personally by Empress Lu. The only one worth the Lu clan's caution was the king of Qi. Although by this time the king of Qi had already died, Qi, as one of the largest kingdoms east of the passes, possessed the strength to challenge the central government. So Empress Lu was not satisfied with merely cutting away more than 10 cities from Qi. She had forcibly split Qi into 4 parts, inserting into it the Lu family's Lu, the Lu family's Lu, and the half-Lu kingdom of Langya. It is no exaggeration to say that in 180 BC, if this situation had continued, and if Empress Lu had made just a few more precise adjustments to the arrangement of the feudal kingdoms, the empire might no longer have belonged to the Liu family. But history has no if. In the 3rd month of that year, Empress Lu was traveling on a tour of prayer and blessing. While resting at a roadside pavilion, something shaped like a black dog suddenly rushed out from nowhere and slammed hard into her armpit. Then it vanished in an instant. Empress Lu was shocked and ordered divination. The conclusion was that this was the ghost of the murdered king of Zhao causing trouble. A more realistic possibility is that Empress Lu had been bitten by a rabid dog and contracted rabies. Several months later, the disease broke out. China's first female ruler died at the very peak of her power. When this once-in-a-thousand-years strong woman died, an even more dramatic and bloody political spectacle inevitably began. Before her death, Empress Lu warned her nephews, "After I die, do not go to the funeral. You must hold the troops and defend the palace. Do not let those people send you to your own funeral." But her nephews clearly did not possess her political skill. After the news of Empress Lu's death spread, the first to act was Liu Bang's grandson, the current king of Qi. He quickly raised the banner against the Lu clan. issued a proclamation listing the crimes of the Lu family and began recruiting troops. When the news reached Chang'an, the Lu family was deeply shocked. In the emperor's name, they sent a veteran general of outstanding military achievement to lead 200,000 troops against him. However, after this old general reached the front, he did not fight the Qi army. Instead, he secretly made contact with the king of Qi and said, "The Lu clan is about to collapse. For now, hold your troops and do not move. Wait for me to return and deal with them." The army on the front line had changed sides. Inside Chang'an, a deadly internal struggle had begun. The political arrangement Empress Lu left behind before her death was this. One nephew served as Chancellor of State and controlled the administration. Another nephew served as Supreme General and commanded the Northern Army. The Northern and Southern armies supported each other and firmly controlled the military lifeline of the capital. The Chancellor of State and the Supreme General were cousins. Everything seemed as solid as Mount Tai. But the weakness of the Lu family lay precisely in the fact that Empress Lu herself had been too powerful. While she was alive, she could use her prestige to suppress everyone. Once she died, her nephews had no ability to control the situation. The first to be broken was the Lu nephew, who served as Supreme General and commanded the Northern Army. The man who turned him was his most trusted friend. This man's father was from Empress Lu's hometown and had been one of the earliest elder statesmen to follow the emperor in rebellion. The friend came to the Northern Army camp together with an official in charge of diplomatic and ceremonial affairs. He persuaded the Supreme General to lay down his burden, leave the camp, and go hunting by the Wei River to clear his mind. In a state of extreme anxiety and fear, this Supreme General absurdly agreed. When he left the camp, he took only a few personal guards with him. The news reached Empress Lu's younger sister. This woman, who had been made a female marquis, rushed out of her residence and cursed him furiously. She said that leaving the army at the moment of life and death was the same as handing over military power to others, and that the entire Lu family would soon die without a burial place. The Supreme General was jolted awake by the scolding and wanted to turn back to the camp. But his friend persuaded him again. If he handed over military authority and returned to his fief, he could still enjoy wealth and honor. If he delayed any longer, the consequences would be unimaginable. In extreme exhaustion and fear, this weak Supreme General handed the military tally of the Northern Army to the official in charge of diplomatic affairs whom his friend had brought. The Northern Army consisted of 20,000 elite troops. It was the core armed force of Chang'an. The military tally was the only proof of authority needed to command it. Once the tally was handed over, the Lu family had lost half its life. Meanwhile, at the other end of Chang'an, the other Lu nephew, the one serving as Chancellor of State, knew nothing of all this. He was in the Chancellor's residence discussing affairs with ministers. Suddenly, a blood-covered officer rushed into the hall and reported that the general at the front had betrayed them, reached a secret agreement with the King of Qi, and was preparing to turn back and attack Chang'an. The officer urged the Chancellor of State to immediately lead troops into the palace, seize control of the emperor, and kill the King of Qi's younger brother, who was staying in Chang'an. The Chancellor hesitated because the King of Qi's younger brother was the son-in-law of the Supreme General. The officer desperately reminded him, "That man may have married a Lu woman, but his surname is Liu." As chaos filled the hall, the imperial censor, who had been discussing affairs with them, quietly withdrew. He mounted his carriage, rushed out of the Chancellor's residence, and hurried to inform Chancellor Chen Ping. From youth, this imperial censor had been the closest companion of the late emperor. In the eyes of the Lu family, he carried the label of the Lu faction. But the Liu family forgot one thing. His father had been the second-ranking founding hero of the Han Empire and a former Chancellor of State. In the Chancellor's residence, Chancellor Chen Ping and Grand Commandant Cao Bo had been speaking secretly through the night. Chancellor Chen Ping was a politician famous for schemes. Grand Commandant Cao Bo was a pure soldier. During Empress Lu's 15 years of high-pressure rule, both men had chosen patience and concealment. They had even, intentionally or unintentionally, allowed outsiders to think that there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. But now they had finally waited until the moment to strike. The news brought by the imperial censor confirmed that they could wait no longer. The Chancellor acted decisively. He ordered the Grand Commandant and the King of Qi's younger brother to go at once to the Northern Army camp, seize military authority, and then lead troops back into the palace. The younger brother of the King of Qi proposed that he go turn the Southern Army instead. The Chancellor rejected this. The Southern Army was directly controlled by the Liu family. Going there would mean walking to his death. The Chancellor said that as long as they controlled the Northern Army, they could control the whole situation. But the Grand Commandant faced a fatal problem. Even though he was nominally the Empire's highest military officer, without the military tally, he could not move a single soldier of the Northern Army. The Han Army had a strict system. It recognized the tally, not the person. This was an iron rule inherited from the Qin. The Chancellor told him that he would arrange entry into the Northern Army. The Chancellor also arranged another line of action. He sent the imperial censor to rush into the palace at once, find the palace commandant, and order him to close the palace gates. If the gates could not be held, they should retreat to the main hall, gather the personal guards, and close the hall doors. In any case, the Liu Chancellor must not be allowed to enter the main hall and find the Emperor. The imperial censor said that if the Southern Army really attacked the main hall, the few guards there could not possibly hold it. The Chancellor told him, "They do not need to hold it. As long as the Liu family dares order an attack on the imperial hall, they will have confirmed the monstrous crime of armed rebellion. At that point, the Liu family will be finished." To ensure that the plan to seize the Northern Army was foolproof, the Chancellor did one more thing. He led troops into the residence of a founding hero and seized control of the white-haired old general. The same man who, at the very beginning, had come forward to dissuade Empress Liu when she wanted to kill all the founding heroes after Liu Bang's death. The old general's son was the closest friend of the Liu Supreme General. The Chancellor used the old father's life to force the son to complete the final step, lure the Supreme General himself out of the Northern Army camp. This was the real reason why that friend suddenly appeared in the Northern Army camp and successfully persuaded the Supreme General to leave. Not long after the Supreme General left the camp, the Grand Commandant arrived outside the Northern Army camp with the King of Qi's younger brother. But the camp gates were shut tight. The guards drew their bows and loaded their crossbows, shouting that anyone who entered without authorization would be executed. The Grand Commandant's personal guards stepped forward to negotiate, but crossbow bolts struck the ground before their feet. The Grand Commandant personally rode forward, and with the authority of a veteran of 100 battles shouted, "Who dares execute me?" The guards lowered their bows and crossbows, but the gates remained closed. The commandant in charge of the Northern Army stood on the tower. He was very respectful toward the Grand Commandant, but refused to open the gate. Rules were rules. Without an edict and a military tally, he could not allow anyone into the camp. At that moment, the Chancellor's second step took effect. The young director of tallies, another son of a founding hero, arrived. In his hand, he held high the imperial staff that symbolized the emperor's supreme authority, and orally transmitted an edict ordering the transfer of command over the Northern Army. The commandant demanded to see the formal written edict and military tally. The director of tallies overrode him with an unquestionable attitude. "Do you dare suspect that the Son of Heaven's staff is false?" Just as the commandant hesitated, two pieces of news arrived almost simultaneously. First, the Supreme General had suddenly left the camp at noon, and his whereabouts were unknown. Second, an official in charge of diplomatic affairs had delivered the Northern Army tally handed over by the Supreme General. The commandant instantly understood the situation. He immediately ordered the camp gates opened. The Grand Commandant rode into the Northern Army camp, ascended the command platform, raised the military tally, and shouted to the assembled 20,000 soldiers, "Those who support the Liu clan, bear your right arms. Those who support the Liu clan, bear your left arms." Led by the commandant, the entire army tore open the armor over their left arms in unison. The cries of "Long live!" shook the sky. The Northern Army had completely changed hands. The Grand Commandant immediately selected 1,000 elite cavalrymen, placed them under the command of the King of Qi's younger brother, and ordered him to rush into the palace at full speed. Inside Chang'an, the Liu Chancellor of State knew nothing about what had happened in the Northern Army. He finally made up his mind and led his trusted troops toward the palace. At first, things went smoothly. The outermost gate of the palace admitted him directly. But when he approached the second gate before the main hall, he found it tightly shut. The officer guarding the gate, under strict orders from the palace commandant, refused to open it. The Chancellor drew his sword and threatened him. The gate officer was forced to open the gate. Yet when he passed through and reached the square before the main hall, he found the Imperial censor leading fully armed personal guards in a desperate defense before the hall doors. The Imperial censor pointed at his nose and shouted angrily, "The Emperor has issued no edict summoning you into the palace. If you dare bring troops even half a step onto the stairs of the main hall today, it is rebellion." The Chancellor did not dare order a forced assault, but he was unwilling to withdraw. And so he remained there with his troops, deadlocked in the square for an entire afternoon. He wasted the final countdown of his life. At dusk, a fierce wind suddenly rose. The King of Qi's younger brother led 1,000 elite Northern Army cavalrymen storming into the palace square. Facing the Northern Army elites descending like tigers from the mountain, the Southern Army under the Liu Chancellor scattered and fled in an instant. In extreme terror, the Chancellor abandoned his troops and ran in disgrace. In the end, he hid in a toilet in a corner of the palace. The pursuers arrived and drove a sword through his chest. After the Chancellor died, the doors of the Imperial Hall slowly opened. One of the Emperor's close attendants came out holding the Imperial staff that represented supreme Imperial authority, and conveyed the Emperor's order to comfort the Northern Army. This was the political stance finally taken by the 16-year-old Emperor. He chose to stand with the coup. From this moment on, the coup was no longer a struggle for power between two factions. It became the state's lawful extermination of the Liu relatives. The King of Qi's younger brother pulled the attendant onto his war chariot. Borrowing the authority of the Son of Heaven's staff, he led troops into the Liu family's main stronghold, Changlei Palace. The Liu family members responsible for guarding the palace were cut down in the chaos. Beginning from this point, a massacre of the entire Liu clan spun completely out of control under the night sky of Chang'an. whether powerful ministers, women or children. As long as Lu blood flowed in them, they were mercilessly slaughtered. When dawn came, the Supreme General, who had surrendered his military authority and fled through the night, was dragged into the street and beheaded. Empress Lu's younger sister was beaten to death with clubs. The Grand Commandant immediately sent elite troops out of Chang'an to hunt down and kill the Lu family members scattered in their fiefs. The political edifice the Lu family had built over 15 years collapsed within 24 hours. In 24 hours, the Chancellor and the Grand Commandant completed an unbelievable reversal from a desperate position. Through lies, betrayal, and extreme cold-bloodedness, they purged the empire's tumor. After the Lu family had been completely eliminated, the group of founding heroes and imperial clansmen in Chang'an faced a problem even more difficult than the military coup itself. Who would sit on the now empty dragon throne? The young emperor currently on the throne had been installed by Empress Lu during her lifetime. The founding heroes declared that he was not truly the son of the late emperor, and that the Lu family had falsified his lineage. Since his legitimacy had been denied, he had to be deposed. But once he was deposed, whom should they install? That required careful calculation. The first candidate to emerge was the King of Qi. He was the eldest grandson of the founding emperor, and his father had been the emperor's eldest son. After Empress Lu died, he had been the first to raise troops against the Lu family. Qi was also one of the strongest feudal kingdoms at the time. Whether in bloodline, merit or strength, he had the strongest claim. But an elder member of the imperial clan, Liu Bang's cousin, who was also a son-in-law of the Lu family, stepped forward in time. The reason he gave for opposition was lethal. The maternal family of the King of Qi was no good either. His uncle was a brutal and vicious man. If the King of Qi were chosen as emperor, his mother's family would inevitably become a second Lu clan. These words struck directly at everyone's deepest fear. They had just washed away one family of domineering imperial in-laws with blood. They absolutely could not create another. Even more subtle was the fact that two of the King of Qi's own younger brothers were in Chang'an at this time. One had led the northern army into the palace during the coup and personally killed the Lu chancellor. The other had participated in the entire process of controlling the palace. They had rendered enormous service. But on the question of whether they supported their own elder brother as emperor, both maintained the same silence. The only reasonable explanation is this. Perhaps they believed that betraying their own brother in exchange for greater personal benefit was more worthwhile than supporting him. After the King of Qi was rejected, another candidate entered people's sight. The King of Huainan. He was the youngest son of the founding emperor, and at the time he was 18. But he had a fatal weakness. He had been raised personally by Empress Lu. For this reason alone, the group of founding heroes could not possibly hand the throne to him. Once the two most direct heirs had both been excluded, a name long ignored surfaced. Liu Heng, the King of Dai. He was the fourth son of the founding emperor, and he was 24 years old. This King of Dai had always been a marginal figure among the Han imperial clan. His mother had once been the concubine of an enemy king. After that kingdom was defeated, she was captured and sent into the Han palace. She was once accidentally favored by the emperor and gave birth to him. But she was never loved. For that reason, she never attracted Empress Lu's jealousy. During the dozen or so years in which Empress Lu purged the emperor's harem and the imperial clan, she was one of the very few lucky women who could go with her son to his fief and live far away from Chang'an. In the eyes of the ministers, Liu Heng, King of Dai, had two incomparable advantages. First, his maternal background was so weak it almost did not exist. His mother was of captive origin and had no powerful in-law family to rely on. His only maternal uncle was merely a minor official in Dai who handled miscellaneous affairs. Second, according to various rumors, this king of Dai was benevolent, filial, generous, and mild. He was not ambitious and difficult to control like the king of Qi. For the founding heroes who had just endured 15 years of Empress Lu's high-pressure rule, a gentle, weak, and controllable ruler was exactly the result they most desired. But these reasons could not be openly discussed. So the founding heroes found an impeccable formal justification. The king of Dai was the eldest living son of the founding emperor. The founding emperor Liu Bang had 8 sons. By 180 BC, only 2 remained. Apart from Liu Heng, the 24-year-old king of Dai, there was the 18-year-old king of Huainan. According to the patriarchal principle of seniority, the king of Dai unquestionably held the advantage. And the fact that the king of Huainan had been raised by Empress Lu made it even more impossible for him to be chosen. So, after the ministers reached a consensus, envoys rode out from Chang'an and headed north to the borderland of Dai, summoning the king of Dai to the capital to inherit the throne. But Liu Heng's reaction surprised everyone. Faced with this opportunity to rise to the highest position in a single step, he did not go mad with joy. He did not immediately set out. Instead, he showed a calm and caution far beyond his age. He repeatedly discussed the matter with the officials of Dai, carefully examining the situation in Chang'an and the true intentions of the various factions. In the end, he made an extremely prudent decision. He first sent his maternal uncle, Bo Zhao, to Chang'an. Under the pretext of reporting to the capital, Bo Zhao was to meet the core figures among the founding heroes, investigate the true situation in Chang'an, and test the real attitude of all parties toward Liu Heng's accession. After Bo Zhao reached Chang'an, he held a secret meeting with the Grand Commandant and others. The contents of this meeting are not recorded in the histories. But after Bo Zhao returned from Chang'an to Dai, he reported the situation to the king of Dai. Only after this did the cautious king of Dai finally set out for the capital. When the king of Dai's party arrived in Chang'an, he did not enter the palace directly. Instead, he first stayed at the Dai kingdom's official residence in Chang'an. The founding heroes and imperial clansmen brought the imperial jade seal to the residence and formally urged him to take the throne. Liu Heng declined several times, according to the political etiquette of the day. After each refusal, the ministers again begged him to accept. This repeated exchange was a common performance in traditional politics. The person being elevated had to display sufficient modesty and reluctance so that he would not appear greedy for power. After several rounds of refusal, Liu Heng finally accepted the Jade Seal. The list of those urging him to take the throne is deeply meaningful. The Chancellor, the Grand Commandant, the Great General, the Imperial Censor, the Minister of the Imperial Clan, the 2 younger brothers of the King of Qi who had just rendered great service, and the official who had tricked the Northern Army tally out of the Lu Supreme General. This list covered the founding hero group, the military power faction, and representatives of the Imperial Clan. It was a political decision based on a high degree of consensus. The official wording of their appeal had also been carefully considered. The public explanation they finally produced was this: the current emperor and the other sons of the late emperor are not truly the late emperor's descendants and should not continue to offer sacrifices in the ancestral temple. We have respectfully discussed this repeatedly with elder members of the Imperial Clan, ministers, marquises, and officials of rank 2,000 bushels and above. Everyone says that your Majesty is now the eldest son of Emperor Gao, and is the most suitable person to inherit from Emperor Gao.
Proper in name, lawful in form, flawless in argument. But everyone pretended to ignore one problem. On the very same day that Liu Heng accepted the Jade Seal, the King of Qi's younger brother found a founding hero. Xiahou Ying, the legendary charioteer who had once risked his life on the battlefield to rescue the emperor's children. He said to Xiahou Ying, "The two of us did not have time to play much of a role in the coup. Now we can only volunteer to clear the palace for the new emperor." The two men came to the palace and said to the 16-year-old young emperor, "Go out and find somewhere else to live." The young emperor looked at Xiahou Ying, the man who had once saved his father's life, and asked in confusion, "Where are you taking me?" Old Xiahou Ying replied, "Out to find somewhere else to live." Then they disarmed the young emperor's attendants and took him out of the palace in the Son of Heaven's own carriage. The same carriage then proceeded to the Dai residence to welcome Liu Heng into the palace. That night, this young emperor and his brothers, the 4 sons of Liu Heng's deceased second elder brother, were all killed. Together with the slain members of the Liu family, this bloody reckoning finally came to an end. There is one detail here that is especially thought-provoking in the Chinese historical sources. Liu Heng, king of Dai, once had a queen, and with her he had 4 sons. But before he went to Chang'an to take the throne, this queen and all 4 sons died of illness. The histories do not record their names, nor do they record what illness they suffered from. But the histories clearly record another matter. During Empress Lu's domination of politics, she had one fixed political practice: forcing Liu clan feudal kings to marry women of the Liu family as their queens. There are clear records of as many as 7 such cases. What if Liu Heng's queen in Dai was also surnamed Lu? What if, in the secret meeting between the King of Dai's maternal uncle and the Grand Commandant, the question of how to handle this Lu-born queen and her 4 sons was also discussed? The answers to these questions will never appear in any history book. But Liu Heng, king of Dai, eventually walked alone into the imperial palace of Chang'an. Beside him, there was not a single in-law relative who might become a second Liu family. And that unnamed Queen of Dai, along with her 4 sons, vanished completely from history. In 180 BC, Liu Heng, king of Dai, ascended the throne. He became Emperor Wen of Han. Chinese history was about to enter an era of good government that later generations would praise again and again. But before that came 15 full years, from Liu Bang's death to Liu Heng's accession. For 15 years, one woman ruled this empire. Her death triggered a 24-hour coup. In bloodshed, a dynasty completed the transfer of power. But true peace had only just begun. In the 2nd century BC, if we look down over Eurasia from above, we would see several centers of civilization undergoing dramatic change. In the Mediterranean, the Roman Republic was expanding at a staggering pace. It had defeated Macedon, subdued the Greek city-states, destroyed Carthage, and was drawing ever more war booty, slaves, silver, and provincial taxes into Italy. In the lower Nile Valley, Ptolemaic Egypt was still wealthy. It possessed Alexandria, papyrus, grain, Mediterranean trade, and a highly centralized royal treasury. But this Hellenistic kingdom had already begun to weaken under internal strife, foreign wars, and pressure from Rome. Farther west in Asia, the Seleucid Empire was in decline, while Parthia was rising. The old empire's territories were being carved apart, and a new cavalry empire was taking control of the Iranian plateau and pushing toward Mesopotamia.
In India, the Mauryan Empire had collapsed. Northern India had entered an age in which new dynasties, Hellenistic powers, and regional states overlapped. The region still had a large population, advanced agriculture, and active trade, but its level of political integration was no longer what it had been under Ashoka. And in this turbulent world, a very unusual state appeared in the east, the Han Empire. It did not become wealthy by constant outward conquest in the Roman manner. It did not turn the entire country into a royal estate, as Ptolemaic Egypt had done. Nor did it build power through military aristocrats and cavalry expansion, as Parthia did. Its wealth came mainly from within: population recovery, agricultural expansion, low taxes, iron tools, irrigation, granaries, household registration, and an increasingly mature bureaucratic system. If we use the 2nd century BC as our fixed point of comparison, we can reach a very clear conclusion. The Han Empire was unquestionably one of the most brilliant, wealthy, and organizationally capable states in the world at that time. And if we look only at population size, agricultural foundations, state fiscal reserves, and internal capacity for recovery, it had very likely already surpassed the Roman Republic of the same period. But the truly surprising part is not that conclusion. It is where the story begins. Around 200 BC, the Han Empire was almost unbelievably poor. The Han Dynasty was founded in 202 BC. At that time, China was not a naturally prosperous, orderly country waiting for a new dynasty to take over. It had just endured decades of almost continuous warfare. First, the wars of annexation at the end of the Warring States period. Then the Qin Wars of unification. Then the great rebellions against Qin. And finally, the Chu-Han War. The result of this long period of war was a sharp decline in population, abandoned farmland, ruined transport networks, fewer livestock, destroyed farming tools, and countless households that had lost their adult male labor force. It was the collapse of an entire social system of production. The new dynasty inherited a society hollowed out by war. In many places, fields had gone back to weeds, villages were ruined, and grain supplies were insufficient. When the founding emperor traveled, he could not even find 4 horses of the same color to pull his carriage. Court ministers lacked proper carriages and horses as well, and had to ride to court in ox carts. Across a territory of more than 3 million square kilometers, the population was only a little over 10 million. We do not have precise GDP statistics for that age, but if even the rulers of the empire were living in such embarrassment, we can only imagine what life was like for ordinary people. And yet, in less than half a century, the situation changed completely. During the reigns of Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing, roughly from 180 to 141 BC, the Han population recovered from the 10 million plus range at the dynasty's founding to the 30 million plus range. The land tax remained extremely low for a long period. In 167 BC, the central government even abolished the national land tax for a time. Corvée labor was reduced, the poll tax was lowered, and the destructive force of the legal system was softened. By the time Emperor Wu came to the throne, state granaries and fiscal reserves had already accumulated enough resources to support the large-scale frontier wars that followed. This period is known as the rule of Wen and Jing. It is often described as the first golden age recorded in Chinese history. More than 2,000 years later, modern China began reform and opening in 1978, and in less than half a century became the second largest economy in the world. In both cases, a country rose from devastation and underdevelopment to enormous economic strength. In that sense, the early rise of the Han Empire has many subtle parallels with China's modern rise.
Deng Xiaoping, the chief architect of China's reform and opening, once made a famous statement: "Science and technology are the primary productive force." That sentence helped shape a fundamental strategic shift in early reform-era China. Learning technology, developing technology, and treating technology itself as a factor of production. If we turn our gaze back 2,200 years to the rule of Wen and Jing, we can see that technology also played a foundational role in the Han Empire's journey from poverty to wealth. From Qin to the middle of the Western Han, northern China completed a crucial technological transition. Iron tools gradually moved from being expensive objects in the hands of nobles and armies to becoming basic tools of ordinary agricultural production. By the Qin and Han periods, iron was no longer just a material for weapons. It had entered farming tools, handicraft production, transport and construction. This does not mean that every farmer immediately owned a full set of iron tools, nor does it mean that the Han had entered anything like the modern industrial age. But it does mean that iron ploughs, iron hoes, iron sickles and iron axes were appearing in the fields in increasing numbers. Wooden and stone tools could open land, but they were inefficient, wore out quickly, and had limited ability to deal with hard soil or deep ploughing. At one remarkably well-preserved Western Han agricultural site, researchers found ridges, roads, houses, wells, latrines, grinding stones, iron sickles, iron axes, iron ploughshares, and even the footprints of people and oxen left in the fields. This was not a court record, nor a later legend. It was a cross-section of a Western Han village sealed in the soil. It shows that around the time of Wen and Jing, agriculture in northern China was not primitive, scattered or inefficient. It already possessed a fairly mature system of field management, tools and animal power. These innovations may not have transformed agriculture as radically as chemical fertilizers would in later times. They may have improved each household's efficiency only a little. But in an agricultural society, a little more per household, multiplied by millions of households, becomes imperial-level wealth growth. Crop structure was just as important. In the past, some people tended to write Western Han agriculture as a simple linear story in which wheat rapidly replaced millet. But newer archaeological research reminds us that the reality was more complicated. In the political core regions, millet crops still dominated. Wheat expanded in certain areas, but it did not immediately become the staple everywhere. Modern archaeobotanical research shows that agriculture in the Han core regions was not based on a single crop. It relied mainly on drought-resistant grains such as foxtail millet and broomcorn millet, while gradually absorbing wheat, soybeans, rice and other crops. Foxtail millet and broomcorn millet were drought-resistant and matured quickly, making them suitable for the dry environment of the north. Wheat had higher yield potential, but required more moisture and more demanding processing conditions. Rice was suitable for the south and for regions with abundant water. This kind of multi-crop system meant that the empire's food security did not depend on a single climatic window. If one crop failed, another might still sustain households and state granaries. Modern carbon isotope research can even estimate water conditions and yields from ancient charred wheat grains. Related studies estimate that wheat yields in northern China over the past 4,000 years ranged from roughly 0.5 to 2.5 tons per hectare. On land with good water conditions, yields could be far higher than on ordinary dry fields. This means irrigation was not a decorative improvement. It was a multiplier of grain production. And that brings us to the third technological force, water. The Qin and Han empires inherited and expanded the large-scale hydraulic traditions of the Warring States period. Major canal systems, dikes, reservoirs, wells, irrigation ditches,
and small-scale local waterworks together form the infrastructure of agricultural production. For example, Dujiangyan, first built during the Qin period, was extensively modified and upgraded during the Han, and it remains one of the irrigation sources for the Chengdu Plain to this day. Of course, irrigation had costs. Recent environmental history research has pointed out that agricultural intensification and large-scale water projects in the Han period were intertwined with more frequent flood pressure in the Yellow River Basin. In other words, Han technological progress was not a fairy tale. It increased yields, but it also changed environmental risks. Yet during the rule of Wen and Jing, the most important effect was that the state reorganized war-damaged land, population and tools and brought the agricultural system back into operation. There was another technology that is easily overlooked: standardization. The Qin dynasty had left behind unified weights and measures, currency, roads, documents, and administrative divisions. These continued to matter in the early Han. This may sound less vivid than an iron plough, but it was extremely important for the economy. Unified standards meant that grain, cloth, coins, land, and taxes could be compared, recorded, and transferred. Roads and relay stations meant that orders, tax, grain, and military supplies could move across regions. Granary systems meant that grain was not merely consumed, but could be concentrated, stored, distributed, and transported. This was the solid technological foundation possessed by the early Han Empire. In farming, iron tools, crop systems, irrigation, and standardization, it laid the strongest possible foundation for the growth of an agricultural society. And on top of that foundation, if the right political and economic measures were adopted, economic development would follow naturally. Besides these four crucial technological evolutions that liberated productive capacity in an agricultural society, we must also mention several other world-leading achievements in early Han technology. First, in metallurgy, as just mentioned, Han craftsmen inherited and greatly developed blast furnace and cupola furnace technology. The key was that, through improved bellows and the use of refractory materials, furnace temperatures could steadily exceed 1,200 degrees Celsius, fully melting iron ore into liquid metal. This meant the Han Empire could cast iron tools at scale, much as earlier craftsmen had cast bronze vessels. By contrast, although the Roman Republic of the same period had very high-quality forging techniques, its smelting technology was still based on bloomery iron. Roman smiths had to repeatedly hammer iron masses in a solid state to remove impurities, which meant iron objects in the West long remained expensive and semi-customized handmade goods. During this period, the Han Empire also produced a remarkable machine that changed the history of farming: the seed drill. This was an iron implement with a three-legged structure that could open furrows, sow seeds, and cover the soil in a single process, while also ensuring consistent spacing between rows. Its sowing efficiency was more than 10 times that of hand sowing. At the same time, the design of Han plowshares reached a classical peak. Through improvements to the curved surface of the moldboard, heavy Han plows could easily turn up deep soil and cover weeds completely, greatly enhancing soil fertility. According to comparisons made by agricultural historians, a Han farmer using 1 or 2 oxen with this efficient plow could cultivate far more effectively than the heavy, poorly turning smooth plows used in Europe before the 18th century. In textiles, Han's silk technology also reached its first great peak. By the Wen and Jing period, treadle looms were already capable of handling extremely precise warp and weft relationships. Some excavated silk fabrics from the time have been measured at densities of up to 220 warp threads per centimeter. Romans at this time were skilled at producing wool and linen, but they knew nothing about the biological production of silk fiber. Some Roman writers even absurdly believed that silk was a kind of downy fiber collected from trees. In the media of information storage and transmission, The Wen and Jing period also planted seeds that would later transform the world. Although traditional historiography credits the invention of paper to Cai Lun in a later age, modern archaeology has found fragments of primitive fiber paper in tombs from the Wen and Jing period. This means that as early as the 2nd century BC, the Han Empire was already trying to break free from heavy bamboo slips and expensive silk. By sharp contrast, the Mediterranean world of the same period still relied heavily on papyrus from Egypt. Papyrus was light, but because of the limitations of its plant fibers, it decayed easily in humid environments, and its production was entirely dependent on the geography of the Nile Valley. Another medium, parchment, was durable but extremely expensive. Making a single book could require slaughtering an entire herd of animals. The Han Empire's exploration of how to turn cheap plant fibers into a light writing medium provided the material foundation for the vast civil bureaucracy and scholarly institutions that came later. When historians and economists explain what the Han Empire did right during the rule of Wen and Jing, there are 4 Chinese characters that cannot be avoided. Xiuyang Shengxi. This was not a moral slogan, it was a very concrete fiscal arrangement. The main sources of revenue for the early Han Empire were not overseas trade, commercial tariffs or large-scale state monopolies. They were land, population, and labor service. In other words, the wealth the state could actually obtain came from the grain of farming households, the poll tax paid by adults, and the labor and military service performed by adult men. Therefore, the most important policy of the Wen and Jing period was not for the government to create wealth directly. It was for the government to reduce its immediate extraction from farming families, giving them time to restore production, keep surplus grain to feed their households, and return labor to the land. Letting the people and the strength of the people recover, reproduce, and grow. In modern economic language, it meant cultivating and expanding the tax base. Start with a land tax. The early Han land tax was already much lower than that of Qin. Under Emperor Gaozu, the basic tax rate was 1 part in 15, or about 6.7% of agricultural output. Under Emperor Wen, the land tax was further reduced to 1 part in 30, or about 3.3%. Later, it was at times reduced to 1 part in 60, or about 1.7%. In 167 BC, Emperor Wen directly abolished the national land tax. This policy continued until Emperor Jing restored it to 1 part in 30. For an agricultural empire to voluntarily push its core land tax to such a low level was extremely rare in the entire history of imperial China. Many ancient states raised taxes after war, using heavier extraction to repair fiscal deficits. The Han government under Wen and Jing did the opposite. It placed fiscal pressure on government spending and frontier logistics, rather than on the farming households that had only just begun to recover. This produced a direct effect. Farmers kept more grain. In an agricultural society, grain is not just a consumer good. It is food, seed, animal fodder, household savings, and insurance against disaster. When the government took less grain, farming households did not merely eat a little more. They could keep more seed, raise more livestock, repair more tools, and sustain more family members. In modern economic terms, their disposable income rose substantially, giving them stronger risk resistance and a greater willingness to invest and expand production. At the same time, low taxes reduced the pressure that drove people to flee, hide from household registration, sell land, or fall into bankruptcy. Now look at the poll tax. Besides the land tax, Han fiscal revenue also included a cash tax levied by person. During the Wen and Jing period, the poll tax was reduced from 120 coins to 40 coins. This was extremely important. Unlike the land tax, the poll tax was not based on output. It was based on the number of people. For poor households, its pressure was often harsher than the land tax. In a bad harvest year, land tax fell along with output, but the poll tax still had to be paid. The more adults a family had, the greater its cash burden. If it also had to perform labor service, the household would lose both labor and money at the same time. Lowering the poll tax reduced the cost for ordinary families of remaining inside the registered household system. This also served the state's interests. What the early empire feared most was not that one farming family paid too little, but that farming families left the registration system altogether. Once they fled, the state could no longer tax them, conscript them, or even count them. The core of Wen and Jing policy was to make it worthwhile for ordinary people to remain registered with the state. If taxes were low, labor service was light, and legal risks were reduced, farming households were more willing to maintain registration, cultivate land, and raise children. Short-term tax revenue fell, but the long-term tax base expanded.
The corvée system worked the same way.
Both Qin institutions and early Han institutions depended heavily on compulsory labor. Roads, palaces, border defenses, transport, and granaries all required people. The problem was that corvée labor did not take idle people away from households. It took away the adult laborers with the highest productive capacity. If an adult man left home for 1 month of service, the loss was not just 1 month of time. It disrupted the entire agricultural rhythm of sowing, harvesting, transport, tool repair, and caring for livestock. Under Emperor Wen, the frequency of labor service was reduced to roughly once every 3 years, and the age at which adult males became liable for service was pushed back to around 20. In practice, this kept young and strong laborers inside the household economy. The government did not hand cash subsidies to farmers, nor did it organize complex agriculture investment programs. It simply reduced extraction, allowing farming households to repair production on their own. For a society that had just experienced long warfare, this was more effective than short-term fiscal stimulus. When land was abandoned, tools were broken, livestock were scarce, and population was insufficient, the scarcest resource was not government orders. It was stable labor time. After reducing the land tax and the poll tax, in other words, after greatly increasing the disposable income and available time of ordinary people, the Han Empire's third policy was aimed precisely at creating a looser social and legal environment. In 167 BC, Emperor Wen abolished mutilating punishments. Some punishments that cut off limbs, sliced off noses, or tattooed faces were replaced with flogging, imprisonment, and other alternatives. This reform is usually described as humane government, but it also had an economic meaning. In an agricultural society, the most important form of capital is intact labor power. A person physically damaged by mutilating punishment did not merely lose personal productive capacity. His family lost a laborer, and the state lost a future taxpayer. Abolishing mutilation did not mean the law became weak. It meant punishment shifted from permanently destroying workers to punishing them while preserving their capacity to work. In essence, legal reform under Wen and Jing reduced the destructive cost of social order. The state still punished crime, but it tried not to permanently push usable people out of the production system. The looser social environment also appeared in relatively low interference with speech, commerce, and local production. Emperor Wen abolished harsh speech-related crimes and reduced political fear. The government did not frequently launch massive construction projects, nor did it consume the people's labor through palaces, tombs, and distant expeditions. Commerce was still looked down upon in political ideology, but the Wen and Jing period had not yet created the comprehensive state monopolies over salt, iron, and alcohol that later appeared under Emperor Wu. In other words, state control over society still existed, but everyday economic space was relatively loose. The effects of these ordinary economic policies can ultimately be seen in three indicators. First, population recovered. At the beginning of the Han, the population was roughly between 15 and 18 million. By the end of the rule of Wen and Jing, it had recovered to around 36 million. Even if scholars disagree on the exact numbers, the direction of growth is unmistakable. Second, grain prices and granaries improved. Low taxes, light labor service, and peace together increased the grain supply. Before Emperor Wu came to the throne, state granaries were already quite well stocked. Third, the fiscal structure stabilized. The government did not obtain short-term income by raising the land tax. Instead, by keeping land taxes low, labor service light, and society relatively loose, it gained a larger registered population, more stable cultivated land, and greater long-term extractive capacity. Therefore, the ordinary economic policies of the rule of Wen and Jing were not the result of one isolated measure. They were the combined effect of several low extraction institutions. Lower land taxes, lower poll taxes, less corvée labor, less destructive punishment, reduced court and military spending, and more space for private production. For an agricultural empire, these policies accomplished one essential task. They turned the common people from objects of state consumption back into assets of the state. The ordinary policies of the Wen and Jing period were low land taxes, low corvée obligations, and less destructive punishment, all designed to let agricultural households recover production. But simply collecting less tax could not solve every problem. The northern frontier needed permanent garrisons, soldiers needed grain, horses, fortifications, and transport. The problem was that frontier zones were not the regions richest in grain. Transporting grain from the interior to the border caused enormous losses. According to one estimate used in the supplied material, losses in ancient long-distance grain transport could reach around 70%. Even if we do not use that highest estimate, one point is certain. In an age without railways, modern highways, or mechanized transport, sending one shi of grain from the interior to the frontier cost far more than the grain itself. So one key fiscal problem under Emperor Wen was this. Without raising the land tax, how could the state make up the frontier grain shortage? Or, more broadly, how could the treasury function without increasing the burden on ordinary people? The answer of the rule of Wen and Jing was special handling for special needs. Raise resources from the wealthy. One very representative policy, and one that later attracted a great deal of commentary, was the sale of ranks and offices. Commoners delivered grain to the state, and the state granted them noble ranks. But describing this simply as selling ranks understates its financial meaning. More precisely, noble rank in the Wen and Jing period was, in a certain sense, an ancient form of government bond. Of course, it was not a modern paper bond. It had no fixed interest rate, no maturity date, and could not be freely traded on an open market like a US Treasury bond. But it had the core structure of a government bond. The state issued a credential backed by its own credit, raised fiscal resources from society, and promised future repayment in the form of institutional benefits. The logic of a modern government bond is this. You lend money to the state, and the state later repays you with principal and interest. The logic of receiving rank in return for grain in the Han was this. You deliver grain to the state, and the state gives you rank. That rank can later provide status, honor, reductions in labor service, mitigation or exemption in punishment, and other institutional benefits. It was not cash interest, it was status interest. It was not repayment of principal at maturity, it was long-term repayment through privilege. This is exactly where the early agricultural empire showed its intelligence. The state lacked grain, but it possessed an inexhaustible asset: the hierarchy of status. Noble rank was one of the most important status markers in Qin and Han society. Whether a person had rank, and how high that rank was, affected not only face and prestige, but also legal treatment, labor obligations, social standing, and even access to certain political and administrative channels. So the state turned an intangible form of political credit into a fiscal tool that could be exchanged for grain. The design of the Han Empire was very clear. Let us use a simple example to show how this system worked. Take the most direct problem: grain shortages on the frontier. The northern border needed permanent garrisons. Soldiers needed grain, horses, fortifications and transport. The problem was that the border was not the most grain-rich region. Transporting grain from the interior to the frontier was extremely wasteful. According to the estimates cited above, losses in ancient long-distance grain transport could be as high as around 70%. Even if we do not use that highest estimate, one thing is certain: without railways, modern roads, or mechanical transport, the real cost of delivering one shi of grain to the border was far higher than the grain itself. Under the system of selling ranks, the empire did not simply impose more taxes on poor peasants. Instead, it encouraged those in society who had surplus grain and capital to deliver grain to the places where the state needed it most. Historical records state that delivering 600 shi of grain to the frontier could earn the rank of Shangzhao. 4,000 shi could earn the rank of Wu Dafu, and 12,000 shi could earn the rank of Dashu Zhang. In this way, the Han government solved three problems at once. First, the state obtained frontier grain. It made wealthy households, merchants and local magnates bear the transport cost themselves. The state only had to recognize the rank and receive the grain into frontier granaries. On the fiscal books, the state did not increase the land tax. On the logistical books, the border received grain. Second, it raised grain prices and protected farmers. The managers of an agricultural empire were not only worried about the state lacking grain, they were also worried about the classic problem of cheap grain hurting farmers. In good harvest years, peasants had grain in hand, but prices were low and they could not sell at a good price. They still had to pay the poll tax and still had household expenses. As a result, they might be forced to sell grain cheaply or even sell land and take on debt. The sale of ranks created a huge policy-driven buyer. To obtain rank, wealthy people had to buy grain on the market and deliver it to state granaries. Demand increased, grain prices rose, and farmers earned more from selling grain. In this way, the state did not directly subsidize farmers. Instead, through the market for rank, it directed the money of the wealthy into the grain market, allowing farmers to receive higher income. Han bureaucrats summarized this logic with 6 very precise Chinese characters: take from surplus, make up for shortage. The part of this system that most resembles government bonds is that it was not a one-time transaction. It was an exchange of credit between the state and society. But all bonds carry risk. If a modern state issues unlimited debt, bond prices fall, credit is damaged, and interest burdens rise. Han noble ranks were the same. If the state sold ranks without limit in exchange for grain, rank would depreciate. If everyone had rank, rank would no longer be scarce. If it was no longer scarce, it could no longer attract wealthy people to deliver grain. And if the state continued selling it more cheaply, soldiers who had earned rank through military merit would feel cheated. The status they had won by bleeding on the battlefield was being purchased by others at lower cost. So the truly impressive part was not issuing rank. It was that the Han Empire had mechanisms to prevent rank from losing value. First, it limited the scope of issuance. The ranks sold during the Wen and Jing period were mainly low and middle ranks, not titles such as marquis or inner marquis, which approached true fiefs and high political resources. Ordinary people could buy ranks roughly from the 1st to the 8th level. Officials could buy somewhat higher ranks, but truly high ranks, real power and fiefs could not be purchased casually. In this way, the state sold status benefits to society without selling core political power. It was like a modern state issuing government bonds without selling sovereignty. Second, it controlled the content of repayment. Most of these ranks were not actual offices. A buyer could gain status, ritual treatment, reduced labor service, lighter punishment, and other benefits. But he did not immediately gain control over armies, commanderies, counties, courts, or finances just because he delivered grain. What the state paid out was not land or office, but institutional privilege. This reduced fiscal cost. The state exchanged low marginal cost honor and status for real grain and transport services. Third, it created a redemption mechanism. This was the crucial point. Qin and Han noble ranks were not things that could only be issued and never recovered. They could be stripped, offset, or consumed by the state. In Qin and Han law, privileges related to rank generally included rank-based mitigation, rank-based exemption, rank-based redemption, and deprivation of rank. Put simply, a person with rank who committed a crime could use that rank to reduce punishment or offset part of his responsibility. But this did not mean the state simply let him go. His rank was consumed, reduced, or even confiscated. From the perspective of modern finance, this was like the state issuing a status bond, while retaining the right to cancel or redeem it. The rank exited circulation and scarcity was preserved. This was the key mechanism that prevented the credit of rank from collapsing. Fourth, rank could be repeatedly used by the state for fiscal mobilization. As long as rank had not been completely devalued, it could be used again in times of war, frontier defense, disaster, or fiscal shortage. The Wen and Jing period used it to obtain frontier grain. Under Emperor Wu, rank and redemption systems would continue to be used in even larger wars. Rank became a reusable credit asset in the state's fiscal toolbox. But the precondition for repeated use was that it could not be issued recklessly until it became worthless. This was already very close to an ancient system of fiscal securities. This system had an even deeper significance. It monetized the Han Empire's status hierarchy. It was a precocious state credit system, issuing government bonds in the form of noble rank, paying interest in privilege, raising capital in grain, redeeming bonds through law, and preserving credit through the scarcity of rank. Another major political and economic problem in the early Han was the existence of the regional kingdoms. In the early Western Han, territory directly controlled by the emperor coexisted for a long time with semi-autonomous kingdoms ruled by imperial princes. At that time, the kingdoms together held more than 20 commanderies, while the central government directly controlled only 15. In name, the Han Empire was already unified, but large amounts of land, population, and fiscal resources were not fully in the hands of the central government. These princes were not ordinary local officials. Local officials were appointed by the central government. They could be transferred, evaluated, and punished. Princes were different. They held hereditary lands, possessed imperial clan status, appointed officials within their kingdoms, collected taxes, controlled armies, and in some periods even participated in minting coins. For the central government, the real danger was not simply that a particular prince had ambition. It was that the kingdoms had independent fiscal capacity. For example, powerful kingdoms such as Wu possessed copper mines and salt fields. Copper meant raw material for coinage. Salt meant a necessity of daily life. If a kingdom could control both salt and copper, in addition to its own land and population, it was not merely a local administrative unit. It was a small fiscal state. It could reduce burdens on its own people, attract migrants, accumulate military supplies, and expand armaments. It could even subsidize the population with local resources and compete with the central government for people. This shows that the relationship between the kingdoms and the center was not one of simple obedience. It was a competition for tax base and population. The right to mint money was one of the core issues in this competition. In less than 100 years, the central government repeatedly wavered over whether private coinage should be allowed. This was partly because it lacked sufficient financial management experience, but more importantly, because it was competing with the kingdoms for control over coinage. At first, Wu had copper mines. The king of Wu recruited people, opened mines, made money, and earned enormous profits. The central government tried to ban private minting. But even when the central government threatened the death penalty, Wu had an independent judicial system and could simply ignore central policy. Where profit existed, there were always people willing to risk death. By the time of Emperor Wen, the central government changed course. It abolished the ban on private minting and allowed private coinage. Why? To fight a monetary war against Wu. At the same time, it issued coinage standards and imposed severe punishments on anyone who debased coins. But enforcement was still poor. Ordinary people chased profits, abandoned farming, and went off to mint coins. The coins they produced were unreliable, often debased, and impossible to police fully. This is why, under Emperor Wen, something happened that many people find hard to understand. Why would Emperor Wen, remembered as one of the wisest rulers in Chinese history, grant an entire mountain in Shu to a favorite named Deng Tong, allowing him to mine and mint coins on a large scale? The reason is actually simple. Deng Tong was Emperor Wen's proxy. The 4 Ju coins minted by Deng Tong were of very high quality. They circulated throughout the Han market and competed evenly with Wu coins, while also producing large profits. This later became a kind of trial run for the state-run salt and iron monopolies, and the equal transportation and price stabilization policies of Emperor Wu's reign. When political tools cannot solve economic problems, war becomes the final outcome. The greatest internal crisis of the Han Empire during the rule of Wen and Jing occurred in 154 BC. The traditional name for this conflict is the Rebellion of the Seven Kingdoms. On the surface, it was a rebellion by 7 imperial princes against Emperor Jing's Cao Fan policy, the reduction of princely power. At a deeper level, it was the early Han Empire choosing between 2 systems. Should the state be an empire with unified taxation, unified appointments, and unified coinage under the central government? Or should it be a loose federation composed of the center and semi-autonomous kingdoms? In other words, the kingdoms of the early Western Han were not ordinary administrative regions. They were small political economies embedded inside the empire. There were historical reasons for this arrangement. After the founding of the dynasty, the central government was still weak. It needed imperial clan kingdoms as buffers to control newly conquered regions, suppress non-clan military founders, and stabilize local order.
But decades later, the problem reversed. War had ended, population had recovered, agricultural production had grown, and the regional kingdoms had grown wealthy as well. The more the central government practiced recovery and rest, the more time powerful kingdoms had to accumulate resources. The most typical example was Wu in the southeast. After Emperor Jing came to the throne, the pace of Saifan clearly accelerated. The technical method was not simply to declare princes guilty, but to use legal and administrative reasons to reclaim parts of their territories.
If a kingdom committed ritual impropriety, land was cut away. If a kingdom violated administrative law, land was cut away. If a kingdom long refused to obey the center, land was cut away. The result was a direct reduction in the population, land tax, mineral resources, and strategic routes controlled by the princes. For the princes, this was not a matter of face. It was a balance sheet problem. If a kingdom lost one commandery, it lost land, registered households, tax sources, and part of its mobilizable manpower. Sefan did not remove colors from a map. It cut away the kingdom's long-term cash flow. In 154 BC, the king of Wu was the first to rise in rebellion. Chu, Zhao, and several kingdoms in the Qi region then joined. Traditional military figures placed the Wu army at around 200,000 men, with the other rebel forces together reaching around 300,000, for a total of about 500,000. These numbers may contain the usual exaggeration found in ancient war records, but they at least show that the regional kingdoms possessed very strong mobilization capacity. The central government was not facing scattered unrest. It was facing a coalition of multiple fiscal units and military political groups. The rebels used the slogan, "Remove the evil ministers around the ruler." This was typical political packaging. It did not openly deny the emperor. Instead, it claimed that bad men around the emperor had to be removed, especially the officials who supported Sefan. For an English-speaking audience, we might explain it this way. The rebels did not begin by declaring that they wanted to overthrow the entire dynasty. They framed the war as an attempt to restore proper order. This reduced the moral cost of rebellion and could attract forces still waiting to see which side would win. At first, Emperor Jing did waver. The minister who had led the Sefan policy was executed. But this did not stop the war. The reason was simple. The seven kingdoms were not fighting over the life or death of one minister. They were fighting over the central government's Sefan policy itself. The key to the war was not frontal battle, but logistics. The central commander did not rush to relieve the besieged kingdom of Liang, which was held by the emperor's own younger brother. Instead, he chose to control strategic routes and cut off the supply lines of the main Wu and Chu forces. This choice was extremely important. The larger the rebel army, the more dependent it was on grain. If it could not achieve a quick breakthrough, a military force of 500,000 men would rapidly become a black hole for food. The advantage of the Wu-Chu forces lay in money, resources, and initial troop strength. Their weakness lay in long-distance operations and exposed supply lines. The Central Army's strategy was to turn the war from a question of who is braver into who can keep supplying grain longer. In the end, the rebellion was suppressed in roughly 3 months. The king of Wu was defeated, the king of Chu committed suicide, and the other participating kingdoms were gradually dealt with. But the real significance for the rule of Wen and Jing was not the 3-month military campaign. It was the institutional result after the war. After the rebellion, the central government gained political justification to compress princely power. The kingdoms still existed. Royal titles still existed. Imperial clan prestige still existed. But real power was weakened. The center began to control more tightly the appointment of kingdom officials, fiscal income, military mobilization, and coinage. After Emperor Jing, Emperor Wu continued this trend. Eventually, through the further division of kingdoms, the recovery of minting rights, and the strengthening of the central bureaucracy, the kingdoms were gradually transformed from actual local governments into aristocratic fiefs with titles, limited income, and weak military capacity. Of course, no economic miracle can be separated from some form of strong leadership. or from the distinctive personal charisma of the highest ruler. Think of Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore's rise, Deng Xiaoping in Reform-era China, or Emperor Wen during the rule of Wen and Jing. From the founding emperor Liu Bang to Empress Lu, and then to Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing, the early Han Empire went through at least 4 consecutive political stages during its recovery and rapid development. Each stage had internal struggles, and each had policy fluctuations. But one basic direction remained intact. After the war was over, the state could not continue to squeeze society as if it were still in wartime. The early Han leadership did not suddenly become benevolent. Rather, after the collapse of Qin and the devastation of the Chu-Han War, it reached a realistic conclusion. If the new dynasty continued to use high extraction, massive construction, harsh punishments, and high military spending, it would repeat Qin's failure. The role of the founding emperor was to preserve the Qin state machine, but reduce the intensity with which it was used. Qin had left behind commanderies and counties, household registration, law, roads, weights and measures, and document-based administration. Han did not abolish all of these institutions. On the contrary, it inherited the skeleton of the unified empire. The difference was that after the founding, the Han government gradually reduced land taxes and corvée pressure, so that this skeleton no longer bled society as it had at the end of Qin. In other words, early Han policy was not anti-Qin. It was keep the efficiency of Qin institutions, but reduce the violent consumption of Qin-style rule. One particularly unusual figure in this process was Empress Lu. Her political image in traditional narratives is very negative. But from the perspective of economic continuity, she did not push the country back toward massive war and heavy taxation. She dominated politics roughly from 195 to 180 BC. During this period, northern pressure remained, and internal relations within the imperial clan were unstable. Yet the state as a whole did not launch the kind of long expeditions that would later appear under Emperor Wu. Even when the arrogant Xiongnu Chanyu sent her a letter that insulted her personally, she ultimately endured it and did not choose a large-scale retaliatory war that would have exhausted the people and the treasury. At the same time, monetary policy under Empress Lu did involve significant intervention, including bans on private minting and the reissue of state coinage, which at one point created problems in prices and circulation. This shows that although Empress Lu was ruthless toward Liu clan princes and founding ministers, when dealing with economic issues, she was more inclined to experiment with policy tools than to drive social recovery through bloody rule. After Empress Lu, Emperor Wen came to the throne, and the policy center of the early Han shifted in a more stable direction. This shift is usually summarized as Huang Lao thought. This was a governing philosophy deeply influenced by Taoist ideas. Its most important implications can be reduced to 3 points. First, the government should interfere less. Second, the law should harm people less. Third, war should be launched less often. The early Western Han court, from the highest ruler to advisors such as Zhang Liang, did indeed favor Huang Lao thought and use it as a philosophy of statecraft, not merely as a private moral cultivation. Of course, whether a policy is good or bad is one matter. Whether it fits the conditions of the time is another. But the most important question is whether it can continue. In the continuity of early Han economic and social policy, one person played a crucial role: Empress Dowager Do, the wife of Emperor Wen. Her role was to ensure that this philosophy did not remain tied only to Emperor Wen personally, but continued into the reign of Emperor Jing and in the early reign of Emperor Wu. In a sense, Empress Dowager Do's presence in Changlei Palace symbolized the dominant position of Huang Lao thought in early Han political economy. A governing style that lasted nearly 40 years would have been very difficult to sustain across generations without the support of a core figure in the court who accepted this low-consumption path.
The clearest example of Huanglao practice appears in the personal conduct of Emperor Wen. His special quality was that he turned frugality into fiscal discipline. This is one of the reasons he was later praised as a model ruler for all ages. Emperor Wen once planned to build a terrace. When the estimated cost came to 100 jin of gold, equivalent to the assets of 10 middle-income households, he cancelled the project. His clothing, carriages, horses and curtains were all kept modest. His tomb did not imitate the massive engineering of the first emperor of Qin's mausoleum. It did not use large amounts of gold and silver as burial goods, and it tried to minimize the use of the people's labor. These details are not merely moral anecdotes. They should be understood as fiscal signals. In an imperial society, the emperor's consumption had an exemplary effect. If the emperor expanded palaces, local officials would build larger offices. If the emperor pursued lavish burial, nobles would follow. If the emperor loved war, frontier military spending would devour tax revenue. Emperor Wen's personal frugality actually lowered the consumption expectations of the entire ruling group. It did not create grain directly, but it reduced the speed at which the state converted grain and labor into non-productive projects. Frontier policy followed the same logic. During Emperor Wen's reign, the Northern Steppe Empire continued to threaten the frontier. In 177 BC, the Xiongnu launched a large-scale invasion, carrying off people and livestock. In 162 BC, Emperor Wen restarted peace negotiations with the north through a new imperial edict. In 158 BC, there were again two southward attacks, each involving roughly 30,000 men, and the Han government sent out 6 armies in response. In other words, Emperor Wen did not live in a vacuum free from war threats. He faced real border crises. But his approach still prioritized avoiding total war. Early Han peace arrangements with the northern peoples included marriage alliances, gifts, border markets, diplomatic letters, and military defense. Modern research generally holds that these policies could not bring permanent security, because the internal structure of nomadic confederations was loose. Even if the supreme leader reached an agreement, he could not completely restrain all subordinate groups. But from a fiscal perspective, these policies at least delayed total war. Emperor Wen used goods, marriage alliances and frontier markets to buy time. Time allowed population to recover. Population recovery allowed cultivated land to expand. Expanded cultivated land later produced state reserves. What Emperor Jing inherited was not simple gentleness, but restraint with boundaries. The rebellion of the Seven Kingdoms showed that once regional princes threatened the fiscal and military unity of the central government, the center would still use force. This was not a minor frontier irritation, but a deep internal danger that could decide the survival of the empire. After suppressing the rebellion, the central government continued to recover princely power. But in its treatment of ordinary people, agricultural taxes and routine state spending, Emperor Jing did not overturn Emperor Wen's line. After 154 BC, the empire did not immediately move into large-scale foreign wars just because it had won the rebellion. It continued to maintain internal recovery. Only after Emperor Wu came to the throne in 141 BC did the state gradually enter a new age of high military mobilization. The massive expeditions under Emperor Wu did expand the empire's territory, but the cost was enormous. Around 119 BC, during the Great Northern Campaigns, the Han army lost horses on the scale of 110,000, and the fiscal cost of war was huge. Afterward, the government promoted currency reform and introduced fiscal tools such as state monopolies over salt and iron.
These consequences, in reverse, reveal the value of the Wen and Jing period. It delayed high-cost warfare for decades, allowing the empire to accumulate wealth before entering the expansion stage. So the personal role in the rule of Wen and Jing was not that a certain emperor was naturally kind. It was more like a sequence of rulers repeatedly choosing a low-consumption path. The founder preserved the unified state machine but reduced extraction. Empress Lu maintained general stability and experimented with monetary policy. Emperor Wen institutionalized frugality, low taxes, lighter punishment, and delayed war. Emperor Jing weakened the regional kingdoms while continuing a recovery-based fiscal policy. In a system where centralized power naturally tends to expand, the hardest thing is not to make government do more. It is to make government, when it has the ability to take more, build more, and fight more, choose instead to take less, build less, and fight less. If we place the Han Empire of the Wen and Jing period on a world historical map, the most suitable comparison is the Roman Republic of the 2nd century BC. Both states became wealthier during the same period, but they became wealthy in completely different ways. The Han Empire's wealth growth came mainly from internal agricultural recovery. The government lowered land taxes, reduced corvée labor, softened the destructive force of punishment, and avoided long, large-scale wars. This allowed population, land, grain, and household productive capacity to grow continuously. The core wealth of the Wen and Jing era was not one-time plunder. It was the continuous recovery of population and agricultural output. The Roman Republic was the opposite. In the 2nd century BC, Rome kept winning across the Mediterranean. Victory brought not agricultural recovery, but booty, indemnities, slaves, mines, provincial taxes, and trade routes. Around 167 BC, Rome stopped levying its traditional war tax on citizens in Italy. This date offers a very useful comparison with the Han Empire. Around the same time, Emperor Wen abolished the land tax, and Rome also freed its citizens from direct war taxation. But the fiscal logic behind these two events was different. The Han Empire abolished the land tax because the central government actively compressed spending and left wealth in the hands of farming households, using low taxes to cultivate a future tax base. Rome stopped collecting the war tax from citizens because after military victories, the state obtained large amounts of funding from outside, especially indemnities from defeated states and income from conquered regions. In other words, Han tax relief came from taking less from internal society. Roman tax relief came from taking more from the outside world. Rome's original war tax was mainly levied on property-owning citizens eligible for military service and was used to pay military expenses. It was not a modern income tax, but a wartime fiscal responsibility based on property class. After 167 BC, citizens in Italy were long exempt from this direct tax, and Rome's fiscal pressure increasingly shifted to provinces, allies, and conquered regions. Provincial inhabitants bore land taxes, poll taxes, tribute, customs duties, and the additional exploitation of tax farmers. This created two different directions of wealth flow. In the Han Empire, wealth flowed from farming households to local granaries and then to the central treasury. During the Wen and Jing period, the government deliberately slowed this flow, allowing more grain to remain temporarily within farming households and village society. What the state gained was long-term population growth, long-term restoration of cultivated land, and future taxable capacity. In the Roman Republic, wealth flowed from conquered regions into Italy, then spread through the treasury, the army, aristocrats, equestrian contractors, and urban consumption. Large amounts of silver, slaves, and land income entered Italy, encouraging the expansion of large estates and putting pressure on traditional small farmers. Rome's military victories increased the state's cash capacity, but at the same time created problems of land concentration, slave labor, and an urban proletariat. Overall, the Han Empire was a typical agricultural state. It cared about household registration, land, adult population, grain storage, corvée frequency, and grain routes to the frontier. The state's main problems were how to prevent farmers from fleeing, how to bring land back into cultivation, how to keep grain flowing steadily into granaries, and how to feed frontier armies. Even later fiscal expansion, including state management of salt and iron and currency monopoly, was mainly organized around the control of internal resources. The Roman Republic, by contrast, was a military commercial republic. It cared about legions, war booty, indemnities, provincial taxes, maritime trade, mines, and the import of slaves. The state's main problems were how to keep war-producing revenue, how to manage conquered territories, and how to convert external wealth into political advantage at home. Rome certainly had agriculture. Italian farming and the Mediterranean grain supply were both very important. But the most striking variable in Roman wealth growth during the 2nd century BC was external expansion. Now look at Ptolemaic Egypt. Egypt was certainly rich. The Nile Valley was one of the most stable grain-producing regions of the ancient world, and Alexandria was one of the most important cities in the Mediterranean. The Ptolemaic dynasty possessed a highly developed bureaucratic taxation system. Through grain, cash, monopolized industries, and royal land, it could concentrate the output of the Nile Valley in the hands of the royal house. Within the Hellenistic world, Ptolemaic Egypt was long one of the wealthiest kingdoms. But by the 2nd century BC, its problems were also clear. First, its geographical base was too narrow. Egypt's wealth was highly concentrated in the Nile Valley and Delta. It was extremely fertile, but it was not a continental empire with tens of millions of agricultural people spread across several great plains. Second, its state scale could not compare with Han. Ptolemaic Egypt was a wealthy kingdom, but not a unified empire with a vast interior, enormous registered population, multiple agricultural regions, and deep strategic space like Han China. Third, it was already under Roman pressure. In 168 BC, when the Seleucid king advanced toward Alexandria, a Roman envoy forced him to withdraw with an order from the Senate. This showed that Egypt, though rich, no longer possessed strategic initiative. If a country has great wealth, but increasingly relies on another power for diplomatic and military security, it is hard to call it the strongest state in the world. Now look at the Seleucid Empire. The Seleucids had once ruled one of the largest states inherited from Alexander's empire, stretching from Syria and Mesopotamia to the Iranian plateau and at times even approaching the borders of India. They controlled many ancient and wealthy regions, possessed great cities, trade routes, Hellenistic armies, and complex taxation systems. But by the 2nd century BC, the Seleucid state was no longer a rising empire. It was a collapsing one. After the Treaty of Apamea in 188 BC, the Seleucids were forced to give up major interests in Asia Minor and pay a huge indemnity. They were pressed by Rome in the west, cut apart by Parthia and the Greco-Bactrian world in the east, and troubled by constant struggles over the throne at home. Around 141 BC, Parthia seized the major Mesopotamian city of Seleucia, meaning that the Seleucids had lost a core region in the east. So the Seleucid problem was not that it lacked historical accumulation. It had cities, tax sources, and trade routes. But its ability to integrate the state was collapsing. It could not concentrate those resources reliably, and it certainly could not, like the Han Empire, complete internal recovery, centralization, and fiscal accumulation within a few decades. Now look at Parthia. Parthia was a very important rising power in the 2nd century BC. It emerged from the Iranian plateau, relied on the military advantages of cavalry, and gradually took over the Seleucid inheritance in the east. By the time of Mithridates I, Parthia had entered Mesopotamia and become the new major actor in Western Asia. But at the point corresponding to the Wen and Jing period, Parthia was still in a phase of expansion and integration. It was a rising military aristocratic state, not yet a continental empire with completed household registration, unified finance, a stable agricultural tax base, and mature bureaucratic governance. Its strength lay in military mobility and geopolitical expansion, not in agricultural population scale or administrative penetration. Finally, look at ancient India. The Mauryan Empire had once been an extraordinarily powerful empire in South Asian history, but it had ended around 185 BC. After that, northern India entered a period in which the Xiongnu dynasty, regional kingdoms, Indo-Greek states, and northwestern outside powers coexisted. This means that India in the 2nd century BC was still one of the world's most populous, agriculturally developed, and culturally vibrant regions. But it was no longer the highly integrated empire of Ashoka's age. The Xiongnu dynasty controlled the Middle Ganges and parts of central India, but it did not restore the Mauryan scale that had once covered much of South Asia. In the northwest, the Indo-Greek kings had active coinage, trade, and military power, and rulers such as Menander were influential. But these states were regional kingdoms, not a unified fiscal state capable of representing the entire Indian subcontinent. So the final conclusion is this. In the 2nd century BC, the Han Empire was unquestionably one of the largest economic powers in the world, and very likely the greatest. And the path by which it developed, an inward-looking economy built through internal recovery, state capacity, and the mobilization of domestic resources, seems to carry a subtle echo of China's development in the modern world.
In 89 BC, in the heat of June, at the front hall of Weiyang Palace in Chang'an, the sky had not yet fully brightened, but official carriages were already crowding outside the palace gates. Ministers in black court robes moved up the stone steps and gathered before the hall. Their footsteps were deliberately quiet. No one spoke loudly. Yet an unspoken excitement ran through them all. News had come from inside the palace the night before. Today, the emperor would issue an edict deciding the matter of military farming at Luntai in the west. Luntai lay far away between desert and oasis, thousands of li from the imperial heartland. Ordinary farmers might live their whole lives without ever knowing where it was. But on the maps in Chang'an, it had already been circled. The officials, led by the chancellor, had previously submitted a memorial recommending that the empire station troops there to farm the land and build it into a firm foothold beyond the frontier. Soldiers could guard the area while cultivating fields, becoming self-sufficient and preparing for future expeditions. To many people at court, this was a procedure the empire had repeated for decades: expedition, garrison, military farming, then the establishment of frontier commanderies. In the end, an unfamiliar piece of land on the map would be fixed in place by officials, troops, roads, taxes, and law. Generals won merit through expeditions. Officials gained promotion by organizing grain supplies. Frontier aristocrats expanded their power through military farms and transport contracts. So when the officials lined up inside the hall, many assumed that today would simply be the formal announcement of another plan moving forward. The emperor on the throne said little. With a slight wave of his hand, a palace attendant stepped out from the side of the hall,
holding the imperial edict. The great hall fell instantly silent. No one dared raise his head. Only the rustle of sleeves could be heard, along with the heavy echo of the distant palace gates closing. The voice rang out across the empty hall. Everyone froze. The edict said that the officers in charge had once proposed increasing taxes on the people to help fund the frontier armies. That, the emperor said, would only make life harder for the elderly, the weak, orphans and poor households. Now, others were requesting that soldiers be sent to farm at Luntai. But Luntai lay far to the west, extremely distant from the empire's center of control. To farm there, people would have to be sent there. Grain would have to be sent there. Tools would have to be sent there. Fortified relay stations and beacon towers would have to be built. This, the emperor declared, would exhaust and disturb the empire. It would not nourish the people. This time, the hall was not merely quiet. It was dead silent. At last, some people understood. Today's edict was not an approval of the Luntai plan. It was a rejection. Those who had been waiting for the plan to pass were unable to react. The faces of frontier officials changed. The shoulders of military aristocrats stiffened. Fiscal officials lowered their heads even further. They understood what the edict truly meant. The emperor was not rejecting one minor proposal. He was rejecting the momentum that had built up over decades. The reader did not stop. The edict mentioned the failed Western expedition. The general who had once campaigned against the distant kingdom of Dayuan, brought back famous horses, and been ennobled among the highest ranks of the aristocracy, had later led another army beyond the frontier, only to be defeated and surrender. Soldiers had died, scattered, and been captured by the enemy. The emperor said these matters often filled him with grief. Yet now, some still wanted to recruit convicts and send them out in pursuit of revenge. Others still wanted to use the promise of marquisates to tempt soldiers into chasing more military glory for the court. The emperor refused. This, he said, was not what the empire should be doing now. By the end of the edict, the voice became even clearer. The most urgent task now was to stop cruel and abusive officials, prevent local authorities from adding unauthorized taxes, return the people to the foundations of agriculture, restore the horse breeding system, make up the state shortages, and maintain necessary defenses, not to keep dragging the empire down with endless expeditions. The ministers kneeling in the hall finally understood. This emperor, who had ruled the world for 50 years, this emperor, whose entire life had been defined by relentless advance, had for the first time called a halt. And he had admitted that the policies of the past had gone wrong. The officials lay prostrate in the hall, foreheads close to the floor. Sweat ran down some of their faces and fell onto the stone slabs. They were still trying to digest this political reversal that none of them had expected. They were terrified, uneasy, and perhaps even unwilling to accept it. But they did not know that this edict, later known as the Luntai Edict of Self-Reproach, would become one of the most important imperial edicts in thousands of years of Chinese imperial history. It would become the model for the Edict of Self-Reproach. In historical significance, it was in some ways no less important than the decades of territorial expansion carried out by this emperor. Without this edict, and without the emergency brake applied to expansion in the emperor's final years, the Han Empire might well have entered a rapid decline immediately after reaching the height of its power. And this emperor, Emperor Wu of Han, might have been remembered only as another tyrant in history, condemned for grandiosity, violence, and reckless ambition. Today, let us trace the legendary life of Emperor Wu of Han, one of the greatest conquerors in Chinese history. Let us examine what he gained and what he lost, and feel both the triumph and the sorrow of his life. Liu Che, the future Emperor Wu of Han, was not originally destined to sit on the throne. The previous heir was the emperor's eldest son, but that prince's mother rudely rejected a marriage alliance proposed by the emperor's elder sister. Deeply humiliated and furious, the Grand Princess quickly changed her target. She chose another consort, and that consort's young son, Liu Che, and married her own daughter to him. To support her son-in-law's rise, the Grand Princess used her privilege of easy access to the emperor to repeatedly slander the Crown Prince's mother and constantly praise the gentleness of Liu Che's mother and the intelligence of Liu Che himself. In the end, after a series of intrigues, the former Crown Prince was deposed and sent away from the capital. The young Liu Che was made the new heir. In 141 BC, the old emperor died, and 16-year-old Liu Che ascended the throne in Weiyang Palace. What Emperor Wu inherited was a vast empire that had enjoyed decades of recovery. A prosperous economy, full granaries, and a rapidly growing population. The policy left by the previous two emperors was clear: intervene less, conscript less, wage fewer wars, lower agricultural taxes, abolish complicated and harsh laws, and allow the private economy to repair itself. For an empire that had only recently recovered from civil war and the trauma of its founding, this approach had once been extremely effective. But in the eyes of the young emperor, surface prosperity could not hide the empire's deeper crises. Powerful nomadic enemies in the north crossed the border every few years, burning villages and carrying away people. The kings in the east and south of the empire still possessed their own armies and tax systems. And inside the capital, the person truly pressing down on the emperor was not any minister, but his grandmother, an old, blind woman of the imperial family who still held the highest power of judgment. She was no ordinary elderly royal. She was Emperor Wu's own grandmother. As a young woman, she had entered the palace from a poor family. She later followed her husband to the position of empress, survived decades of political storms, and became the empire's real supreme arbiter. Like her husband, she firmly believed in Huang Lao thought. The ruler should be like the way of heaven, quiet and non-interfering, reducing intervention in society, reducing war and taxation, and allowing the people to recover. To be fair, this philosophy had achieved great success under the previous two emperors. But as the empire's strength recovered, in her hands it had quietly changed. It was no longer merely a good medicine for governing and stabilizing the state. It had become a shackle that suppressed political innovation and protected the vested interests of the imperial in-laws. Once, an elderly Confucian scholar criticized the ideas she believed in inside the palace. She flew into a rage and ordered this frail old man, who could not even bind a chicken, to be thrown into the imperial pigsty and made to fight wild boars with his bare hands. Everyone nearby understood that this was not a joke. It was a warning. While she was alive, no new idea could easily cross her authority. The young emperor did not want to remain a decoration of this old order. Soon after ascending the throne, he began gathering scholars who spoke of ancient ritual, the hierarchy between ruler and minister, and the ideal of a unified empire. He hoped to reshape the government with new ideas. He ordered local officials to recommend upright men who dared speak frankly, and he personally presided over examinations for young scholars. Two reformist officials, deeply trusted by him, began promoting new court rituals and offered an extremely dangerous proposal. The emperor should no longer consult his blind grandmother on every matter. This proposal struck at the heart of the issue. It was not about ceremony. it was about power. But the emperor was too young. His grandmother's counterattack came swiftly, coldly, and without hesitation. She bypassed the emperor, mobilized her foundations among imperial in-laws and conservative officials, collected charges against the two reform leaders, and threw them into death row. Facing this sudden thunderbolt of anger, the young emperor discovered that although he was nominally the ruler of all under heaven, he did not have a core guard force truly loyal only to him. Nor did he have enough ministers willing to stand up for him. He could only yield and watch helplessly as the people he trusted most were driven to death in prison. The first round of reform ended in blood and fear. Ideas alone could not change the empire. To change the empire, one first had to control violence. In the years that followed, Liu Che put on the mask of a pleasure-seeking ruler uninterested in government. He often changed into plain clothes, dressed like an ordinary nobleman, and slipped out of the heavily guarded capital with a small group of attendants. He hunted and traveled through mountains, forests, and countryside, and sometimes even spent the night in private homes. In the eyes of conservative ministers, this seemed like a young man crushed by failure and sinking into indulgence. But the real change was taking place in the imperial hunting park southwest of the capital. At first, it was merely a hunting ground left over from an earlier age. But under his secret expansion, it gradually became a vast military and cultural complex stretching for hundreds of li. There, under the pretext of hunting and defending against wild beasts, he recruited low-born warriors, orphans, and lower-ranking cavalrymen, forming a private guard that bypassed the traditional military system and owed loyalty only to the emperor himself. At the same time, in the court at the capital, the imperial in-law factions were still fighting over the empire's resources. The emperor's uncle rose rapidly, greedy, arrogant, and domineering. He used his special status to build cliques and pursue private gain. When the Yellow River burst its banks and floods spread, he even obstructed the building of embankments simply because the disaster area did not threaten his own fief. On the other side, the old power of the grandmother's family had not yet left the stage. The old and new generations of imperial in-laws fought fiercely at court, framing and tearing at each other. On the surface, the young emperor seemed unable to restrain his uncle's arrogance and allowed him to push the representatives of the old in-law faction toward death. But in reality, he was watching tigers fight from a mountain. He was waiting for the moment that would truly decide the empire's fate. In 135 BC, that moment finally arrived. The blind old royal woman who had dominated the court died in Changle Palace. As the most steadfast defender of the old political philosophy closed her eyes, the chains around the emperor shattered. The atmosphere of the court changed immediately. The emperor's mother and his still powerful uncle wanted to continue influencing politics, but they soon discovered that they did not have the old woman's legal and moral seniority to suppress the emperor. Liu Che stepped out from behind the curtain and onto the stage. He used the trusted forces he had trained in the hunting park to take control of the capital's defenses. Through a swift reshuffling of personnel, he pushed out of the core of power those old ministers who could do nothing but preach, do less, change less. Then he recalled the scholars who spoke of ritual, ruler-minister order, and national unity, turning their classics into a path for selecting officials and their language into the official language of the empire. But he did not build a warm and moral state. Beneath this elegant robe of ritual, he preserved and strengthened harsh law, surveillance networks, and an efficient bureaucratic machine. What he wanted was not the dream of scholars, but a centralized empire that could command, tax, conscript, judge, and expand. By this point, the restrained era left by the previous two emperors had ended. This young man no longer intended to live peacefully on the granaries his ancestors had filled. He had new ideas, a new guard, new officials, and new preparations for war. Next, he would push this recovered empire toward the northern steppe. In 133 BC, the young emperor finally reached toward the north. Before this, the empire had endured for many years. Whenever cavalry from the northern grasslands rode south, beacon fires would rise along the frontier towns. Farmers fled behind city walls. Local officials sealed the granaries. Garrison troops waited in yellow earth and cold wind for the impact. Ministers in the capital had grown used to this rhythm. The enemy came, gifts were sent, marriage alliances were arranged, negotiations were held, concessions were made. Then the enemy left, the frontier repaired its walls, and everyone waited for the next year. Earlier emperors chose this policy not because they were weak, but because an empire just emerging from civil war needed recovery. Fields mattered more than battlefields. Granaries mattered more than glory. But now the storehouses were full, the population had recovered, and the state had horses, money, and men. The emperor no longer wanted to entrust the empire's security to the enemy's appetite. He planned an ambush of annihilation. The location was a small city on the northern frontier. The empire deliberately set out bait, preparing to lure the main force of the steppe power into a trap and destroy it in one stroke. If the plan succeeded, decades of humiliation might have ended in a single day. But at the last moment, the news leaked. 100,000 steppe cavalrymen raced back north, and years of patient preparation vanished into nothing. The retaliation that followed was swift and brutal. From the northeast to the northwest, enemy cavalry launched attacks along thousands of kilometers of frontier at the same time. They no longer merely plundered villages. They drove deep into the interior, captured cities, slaughtered garrisons, and carried away people. More than 60 years of peace efforts were destroyed in a few months. The capital was shaken. Sitting in his palace before maps and sand tables, the emperor finally saw the heart of the problem. The Han army did not know how to fight on the steppe. Once troops went beyond the frontier, the vast grassland had no roads, no cities, no directions, and no supply lines. Steppe cavalry did not need supply lines. They lived on horseback. If you went looking for them, you would lose your way on the grasslands. If you did not look for them, they would appear at your front door. 4 years later, the enemy rode south again. Frontier garrisons collapsed, and Xiongnu was in danger. The emperor made a decision. No more defense. The empire would strike first. He sent out 4 armies at the same time. The first was led by the empire's most famous veteran general. The other commanders were also respectable figures at court. But the commander of the 4th army surprised everyone. His name was Wei Qing. He came from a humble background. Previously, he had been little more than a cavalry slave in a noble household, responsible for raising horses, preparing horses, and leading horses. When his master went hunting, he even had to kneel on the ground as a mounting block. Later, because his sister was taken into the palace by the emperor, he entered the margins of power. To aristocratic generals, such an origin was almost beneath notice. But what the emperor saw was not pedigree. He thought, this man had been a horse slave. He knew what land without roads was like. He knew hunger, wind, and losing one's way. He knew how to track, how to make detours, and how to complete an encirclement in open country. After the 4 armies went beyond the frontier, bad news came back, one report after another. The veteran general was surrounded, his entire army destroyed, and he himself was captured before escaping back. Another force suffered a major defeat, losing 7,000 of its 10,000 cavalry. Another simply wandered around the grassland and returned without achievement.
Only the Fourth Army sent no news. The wait in the capital grew long. Then Wei Qing returned. He had not advanced slowly along the traditional route. Instead, he had driven straight into the heart of the steppe and found the enemy's ritual center. It was not a city, but the sacred ground where steppe nobles sacrificed to heaven and their ancestors. Han cavalry suddenly appeared on the horizon, charged into the camp, scattered the guards, burned the altars, seized spoils, and quickly returned south. The scale of this victory was not large, but its meaning was entirely different. For the first time, the Han army proved that it could enter the steppe on its own initiative, find the enemy, and come back alive. The emperor did not stop. In 127 BC, he turned his eyes to the grasslands south of the Yellow River. This region was less than 400 li from the capital. It was a dagger pointed at the empire's chest. From there, enemy cavalry could reach the gates of the imperial palaces within 10 days. The emperor decided to pull out this dagger. He sent Wei Qing out again. Wei Qing did not push forward head-on. Instead, he left the frontier from the northern commanderies, suddenly turned west, marched rapidly along the northern bank of the Yellow River, and circled behind the entire region. Along the way, there were no Han strongholds and no stable supply lines, only a cavalry force constantly moving forward. The enemy commander had no time to react. He could only flee north with his personal guards. His people, cattle, sheep, and the entire land fell into Han hands. The emperor immediately established new frontier commanderies there, moved large numbers of settlers into the region, and built cities and fortifications. The border was no longer just a line on a map. It began to be fixed in place by troops, farmland, offices, and walls. This was the famous Hetao region of present-day China. Then came the campaign south of the Gobi. A great western noble of the enemy withdrew to the lands south of the desert, assuming the Han army would never chase him so far. He was wrong. Wei Qing led his army out at night, marched hundreds of li, and arrived at the enemy camp in the darkness before dawn. This was not a long battle. It was a sudden, crushing blow. The enemy commander abandoned his soldiers, wives and concubines, grain and livestock, fleeing north with only a few hundred personal guards. Everything else fell into Wei Qing's hands. More than 10 high-ranking nobles, 15,000 ordinary people, and hundreds of thousands of animals. When the news reached the capital, the emperor could not wait for Wei Qing to return to Chang'an. He sent an envoy directly beyond the frontier to welcome the victorious army and appointed Wei Qing in the camp itself as the empire's supreme military commander. The man who had once knelt beside a stable to saddle horses now held the heaviest military authority in the entire empire. But the emperor needed more than a steady commander. He also needed a faster, sharper blade, one that almost ignored convention. In 123 BC, a 17-year-old youth followed Wei Qing on campaign. His name was Huo Qubing. He was Wei Qing's nephew, and also the emperor's nephew. As a young noble raised in the palace, the emperor gave him 800 cavalry, apparently just to let him gain experience. But when the main force suffered setbacks, a commander defected, and the atmosphere in camp sank to freezing point, this young man disappeared. A few days later, he returned to camp with his 800 men. What he brought back were more than 2,000 enemy heads. With a lone force, he had raided hundreds of li into enemy territory, struck deep into the enemy heartland, killed high officials, captured nobles alive,
and seized figures of ministerial rank. The emperor directly created a title that had never existed before and made him Marquis Champion. This was not an ordinary reward. It was the emperor's recognition of a new way of war. Speed mattered more than formation. Surprise mattered more than defense. And courage at times mattered more than experience.
2 years later, 19-year-old Hua Qiubing commanded 10,000 elite cavalry on his own. His target was the Hexi Corridor, the long narrow passage between desert, mountains and steppe, and the empire's gateway to the Western world. Older generals were used to infantry and chariots in formation. Against steppe cavalry, that model was heavy and slow. Wei Qing had already changed the Han army, but he still needed large baggage trains and a rear. Hua Qiubing was more extreme. This time, the 10,000 elite cavalry he led had not a single infantryman. He almost recklessly abandoned supply lines and relied on feeding the army from the enemy. Wherever he fought, he took food and horses from enemy tribes. He turned his force into an attack group with no attachments, no rear, only speed and killing power. Within 6 days, he marched at extreme speed, defeated 5 steppe kingdoms in succession, crossed the Yanzi Mountains, and cut through the Hexi Corridor, striking again and again from directions the enemy had not imagined. The Xiongnu were badly defeated. Even their precious golden statue, used in sacrifices to heaven, was captured and sent back to the capital as a trophy. After a brief pause, the emperor ordered Hua Qiubing to strike again. The allied force that was supposed to coordinate the attack lost its way, leaving Hua Qiubing alone. A normal commander would have withdrawn. He chose to attack. Beneath the Qilian Mountains, he defeated the enemy head-on and captured royal clan members, noblewomen, generals and high officials. The military power of the Hexi Corridor was almost wiped out. On the grasslands, laments began to be sung over the loss of the Qilian and Yanzi Mountains. In 119 BC, the emperor decided to launch the final showdown. The general-in-chief Wei Qing and the cavalry general Hua Qiubing each led 50,000 elite cavalry, advancing into the far north of the Gobi from east and west. Behind them were hundreds of thousands of infantry and labourers, grain carts, horses, roads, and the entire fiscal capacity of the empire. The emperor even used the imperial family's private horses to ensure the cavalry supply at the front. This was a battle that gambled with the fate of the state. Wei Qing's target was the enemy's supreme leader. Hua Qiubing's target was the main force of the eastern wing. After crossing the desert, Wei Qing discovered that the enemy had already formed ranks and was waiting. He won, but the encirclement failed. The enemy's supreme leader escaped. Han losses were heavy. A veteran general with great achievements was blamed for losing his way and eventually killed himself. The Western army had won, but it was covered in wounds. Hua Qiubing continued in his usual style. Full speed north, completely separated from the rear, crossing desert and rivers, driving straight into the enemy's heartland. He found the main force of the eastern wing and fought a cavalry battle. Then he climbed the enemy's sacred mountain and sacrificed to heaven. He went on to another mountain and sacrificed to earth, carving the empire's victory into the deepest part of the steppe. After the war, the powerful enemy in the north fled far away. South of the Gobi, they no longer had a royal court. The emperor had finally completed the goal of his youth. He no longer waited for the enemy to ride south. He pushed the war back into the enemy's own world. Although the Xiongnu problem had not been completely solved, the balance of the Han-Xiongnu war had fundamentally shifted. While the northern steppe was being torn open by one expedition after another, The emperor's eyes also turned toward other directions on the empire's map. For an agricultural empire facing a powerful nomadic enemy in the north, training cavalry, crossing deserts, and launching expeditions deep into the grasslands was only half of Emperor Wu's military achievement. One might even say it was not the half that most changed China's future. If the camera moves away for a moment from the northern frontier of the Han Empire and turns toward the south, southeast, southwest and northeast, we see expansions of similar scale and perhaps even deeper long-term impact. There were fewer cavalry showdowns there, no heroic ceremony like the sacrifice at Mount Langjushu, and no dazzling military stars shining in the Chang'an court. But almost at the same time as the decisive wars against the Xiongnu, Emperor Wu was also sending armies in every direction, turning these regions from spheres of imperial influence into parts of the imperial administrative system. In the south, the first kingdom pushed before the emperor was Nanyue, the kingdom of the far south. It controlled the region of today's Guangdong, Guangxi, and northern Vietnam, with its capital near present-day Guangzhou. This was not a remote little tribe. It was a frontier kingdom that controlled Lingnan, connected to the South China Sea, and influenced the Pearl River Basin and northern Vietnam. Whoever controlled this place controlled the gateway from the Central Plains to the world of the Southern Seas. This kingdom, founded by a rebel general of the Qin dynasty, had nominally submitted to the Han. But submission in name did not mean direct rule. The Han court could not govern its capital as it governed Guangzhou, Henan or Shandong. It could not appoint its officials at will, directly collect its taxes, or truly control its army. For the early Han court, this situation had once been tolerable. There was a powerful enemy in the north, kings within the Central Plains, and the empire had just recovered from war. Lingnan was too far away, with too many mountains, a humid climate, and difficult transportation. Instead of launching a costly southern war, it was better to let the kingdom submit in name while governing itself in practice. But in Emperor Wu's time, this compromise could not continue forever. What truly triggered the war was an internal power struggle inside Nanyue. Pro-Han forces within the royal house gradually grew stronger. The young king of Nanyue and the Queen Dowager leaned toward deeper submission, even hoping to bring the kingdom under direct Han control. But this decision touched the fundamental interests of the native aristocracy. An old minister who held real power had long controlled the court. His clan was deeply rooted, and he had strong marriage ties with the royal family and the nobles. He did not want to see a relatively independent kingdom become ordinary commanderies and counties under Han administration. Court conflict escalated quickly. In the end, he launched a coup, killed pro-Han royal members and Han envoys. At that moment, the southern problem was no longer a diplomatic issue. It had become an open challenge to imperial authority. Chang'an answered quickly. In 112 BC, Emperor Wu decided on a southern campaign. The Han court mobilized a large army and advanced along multiple routes toward the southern capital. From the north, the 5 ridges looked like a natural barrier separating the Central Plains from Lingnan. But this barrier was not impossible to cross. Han armies moved south from several directions. Some crossed the mountains, some advanced along rivers, and some pressured the southern kingdom from the west. One naval force broke through passes and pushed into the interior. Another main force carried the burden of frontal pressure and political surrender efforts. This was not a brute force advance along a single route, but a pincer campaign that used rivers, passes, and local forces. Nanyue did not hold out for long. When Han troops approached Panyu, today's Guangzhou, the situation inside the city quickly collapsed.
The king and the rebellious old minister tried to flee, but were eventually captured by Han forces. A southern kingdom that had lasted nearly a century came to an end. In 111 BC, the Han established a series of commanderies and counties there. Officials arrived. Household registers arrived. Taxes, roads, military posts, and legal order followed. The south was no longer just a humid, distant, semi-independent world at the edge of the Central Plains map. It began to become a place the imperial system could reach. More importantly, the fall of the Southern Kingdom opened the empire's gate to the sea. By controlling Lingnan, it controlled the key outlet from the Central Plains to the South China Sea. After the Han occupied the region, coastal ports quickly rose in importance. They were not only administrative bases, but also early maritime nodes leading toward the South China Sea, Southeast Asia, and the Indian Ocean. For a dynasty traditionally centered on the Yellow River, Guangzhong and the North China Plain, this was an entirely new spatial experience. For the first time, the Han Empire faced the South China Sea more directly. Monsoons, ports, pearls, spices, and long-distance maritime trade. Of course, none of this was completed overnight. The deep development of Lingnan would take a long historical process. But Emperor Wu's destruction of the Southern Kingdom was indeed one of the key starting points of that long process. It provided the earliest imperial institutional framework for later southward migration, the development of Lingnan, maritime trade, and the rise of the southern economy. After the southern capital fell, another uneasy kingdom among the mountains and seas of the southeast watched its fate closely. This kingdom lay hidden among the mountains, valleys, and coasts of today's Fujian, southern Zhejiang, and eastern Jiangxi. It was called Minyue. This region was not open like the North China Plain, nor was it as suitable for large formations as Guangzhong. Its mountain roads were rugged, its streams crisscrossed, and its passes were narrow. For armies from the Central Plains, this was not a battlefield for rapid advance. It was a complex terrain that swallowed speed, consumed supplies, and created ambushes. This southeastern kingdom was close to the sea, yet hidden behind mountains. It could communicate with the outside world while using the highlands for defense. To the Han Empire, it was not a direct border threat like the northern steppe enemy, but it was an even more difficult southeastern danger. As long as it existed, the southeastern coast would always contain a local kingdom not fully obedient to the center. In 111 BC, the ruler of Minyue saw the fall of Nanyue. He understood that the emperor was no longer satisfied with the old loose relationship of nominal submission. A frontier kingdom that had once accepted investiture and maintained surface peace had still been invaded by Han armies, its capital taken, and its autonomy abolished. So he did not wait. He rebelled first, even usurping the title of emperor, and attacked Han-controlled territory. For him, this was a dangerous gamble. For Emperor Wu, it was not an isolated incident, but the last hard stone in the order of the southeastern frontier. If the south had been destroyed, but the southeastern mountain kingdom could still remain separatist, then the conquest of the south would still be incomplete. Han armies soon attacked from multiple directions. This war also required coordination between land and water forces, and it too required crossing mountains and waterways. But here there was no clear royal capital target like the Southern Kingdom's capital, nor was there a relatively open route like the Pearl River Basin. Han armies faced a defensive space woven from mountains and sea. Troops crossing the river from the north had to pass through layers of mountains. Naval forces had to search along rivers and coasts for landing points and inland routes. Local surrendered forces were used to tear open cracks inside the kingdom. On such a battlefield, victory did not depend only on numbers. The terrain itself was Minyue's ally.
Mountain roads were narrow, making it difficult for large armies to deploy. The forests were damp, exhausting soldiers and spreading disease. Ravines and passes were ideal for ambushes. Every step forward required a price in logistics and time. Cavalry raids, common in the northern wars, lost their meaning here. The Han had to use a slower, heavier, and crueler method, pressing imperial power bit by bit into the depths of the mountains. Finally, in 110 BC, Mingyue collapsed from within. Its ruler was killed by internal forces, and the kingdom surrendered to Han. But Emperor Wu did not simply preserve the old lands and allow local nobles to continue governing. Instead, the empire took more extreme measures. It moved the local population on a large scale, leaving the old territory temporarily emptied. This was not merely the destruction of a kingdom. It was the removal of the social foundations of separatism in the southeastern mountains through forced migration and political dismantling. Migration was not an abstract command. It meant that many families left familiar mountains, rivers, ancestral graves and local communities, and were forced to move closer to Han's centers of control. For the empire, this was a security strategy. For those who were moved, it was a rupture of fate. Beyond the south and southeast, the emperor also turned his eyes to the southwest. This was not a single country, nor an enemy that could be conquered in one stroke. It was an extremely complex world of mountains and plateaus, stronger local regimes, kingdoms by lakes, tribes of different sizes and local chiefs. The southwest entered Emperor Wu's strategic vision from a very small beginning, a jar of sauce from Shu. A Han envoy discovered it at a banquet in the southern kingdom and realized that beyond formal Han control, there already existed a route connecting Bashu, the southwest, and Lingnan. So envoys were sent to the southwest. The emperor's strategy was clear. First, obtain nominal submission through diplomacy and gifts. Then, by establishing commanderies and counties, building roads and sending officials, gradually turn loose submission into real control. The Han would not treat every local chief as an enemy from the start. It would use rivalries among local powers, winning over some and suppressing others. First, certain chiefs would accept Han titles. Then the commandery and county system would gradually reach deeper. Through this combination of favors and force, the southwestern region of present-day China was gradually brought into Han rule. Next came the northeast, where another frontier kingdom was drawn into the same logic. This was Wiman Joseon, a state actually ruled by a fugitive from Yan. It was located beyond Liaodong and in the northern part of the Korean peninsula, connecting the Han Empire's northeastern frontier, the Liaodong region, the peoples of the northern peninsula, and regional trade networks. The early Han court had hoped it could exist as a buffer, but it could not tolerate Wiman Joseon monopolizing the routes by which smaller northeastern states reached the Han. After a diplomatic conflict, the situation completely broke down. Emperor Wu decided to solve it by war. In 109 BC, the Han expedition advanced by land and sea. One army pushed forward from Liaodong, while another crossed the sea from the Shandong Peninsula and drove toward the royal capital. The Han army demonstrated an ability to project force across the sea, but the war did not go smoothly. The sea route army attacked too eagerly, suffered a major defeat, and retreated into the mountains. The land route army favored a direct assault. The two commanders did not trust each other. One wanted negotiation, the other wanted battle. Ministers of Wiman Joseon saw the cracks and tried to delay the war by negotiating surrender separately. In the following year, 108 BC, with new reinforcements and unified command restored, Han finally won. But it was not a clean victory. Outside the royal capital,
Han forces faced not only walls and enemy troops, but also conflicts within the expeditionary army itself. Different sources of soldiers, different commanders, and different ideas of warfare. In the end, the nobles within Man Joseon split. The ruler was assassinated, and the kingdom fell. After the war, Emperor Wu established 4 northeastern frontier commanderies, extending administrative reach beyond Liaodong and into the northern Korean peninsula. These conquests are far less famous than the wars on the northern steppe. But from the perspective of how China's territory took shape, they may be the key to understanding Emperor Wu's true historical position. He made imperial officials, armies, roads, ports, household registers, taxes and law begin to enter places that had once existed only vaguely at the edges of the map. For the first time, in such a systematic, forceful and multi-directional way, he pushed the institutional frontier of the Central Plains dynasty toward the south, southwest, southeast and northeast. The northern wars shaped the martial image of the Han Empire. These less remembered conquests shaped the geographical outline of China's future.
And yet, not every expansion and victory came so easily. In 101 BC, beyond the Jade Gate, an army returned from the west. First came the dust in the distance. Then came horsemen, camel caravans, damaged military banners, and exhausted soldiers. Many of the men no longer had the expression of victors. The wind and sand of the western regions had worn down their armor, and the long road had broken their bodies. Behind them, they had indeed brought back what the emperor wanted: famous horses from the distant kingdom of Dayuan and countless treasures. The commander, Li Guangli, was barely 30 years old. After years of hard fighting beyond the Jade Gate, on an expedition whose round trip exceeded 13,000 kilometers, and after paying the price of tens of thousands of lives, he finally returned to imperial territory with the arrogance of victory. Chang'an rewarded him quickly. A marquisate, a fief of 8,000 households, and entry into the highest ranks of the imperial aristocracy. On the surface, this was another victory of the age of Emperor Wu. But when this army crossed the Jade Gate, the shape of victory already looked strange. It was not like Wei Qing returning in triumph from the north. It was not like Wo Chubing bringing back enemy royals from the depths of the desert. Those victories had been expensive, but they had changed the empire's security situation. The lands south of the Yellow River Bend were recovered, and the dagger at Chang'an's chest was pulled out. The Hersey corridor was opened, and the gate to the west was unlocked. After the decisive battle north of the Gobi, the northern enemy fled far away, and south of the desert there was no longer a royal court. Those wars at least had a clear goal: to allow the empire to breathe without being pressed down by enemies at the frontier. But Dayuan was different. It was too far away. So far that most Han commoners did not know where it was. So far that it was fundamentally impossible to transport grain there from the interior, because the grain consumed in transport far exceeded what actually reached the front. The imperial army crossed deserts, gravel wastes, and one unfamiliar city-state after another, and in the end brought back famous horses and a prestige that had been forced into recognition. At first, the matter had not seemed so absurd. The emperor wanted the famous horses of the West not merely because of personal preference, but because of the war against the Xiongnu. In the legends circulating in Chang'an, the horses of Dayuan were almost divine. They were strong, enduring, and suited to long-distance raids. To an emperor who had already grown used to changing the world with cavalry, they were not ordinary tribute, but a military resource. More importantly, in the initial negotiations,
The distant kingdom of Dayuan not only refused to sell the heavenly horses to the Han envoys, but even ambushed and killed members of the mission and seized their goods. For an emperor who had already pushed imperial prestige deep into the western regions, this could not be treated as a normal diplomatic dispute. Envoys killed, horse purchases rejected, Western petty states refusing obedience. All of this could lead to only one result: a military expedition. When the first expedition set out, many still assumed things would proceed as before. The emperor would issue an order, the army would advance, frontier city-states would tremble, and the enemy would soon submit. But they quickly discovered that this time, the enemy was not only behind city walls, it was on the road itself. The road was the enemy. The farther west they went, the less grain there was, and the harder water became to find. Some small states along the way shut their gates and refused entry. Some pretended to obey. Some waited until the Han army had gone far away and then cut off supplies. Before the soldiers had even seen the target kingdom, hunger, disease, and exhaustion had already swallowed them in batches. An army of tens of thousands had already been largely consumed by the time it reached the enemy border. After one engagement, it suffered even heavier losses. In the end, they did not bring back the horses the emperor wanted, nor did they bring back any victory large enough to cover the failure. The first expedition was almost a humiliation. But Emperor Wu did not accept that result. In his life, he rarely stopped because of one defeat. It had been the same in the Northern Wars, the Southern Wars, and now the wars of the Western regions. In his eyes, failure was not an ending. It was the reason for an even larger investment. So a larger army was levied. More grain was collected. More laborers were dragged onto the road. This time, the city-states along the route also saw Chang'an's determination. This Eastern Empire would rather pay an enormous price than let the killing of its envoys pass in silence. The second expedition finally reached the capital of Dayuan. The people inside the walls began to waver. The nobles realized that continued resistance would not make the Han army disappear. It would only leave the entire country trapped and exhausted under siege. So, an internal coup occurred. The original king was killed, and the new ruler sought peace with the Han, handing over horses, offering hostages, and acknowledging Han pressure. When the battle report reached Chang'an, it could of course be written as a victory. The Western Kingdom had submitted. The blood-sweating horses had been brought back. The murder of the envoys had been avenged. Han prestige had crossed the desert and pressed down on a still more distant oasis world. Li Guangli was made Marquis of Haishi and stood inside the Jade Gate to receive the empire's reward. To many ministers, this scene seemed to prove that Emperor Wu was still the same heroic ruler who never backed down. Once he made up his mind, even the most distant country had to answer Chang'an's command. But those who truly understood the accounts saw another picture. For these horses, the empire had sent out tens of thousands of lives, consumed hundreds of thousands of animals and war horses, and forced countless laborers out of their villages. Soldiers died in the desert. Laborers died on the road. Grain was consumed along the route before it even reached the battlefield. No matter how magnificent the horses finally brought back to Chang'an were, they could not make up for these losses. They could make the imperial stables more dazzling. They could give court ritual a stronger sense of conquest. But they could not make an already exhausted empire light again. This is the most glaring part of the Dayuan War. It was not meaningless. It consolidated Han prestige in the western regions and taught more distant city-states that killing Han envoys would not go unpunished. It also made the empire's western road clearer, allowing later merchants, envoys, and armies to continue entering Central Asia along that route. But from the empire's immediate perspective, it was absolutely not worth the cost. The gains were too small. The price was too great. It was not the beginning of imperial expansion, but the sign that expansion had begun to deform. Before this, Emperor Wu's wars could still be explained by security. Fighting the Xiongnu was about no longer being oppressed by northern cavalry. Taking Hershi was about controlling the corridor to the west. Destroying Nanyue and Wiman Joseon was about removing frontier kingdoms that obstructed imperial order. But the Dayuan War allowed people for the first time to see clearly that the imperial machine had acquired a momentum of its own. It needed distant targets. It needed new victories. It needed new rewards. It needed new generals. It also needed new reasons to prove that the expansion of the past decades had not been wrong. War was no longer merely a tool for solving problems. War itself began creating new problems, then demanding more war to solve them. The Battle of Dayuan was the peak of Li Guangli's life, and it was also the peak of Emperor Wu and the empire. From the core territory he inherited at his accession, the empire's boundaries had expanded dramatically to the east, south, west, and north. The Great Wall extended into Hershi. Caravans reached the western regions. Frontier offices appeared in places that had once been unimaginable. But every step forward added another layer of cost to maintaining that step. Armies needed grain. Frontier commanderies needed garrisons. Oasis city-states needed rewards and intimidation. Newly conquered lands needed officials, roads, household registers and law. The empire was expanding, but expansion itself was consuming the empire's foundations. So the army returning beyond the Jade Gate was both a triumph and a warning. Victory was still being written. The bill was still getting thicker. No one could look at the rewards handed out that day and immediately see collapse, but the cracks had already appeared. After the Dayuan War, Emperor Wu's military expansion did not stop immediately. His personal prestige did not immediately fall. But from this moment onward, each new expedition no longer pointed as simply toward glory as before. They increasingly resembled a momentum dragging the empire forward. Victory still existed, but victory no longer made people excited so easily. It began to make people afraid. After the Dayuan War, the empire did not collapse immediately. Chang'an still had palaces, court meetings and victories written on bamboo slips. But the light of victory had begun to dim. Those who had supported the emperor's half-century career of conquest left the stage one after another. The young hero, Wu Qubing, had long since died. The general-in-chief, who had risen from horse slave to supreme commander of the empire, had also died of illness. The empress was still there. The crown prince was still there. But the military network behind them had loosened. New women, new princes, new generals and new families began to grow around the edges of the palace. The old emperor still possessed absolute power, but he was becoming older, sicker, and harder to approach. The crown prince had been heir for more than 30 years. By the time he himself had grandchildren, he was still only waiting. The emperor lived in detached palaces to recover from illness. The crown prince remained in the capital. Between them stood eunuchs, favored officials, envoys, and layers of people carrying messages. By the time a message reached the emperor's ears, it might no longer be the original message. By the time an order came back to the capital, it too might no longer be the original order. It was in this gap that the most dangerous accusation began to spread. Someone was using wooden dolls and curse objects to harm the emperor. To today's audience, this sounds like superstition. But in that age, it was a political crime serious enough to destroy entire families. As long as someone dug up a wooden doll from beneath a palace floor, and as long as someone said there were words on it cursing the emperor, the accused had almost no chance to prove innocence. The investigation began with ordinary officials, soon burned into the inner palace, and then spread from the harem toward the crown prince's residence. The man in charge of the investigation had old grudges against the crown prince. He also feared that once the crown prince ascended the throne, he would be purged. So he exploited the emperor's illness, the emperor's fear, and the broken channel of information between emperor and crown prince, turning an investigation into a purge. Crown Prince Liu Ju was forced into a corner. He sent people to see the emperor, hoping to learn whether this was truly the emperor's order or whether someone was falsely using the emperor's name to frame him. But the roads were blocked. The palace gates could not be entered. Messages could not get through. What he faced was not an open trial, but a charge that had already been placed over his head. If he submitted without resistance, what awaited him might be deposition, execution, or even the destruction of his entire family. So this heir, described in the histories as kind and gentle, made the most dangerous decision of his life. He gathered the guards of the crown prince's palace, falsely claimed to have received the emperor's order, declared that the investigator was committing treason, and personally killed the favored official who had framed him. The palace gates of Chang'an were smashed open. Prisoners were released and formed into the crown prince's temporary force. On the other side, the chancellor, who supported the new imperial in-law faction, the family of Li Guangli, the general who had won the Dayuan War, mobilized regular troops into the capital. The city that had once received countless reports of frontier victories suddenly became a battlefield. For 5 days, the two sides fought. Bodies lay around palace gates, streets, and government offices. In the end, the crown prince's forces were defeated. Liu Ju fled the capital. His mother, Empress Wei Zifu, chose to remain in the palace. Wei Zifu had been empress for 38 years. She had seen her younger brother and nephews sweep across the grasslands. She had seen her son made the future master of the state. Now her son had openly rebelled, failed, and fled. His supporters were being purged. She did not wait for trial. She killed herself in the palace. Soon after, Liu Ju also killed himself while being hunted. A family that had once held both the imperial succession and military glory disappeared from the empire's power structure in a matter of days. The empress was dead. The crown prince was dead. The crown prince's children were dead. Officials who supported the crown prince were purged in large numbers. Before the blood in Chang'an had dried, the emperor had already lost what had once been his most stable future. This was the first layer of crisis before the Luntai Edict, the political crisis. The empire's most dangerous rupture was not on the frontier, but in the system of succession. The Wei family had been destroyed, but the Li family had not truly won. As the investigation deepened, more and more people began speaking up for the crown prince. The emperor also gradually realized that the crown prince might not have been rebelling, but had been forced into a desperate situation. Once the emperor's attitude shifted, those who had pushed the purge would turn from meritorious servants into potential criminals. The chancellor, connected by marriage to Li Guangli, was executed, and the Li family's foundation at court began to collapse. Two families tore at each other over the future throne, and in the end, neither won. The empire no longer had an adult, stable, long-recognized heir. For an old emperor who had ruled for more than half a century, This was more terrifying than any frontier defeat. If a war was lost, another army could be sent. But if the succession broke, the entire state could be dragged into darkness. The second layer of crisis was on the battlefield. In 90 BC, just as the political purges of the witchcraft disaster were sweeping bloodily through Chang'an, Li Guangli led 70,000 troops on another expedition against the northern steppe. He was supposed to restore the situation with a victory. But this army was drawn into disaster from the start. Supply lines were repeatedly cut by the enemy. Lack of water, getting lost, and collapsing morale followed one another. Blizzards swept across the steppe, and cavalry lost direction in the snow and wind. In the end, the Empire's highest-ranking general unfastened his sword and walked into the enemy camp. He surrendered. When the news reached Chang'an, the capital fell into dead silence. Even more frightening was that everyone understood his surrender was not only because of defeat. The political purge in Chang'an had already burned toward his family. If he returned, he would likely face interrogation, execution, and the destruction of his clan. If a general felt safer in the enemy camp than in the capital, then what had broken was not merely the army, but the entire trust system of the empire. A general collapsed on the frontier. The emperor, deep in the palace, faced the ruins he himself had created. This dynasty did not fail suddenly on a single day. After too many years of victory, it was finally crushed by the costs it had accumulated. The third layer of crisis was among the people. Decades of expedition ultimately became 4 words. The world was exhausted and depleted. The steppe wars needed horses, grain, bows, crossbows, armor, more than 100,000 soldiers, and even larger transport corps. Expeditions to the western regions had to cross deserts and oases. Before a cart of grain could reach the front, most of it had already been consumed on the road. The southern mountains, northeastern frontier, and southwestern roads. Every new boundary needed garrisons, officials, roads, granaries, and taxes to maintain it. To refill the treasury, the court monopolized salt and iron, controlled the distribution of materials, imposed property taxes on merchants, and even sold ranks, offices, and pardons. The money on the books may have returned, but the people in the villages disappeared. The judgment left by the histories is extremely cold. In Emperor Wu's final years, the world was exhausted, and the registered households were reduced by half. Population halved does not necessarily mean that everyone who disappeared died on the battlefield. More people were driven away by military service, labor service, taxes, and famine. Some fled into the mountains. Some attached themselves to powerful local families. Some became servants of great households. Some simply disappeared from the government registers. The more the state wanted to conscript, the fewer people it could find. The fewer people it could find, the more it squeezed those who remained registered. In the 4th year of the Yuan Feng era, the Guangdong region alone had 2 million displaced people, including 400,000 without household registration. Later, peasant resistance broke out one after another in Qi, Chu, Yanzhou, Nanyang, and other regions. By then, the empire's problem was no longer simply that the treasury was empty. It was that the people who supported the treasury were escaping from the state's grasp. The mat was still huge. The frontiers were still far away, but the villages and registers at the empire's core had already been hollowed out. It was against this background that the proposal to farm at Luntai was sent to the emperor. Its basic idea was to use military farming to reduce the burden of transporting supplies. The method had merit, but the underlying logic still revolved around the grand narrative of opening new frontiers. Many people, including the chancellor and fiscal officials, assumed the emperor would approve it as he had before. This time he refused. In 89 BC, the Luntai Edict was issued. In this edict, the emperor did not deny his entire life. He did not abandon the western regions. He did not disband the army. He merely admitted that the empire could no longer operate in the old way. The meaning of the edict was clear. Stop the Luntai farming plan, reduce frontier affairs, restore agriculture, prohibit cruel officials and unauthorized tax increases, and allow the state to catch its breath after years of war. This was not a complete change of course, nor was it the tender confession of an old man. It was the admission of a conqueror who rarely admitted mistakes, forced by political, military, and economic crises to acknowledge one thing. The empire was not infinite. Wealth was not infinite. The people were not infinite. And of course, the emperor's own life was not infinite either.
In 87 BC, only 2 years after the Luntai Edict was issued, Emperor Wu fell gravely ill. By then, he was 69 years old. More than 50 years had passed since he ascended the throne. Chang'an had changed ministers countless times. The frontiers had changed generals countless times. Even the faces in the harem had changed countless times. The generation that had once supported imperial expansion had almost entirely left the stage. All he could leave behind now was an arrangement. His youngest son was made heir. The child was too young, only 7 years old, and could not control the government. So the emperor entrusted the state to several regents. The most important among them was a minister known for silence, caution, and long proximity to the core of power. His name was Hua Guang. He was the younger half-brother of Hua Qubing, the young hero and Marquis champion. He did not have the brilliance of the boy general or the legend of a frontier commander. But he had what Emperor Wu needed most in his final years: stability. The emperor already knew that this empire could not endure another loss of control over power. The army, the finances, the frontier commanderies, the palace, the imperial in-laws, the regional kings. Any one of these links could drag the state into new chaos. Entrusting the orphaned heir was not a ceremony. It was the last act of risk control. A few days later, the emperor died and was buried in the tomb he had spent many years building during his lifetime. That tomb was enormous, expensive, and solemn. Like his life, it was filled with traces of victory and traces of exhaustion. Later generations have found it difficult to judge him simply. If we look only at the results, he was without doubt one of the most important emperors in Chinese history. He transformed a dynasty that had recovered through rest and restraint into a true continental empire. The powerful northern steppe enemy was forced far back. The He corridor was opened. Roads to the western regions and Central Asia were unlocked. Lingnan, the southeastern mountains, the southwestern plateau, and the northeastern frontier were drawn more deeply into imperial order. He weakened the regional kings, attacked powerful local families, reorganized finance, and built a stronger central government. He made a new political language the common language of the state, and made the emperor not merely the head of one family, but the center of an entire civilizational order. But if we look only at the cost, he was equally dangerous. His wars consumed countless soldiers, laborers, horses, and stores of grain. His fiscal policies pressured merchants and ordinary farmers alike. The imperial economy came close to collapse. His fear and suspicion in old age gave informers room to operate, allowing the witchcraft disaster to destroy the empress, the crown prince, and a family that had once been his most reliable. He defeated enemies on the frontier, but failed to prevent his own palace from becoming a battlefield. So Emperor Wu's greatness was not pure. He was not a conqueror who brought only glory.
What he left behind was an enlarged empire, and also an empire pushed to its limits by expansion. He was also fortunate enough. His first fortune was that he stood on the accumulated achievements of his predecessors. Without the decades of restraint, recovery, and grain storage under the previous two emperors, he could not have launched such long wars. His second fortune was that when he most needed victory, he encountered the general-in-chief who had risen from horse slave, and the young commander who appeared almost like lightning. And when he most needed stability, he left behind a regent capable of holding the court together. His third fortune was that his direct descendants saved both the empire and his reputation. Many years later, the only surviving great-grandson from the crown prince's family after the witchcraft disaster ascended the throne, reorganized the state, and continued the dynasty's strength. Because of the later stability and restoration, Emperor Wu's conquests did not collapse quickly like those of the Qin. They were slowly digested and transformed into institutions, frontier commanderies, roads, and historical memory. His legendary life proves that behind every gain, there is always a price and a sacrifice. Emperor Wu did not escape that price. But after his death, the empire was not ultimately crushed by the cost. That is why, in the end, people remembered what he gained. And they have sung of it for 2,000 years.
Autumn, 91 BC. The commandery prison in Chang'an. Unlike the imperial prison, which specifically held imperial relatives and high-ranking officials, the commandery prison, though also a central prison, housed inmates who commanded far less attention. Suddenly, the cry of an infant pierced through the layers of walls and echoed above the compound. A baby, not yet 5 months old and still in swaddling clothes, was thrown into the commandery prison by fully armed imperial guards. 5 months earlier, when this infant was born, he had been inside the residence of the Han Empire's crown prince. He was the crown prince's eldest grandson, and the great-grandson of the reigning emperor. Yet now, his great-grandmother, grandparents, father, mother, uncles and aunts had all perished in the empire's case of treason. Without even having been given a name, he became the sole survivor of the crown prince's line, cast into the commandery prison and left to live or die. The superintendent of the commandery prison took pity on the infant in his desperate plight, and at enormous personal risk looked after him. Nursed with the milk of female convicts, the boy grew up in a lightless prison, often sick, always beset with hardship, but stubbornly clinging to life. To help him survive, the superintendent gave him a name full of simple hope: Liu Bingyi. Bingyi meaning free from illness and healthy. No one could have imagined that a dozen or so years later, he ushered in one of the most brilliant and prosperous golden ages in Chinese history. In this era, China's achievements, military, diplomatic, economic and cultural, can only be described as miraculous. For most non-Chinese speaking audiences, this Han Emperor is almost entirely unknown. Even in Chinese history books, his profile is far lower than that of other Han Emperors. In recent years, however, young people on the Chinese mainland internet have been studying and celebrating him more and more. The attention and appraisal he receives have far outstripped what the historical records say about him. His life experience, his achievements, his philosophy of governance, even his love life, all have become focal points of passionate discussion. People have even offered a categorical, uncompromising verdict. He was China's best ruler. Not the greatest, but the best. And this is the story we are going to tell today. The orphaned prisoner as an infant, and the zenith of the Han Empire that he built. In 60 BC, an ambitious Roman politician returned to the city of Rome after his term as governor in Spain came to an end. His name was Julius Caesar. His purpose was unmistakable: to run for the consulship of 59 BC. The Senate, however, did not want him elected. Caesar's response was to form a secret political alliance with two other men who also nursed grievances against the Senate: Pompey and Crassus. This became what later generations called the First Triumvirate. The alliance itself was not yet a Roman civil war, but it clearly demonstrated that the political structure of the Roman Republic could no longer reconcile the conflicts between military strongmen, wealth-based factions, and the Senate. From that point on, Rome would witness Caesar's rupture with Pompey, the crossing of the Rubicon, Caesar's dictatorship, his assassination, the Second Triumvirate, and the war between Octavian and Antony. Nearly 3 decades would pass before Augustus established the Principate and ushered Rome into the so-called Pax Romana. Now let us turn our gaze to the other side of the world. In the very same year that Caesar returned to Rome, the Han Empire, which had been founded roughly 150 years earlier, encountered a pivotal event that would reshape its western frontier. The story begins with the Han Empire's old adversary to the north, a people called the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu were a confederation of nomadic tribes whose range roughly covered the present-day Mongolian plateau and the northern reaches of Central Asia. Relations between the Han and the Xiongnu had been uneasy from the very founding of the dynasty. In its early years, the Han state could not defeat the Xiongnu and was forced to marry imperial daughters to the Xiongnu Xiongnu in exchange for peace. By the time of Emperor Wu, Han power had grown formidable, and the empire launched a massive war against the Xiongnu that lasted 40 years, pushing Han influence all the way into the Hexi corridor and the western regions. But what were the western regions? They included what is today Xinjiang in China and the oasis territories of Central Asia, covering an area of about 2 million square kilometers. To give you a sense of scale, that is roughly equivalent to the combined area of the US states of Texas, California, Montana, New Mexico, and Colorado, and larger than the total area of 5 major European countries: the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Spain, and Italy. Before the reign of Emperor Wu, this region was largely under Xiongnu control. The Xiongnu maintained a designated office there, responsible for collecting taxes and administering the various states of the western regions. In 60 BC, things changed. That year, a Xiongnu prince in charge of western regions affairs, who had lost his claim as heir amid a succession struggle over the Xiongnu position within the Xiongnu, decided to surrender to the Han with all his followers. The Han court immediately dispatched troops to receive him, settled his people, and enfeoffed him as a marquis. The direct consequence of this event was that the Xiongnu's rule over the western regions, which had lasted more than a century, was fundamentally shaken. The oasis kingdoms that had previously paid tribute and pledged allegiance to the Xiongnu no longer needed to deliver taxes to them. The Han response was swift. That same year, the Han Emperor decreed the establishment of the Protectorate of the Western Regions. The seat of the first Protector General was set at the town of Wulei, in what is today Luntai County in Xinjiang. What was the Protector General of the Western Regions? It was not a provincial government in the modern sense, but it was the Han's supreme institution in the Western regions for military, diplomatic, and administrative coordination. Its responsibilities included supervising and safeguarding the various states of the Western regions, managing diplomatic relations between Han and those states, and ensuring safe passage and trade along the Silk Road. Through this institution, the Han Empire brought the Western regions under regular institutional governance for the first time. From that year onward,
Han edicts formally held authority over the entirety of the western regions. The significance of this lies in the fact that, in the century-long struggle between Han and Xiongnu over the western regions, the Han achieved a systemic victory, one not predicated on a massive military expedition. This was not a triumph of a single battle, but a process of one system replacing another. The Xiongnu's administrative framework was dismantled, and the Han's Protector General of the Western regions took its place. This was a microcosm of the empire's golden age. But the age encompassed far more than this. Under the reign of this same emperor, the Xiongnu in the north continued to weaken until the Xiongnu himself traveled to Chang'an to pay homage to the Han emperor. A rebellion by the Western Chang was pacified by an elderly general who did so through military agricultural colonies, not through bloody slaughter, but through farming. In the interior, the lowest grain prices ever recorded in official Chinese history appeared. Grain, 5 coins per shi. Politically, this emperor, after the death of a powerful minister, gradually reclaimed imperial authority and ultimately wiped out the minister's entire clan. The emperor's bloodline was very noble. His grandfather was the crown prince of Emperor Wu, and for a long time the legitimate heir to the empire. He was the grandson of that crown prince, but it was precisely this bloodline that almost cost him his life. In the late years of Emperor Wu, a massive political purge erupted in the palace under the pretext of cursing the emperor through witchcraft. The crown prince was framed for rebellion, forced to rise up in arms, and committed suicide after his defeat. The crown prince's entire family, his wife, sons and daughters, were almost completely executed. This great-grandson of the emperor, barely an infant, was the sole direct descendant from the crown prince's line to survive. Yet he was not raised as an imperial great-grandson. He was imprisoned in a temporary jail inside Chang'an, awaiting disposal. In the official records, he was merely the progeny of a convicted criminal waiting to be processed. Protected by the prison superintendent and a group of officials and former retainers who sympathized with the crown prince, the infant survived inside the death row prison. But barely had he turned 4 when someone used the words of a sorcerer to tell the aged and befuddled Emperor Wu that the shifting clouds above the Chang'an prisons showed that a future son of heaven was imprisoned there. Emperor Wu flew into a rage and ordered the execution of every inmate in the Chang'an prisons. When the imperial envoy arrived at the commandery prison with execution troops and demanded that the superintendent hand over all his prisoners, the superintendent bolted the gates and held fast. Resisting with his life, he shouted, "The great-grandson of the emperor is here. Even the other innocent prisoners should not be put to death, let alone the emperor's own great-grandson." The helpless imperial envoy reported back to Emperor Wu. The emperor, already regretting that he had wrongly killed the crown prince, only then learned that a great-grandson of his was still alive in this world. He murmured to himself, "It must be heaven that has preserved him thus." He then decreed a general amnesty for the whole empire, including this great-grandson of his. At an age too young to remember anything, the boy had once again narrowly escaped death. It was not until Emperor Wu was on his deathbed that he finally ordered the boy's status as imperial great-grandson to be restored. When the prison superintendent tried to send him to the chief official of the capital, the offer was flatly refused. This made it all too clear that although his status as imperial great-grandson had been restored, he had not become a core member of the royal family. Within the vast house of the Han imperial clan, he was a highly marginal great-grandson, barely treated as a proper imperial heir. After his release from prison, he was eventually sent to be raised by the natal family of his grandmother, with whom his blood ties were by then already very tenuous.
Later, he was placed in the Yeting, the palace office that managed palace maids, the families of convicts and related affairs. This was a zone that lay between the court and the commoner world, where he retained his royal connection without truly living inside the imperial palace. He studied and grew up here, not raised amid splendor in the secluded inner palace like other imperial offspring, but in the streets and alleys of Chang'an, traveling and studying in the suburbs and among ordinary folk. He came into contact with all social strata and learned the real life of the common people. It was during this period that he married a woman of commoner background. Her father was merely a warden in a palace prison and had even previously been subjected to criminal punishment for an offense. This experience had an enormous influence on Liu Bingyi's whole life. An orphan raised in a death row prison, he possessed imperial blood but never acquired the power and resources to match it. Although he was later placed on the throne, he understood better than any crown prince born inside the imperial compound what power really meant, and what the ordinary people needed. Imperial blood gave him legitimacy. His status as a convict's descendant kept him perpetually alert to power structures. His upbringing among the common people let him know how ordinary folk lived, and what genuine hardship at the grassroots level looked like. The combination of these three elements almost entirely determined his later ways of thinking and his political orientation. Such a legendary origin and early life are extraordinarily rare among all of China's feudal monarchs, and among non-founding emperors, it is practically unique. Liu Bingyi's ability to ascend the throne was connected to the death of Emperor Zhao of Han. Emperor Zhao was the youngest son of Emperor Wu. It was only on his deathbed that Emperor Wu designated the young Zhao as his successor. Emperor Zhao reigned for 13 years but had no sons. In 74 BC, Emperor Zhao died and a succession crisis emerged. Who would inherit the throne? The question had only one answer. Whoever was in charge would decide. The man in charge at the time was named Guang. Guang's position was highly unusual. He was one of the chief regents appointed by Emperor Wu on his deathbed. During Emperor Zhao's reign, Guang gradually grasped supreme power at court, holding concurrently the posts of Grand Marshal, General-in-Chief, and leading the Secretariat. Simply put, this meant that the processing of confidential documents around the emperor fell under his control. He could read all memorials submitted by officials and handle them before the emperor even saw them. During Guang's ascendancy, all officials were required to submit their memorials in 2 copies, one directly to the emperor and one to Guang first. If Guang deemed a memorial's content inappropriate, he could simply hold it back, preventing the emperor from ever seeing it. His power had grown to the point where he could effectively dethrone and enthrone sovereigns. After Emperor Zhao died, Guang first installed a grandson of Emperor Wu, Liu He, the Prince of Changyi. But Liu He's reign was very short. The historical records differ, but it was extremely brief. Some sources say only 27 days. The stated reason was that Liu He was dissolute and morally degenerate. The key here is not what crime Liu He actually committed, but what the event demonstrated. Guang's clique possessed the substantive capacity to depose and appoint emperors. The emperor was not the one who had the final say. Guang was. Next, Guang needed to select a new person to be emperor. This person had to satisfy 2 conditions. First, legitimacy. He had to be a descendant of Emperor Wu, a direct imperial scion. Second, controllability. He could not have too strong a maternal clan, could not have a massive political faction, and could not control military power. Otherwise, Guang's own authority would be threatened.
The person Hua Guang chose was Liu Bingyi, this imperial great-grandson who had grown up in prison. In terms of legitimacy, he was the great-grandson of Emperor Wu and the grandson of the Crown Prince, which fitted the principle of imperial succession. In terms of controllability, he had been raised in prison and among commoners. He had no political faction of his own, no military power, and not even a truly influential maternal family. For Hua Guang, this was a perfect puppet candidate. He was welcomed into the palace, ascended the throne, changed his name to Liu Shun, and became known to history as Emperor Xuan of Han. But after his enthronement, the power structure remained unchanged. Hua Guang continued to govern, and all major decisions were still made by him. The emperor was nominally supreme, but at the practical operational level, his power was severely restricted. A detail recorded in the histories. Every time he rode in the same carriage with Hua Guang, he felt profoundly uncomfortable all over. This has even become an idiom in Chinese, like a thorn piercing the back. This detail perfectly illustrates the real predicament the teenage emperor faced at the time. Faced with this situation, what did he do? He did not rush to seize power. His strategy was show respect to Hua Guang, maintain overall stability at court, change nothing, and bide his time. He knew his own strength was far from sufficient. An open confrontation would only make him repeat the fate of the Prince of Changyi, deposed or even killed. So he kept silent, did not test the waters, and offered no provocations. He waited patiently. Hua Guang chose him because he satisfied both conditions: sufficiently legitimate and sufficiently isolated. And the way he survived, while others thought he was a puppet, he was observing and learning. While Hua Guang was alive, the emperor consistently maintained an attitude of respect and a low profile. He knew exactly where the boundary of his power lay and never overstepped it. All external decisions were made by the Hua Guang clique. From the chancellor down to the officials of key departments, everyone came out of the Hua Guang system. Even the imperial harem was under the clique's control. The most serious of these incidents was the Hua Guang clique's interference in the selection of the empress. The emperor's first wife was the woman who had shared his life and endured hardships with him among the common people. After his enthronement, powerful ministers repeatedly urged him to take a wife of noble birth and install her as empress. Having just entered the palace without any power base of his own, he risked offending all those powerful ministers by issuing an edict. He declared, "When I lived among the common people, I had a sword that I treasured dearly. Now that I have entered the palace as emperor, I did not bring that sword with me. Might any of you, my beloved ministers, be able to find that old sword for me?" This is the famous Chinese love story known as Deep Affection for the Old Sword. The ministers understood the new emperor's true wishes and could only acquiesce, allowing him to install his commoner wife, whose father was merely a prison warden who had even been subjected to criminal punishment, as empress. Hua Guang's wife, however, was desperate to see her own daughter become empress. According to the historical records, she colluded with a female physician in the palace and poisoned the commoner empress after she gave birth. The empress died from the poison. Hua Guang's daughter was subsequently installed as empress. This incident is recorded with great clarity in the histories. Although the emperor did not witness it with his own eyes, the full story and who was behind it were known to everyone at court. What was the emperor's response? He could do nothing. With Hua Guang still alive, he could only swallow his rage and wait. In 68 BC, when Emperor Xuan was 23 years old, Hua Guang died of illness. the emperor arranged a funeral for Wang of the highest standard, heaping posthumous honors upon him. He did not immediately purge the Hua family, nor did he display any intention of revenge. What he did was gradually change the way power operated. After he assumed personal rule, his first step was to reform the channel of information. During the Wang period, officials' memorials were submitted in 2 copies, one directly to the emperor and one for Wang to review first. The emperor decreed the abolition of this practice. Henceforth, all memorials were to be sent directly to the emperor without passing through anyone's screening or vetting. This was the reclamation of information power. His second step was to adjust the rhythm of government affairs. The emperor mandated that he would personally hear court reports once every 5 days, requiring officials at every level to submit matters according to regulation. He personally evaluated their competence and administrative performance. The assessment criteria were extremely detailed, including population growth and decline, area of land under cultivation, grain and revenue receipts, the capture of bandits, and the handling of legal cases, among many other aspects. Those with outstanding achievements were rewarded. Those lacking in ability were held accountable. This was the reclamation of executive power. His third step was to adjust personnel arrangements. He gradually reappointed officials, drawing heavily on talent from outside the Wang system. He tightened assessment and disciplinary measures for senior regional officials, and after Wang's death, he reshaped the composition of the central decision-making circle. This was the reclamation of personnel power. Watching their power drain away bit by bit, the Hua family grew increasingly resentful. Wang's son, nephews, and other core members began plotting a rebellion. Their plan was to depose the emperor and install a new one. In 66 BC, roughly 2 years after the emperor had assumed personal rule, the Hua family's conspiracy was exposed. The core members were executed. Wang's wife was killed, and Wang's daughter, the reigning empress, was deposed. Thousands of households were implicated and annihilated, along with the Hua clan. This was a power purge that swept through the upper echelons of the entire ruling group. But the crux of the matter was not the purge itself. It was what happened after the purge. When the Hua clan fell, the Han Dynasty did not sink into civil war. No power vacuum emerged. The institutions did not break down. Quite the contrary. The emperor swiftly turned the power vacuum left by Wang's death into a space for institutional reform. The key to the emperor's seizure of power was not a sudden dramatic confrontation. Instead, after Wang's death, he methodically reclaimed control over information, personnel, judicial affairs, and executive decision-making. He transformed himself from a hand-picked puppet into a genuine ruler. He was 25 years old that year, and his life had already been etched with enough legendary marks. From 25 onward, he spent the rest of his life answering a different question. How should an orphaned emperor, raised in a prison and among commoners, govern a vast 150-year-old empire? First, from the perspective of foreign policy and military affairs, Emperor Xuan was unmistakably a sovereign who placed an extraordinary premium on efficiency and cost control. This stands in stark contrast to the era of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu's frontier strategy had been large-scale expeditionary campaigns, routinely involving 100,000 cavalry, several hundred thousand infantry and logistical personnel. The battles were immense in scale. The strategic gains were huge, but the cost was equally immense. By Emperor Wu's late years, the state treasury was empty, the registered population had been halved, and the common people were exhausted. Emperor Xuan did not repeat this path. He chose a completely different approach: alliances, voluntary submission, military agricultural colonies, and institutionalization. Let us first look at the Xiongnu. In 72 BC, not long after Emperor Xuan assumed the throne, the Han launched a large-scale military operation. 5 generals attacked along separate routes with a combined total of 150,000 cavalry. It was a massive show of force, but the results were limited. The main Han force penetrated deep into the steppe, but failed to locate the Xiongnu's main army. The force that truly achieved results was the army of Wusun. Wusun was a major power in the western regions and a marriage ally of the Han. Led by a Han envoy, 50,000 Wusun cavalry struck the Xiongnu from the west, capturing over 40,000 prisoners and more than 700,000 head of cattle, sheep and horses. There is a subtle point here. What role did the Han's 150,000 cavalry play? They played a strategic pinning role. The main Xiongnu force was tied down by the Han army in the east, leaving the western sector thinly defended and allowing Wusun to exploit the gap. In other words, Han used an enormous military mobilization to create a battlefield opportunity for an ally and let the ally deliver the final blow. This was not the traditional Chinese approach. Traditional Chinese thinking inclined toward the Central Empire acting personally, overawing the surrounding peoples with the might of the Celestial Dynasty's arms. But Emperor Xuan's court did a cost-benefit calculation. Rather than sending a Han army deep into the steppe to fight a decisive battle against the Xiongnu main force, which would mean immense logistical pressure and unavoidable casualties, it was better to use the Han army to pin the enemy and let an allied force do the striking. The subsequent developments were even more pronounced. The Xiongnu suffered a succession of natural disasters, and their internal succession problems intensified. After the death of the Sulu Chuangkul Chanyu, the Xiongnu ruling group plunged into a bitter succession struggle. Around 60 BC, the internal conflict escalated to the point that, at the most chaotic moment, 5 contenders simultaneously claimed the title of Chanyu. The emperor watched coldly from the sidelines and took the opportunity to reduce frontier garrisons, cutting border forces by up to 1/5 at their maximum reduction. By 51 BC, the internal Xiongnu struggle had produced 2 chief rivals. The weaker of the two made an unprecedented decision. He crossed the Great Wall and traveled to Chang'an in person to pay homage to the Han Emperor. The Emperor received him in Chang'an with guest rights and placed the Xiongnu Chanyu's position above that of the Han imperial princes. This Chanyu expressed his willingness to guard the border for the Han against other Xiongnu forces. Emperor Xuan agreed, but attached conditions. These groups had to camp and graze beyond the Han border fortifications and submit to Han oversight and deployment. This was not conquest. The Xiongnu did not become Han commanderies and counties, nor was the title of Chanyu abolished. But it represented a fundamental transformation of the power relationship. The Xiongnu Chanyu, from being a son of heaven on an equal footing with the Han Emperor, became a vassal within the Han political system. What did this mean? It meant that, in a political sense, the Han-Xiongnu War was over. For the next 60 years, peace prevailed on both sides of the Great Wall. Next, the Western Chang problem was resolved using a method so low cost it can hardly even be called war. The Western Chang were nomadic tribes living in the area of present-day Qinghai and Gansu, alternating between war and peace with the Han. During Emperor Xuan's reign, a large-scale Chang rebellion erupted, threatening the commandery of Jincheng. If Jincheng fell, the Hersey Corridor's connection with the interior would be severed. The emperor pushed back against the hawkish faction at court that advocated a massive punitive expedition, and instead dispatched an elderly general in his 70s. This man did not go to fight, he went to farm. Taking a force of around 10,000 troops, he occupied fertile river valleys, farming while maintaining a defensive posture. He turned these valleys into permanent strongholds, controlling water sources and pasture land, and steadily compressing the nomadic space of the Chang. He did not pursue them, he did not press the attack, and he showed no impatience. Many ministers at court failed to understand and repeatedly urged him to bring the enemy to battle. The old general responded in memorial after memorial, explaining, "The Chang Confederation was loose and riven with internal contradictions. If we rushed to attack, that would only force them to unite. If we traded time for space, their alliance would collapse of its own accord as their resources and trust ran out." He was proven right. Under the pressure of dwindling pasture, food shortages, and a lack of unified command, the Chang Confederation gradually disintegrated. In the end, the Chang surrendered in droves, collapsing without a battle. After the war, the Han established the Jincheng Dependent State. What was a dependent state? It was a special administrative unit the Han set up in frontier regions to settle surrendered nomadic tribes. The leaders of a dependent state could retain a degree of autonomy, but were required to submit to Han oversight and deployment. Dependent state troops could serve as auxiliary Han military forces for frontier defense. Finally, we return to the western regions. After the surrender of the Riju king, the balance of power in the western regions underwent a fundamental change. Zheng Ji was appointed Protector General of the Western regions, with his headquarters at Wulei in the area of present-day Luntai in Xinjiang. The responsibilities of the Protector General included overseeing the various states of the Western regions, ensuring the safety of the Silk Road, managing agricultural garrisons, handling disputes between states, and mobilizing the forces of those states when necessary. In the 1990s, archaeologists discovered the remains of a Western Han postal station at Xuanchuan near Dunhuang. The site yielded a huge cache of Han-era wooden slips, including a large number of administrative documents concerning the operation of the Protector General of the Western regions. These slips tell us that the Protector General's operations did not rely on intimidation by a large standing army, but on paperwork, courier riders, grain supplies, and daily administration. The reception of traveling envoys, the allocation of military provisions, the management of tribute missions from the various states, and the handling of frontier disputes, all were textually recorded, and all had fixed procedures. This is institutionalization. It is not spectacular. It features no epic-pitched battles and no heroic charges. But it operated every day, every year for decades. Its costs were dispersed through daily administration, rather than concentrated in the enormous expenditure of a single battlefield. The Han Empire's frontier achievements during the Xuan Emperor era were built up from these elements. In the 25 years of Emperor Xuan's reign, the Han Dynasty suppressed 2 frontier rebellions, brought over 2 million square kilometers of territory under administrative control, and paid a cost in soldiers' lives that was infinitesimally close to zero. Almost no blood was shed. The enemy was subdued without fighting. This is the highest military attainment pursued in Sun Tzu's The Art of War. And it was achieved by an emperor born among the common people who had no military career whatsoever. In 62 BC, the historical records document another of Emperor Xuan's unprecedented and never repeated achievements: the lowest grain price in Chinese official history. The record comes from the Book of Han. In successive years of plenty, grain was 5 coins per dan.
In plain language, consecutive bumper harvests meant each dan of grain cost only 5 bronze coins. Let us use precise figures to reconstruct the economic significance of this record. In Han-era texts, grain generally refers to su, what we today call foxtail millet. The main grain crop in the Guangdong region at the time was millet. So this record tells us, in the vicinity of the capital Chang'an, millet was very cheap. What is a dan? It was a Han unit of capacity for grain. Based on Han texts and archaeologically recovered bronze measuring vessels, the volume of 1 dan corresponds to approximately 20 litres in modern terms. Grain here means unhulled millet. The hulling loss rate for millet in the Han period was about 40%. 20 litres of unhulled grain after hulling yielded roughly 12 litres of millet. 12 litres of millet multiplied by a density of about 0.75 kilograms per litre equals roughly 9 kilograms. What does coin refer to? It refers to the Han Wuzhu coin. In 118 BC, Emperor Wu ordered the casting of standardized bronze coinage, each coin weighing about 3.4 to 3.5 grams, with a diameter of roughly 2.5 centimeters. These coins remained in circulation for over 700 years. What a single Wuzhu coin could buy fluctuated enormously over history. But the record of grain at 5 coins per shi in 62 BC marks the most extreme low price. 5 is simply the number 5. Putting it together, in 62 BC, in the Han capital Chang'an, 5 Wuzhu coins could buy roughly 9 kilograms of millet. What does this actually mean? Vertical comparison. In the early days of the Han Dynasty, historical records note grain prices as rice at 10,000 coins per dan, meaning grain prices at the dynasty's founding were 2,000 times higher than during this emperor's reign. During the normal years of Emperor Wu's era, grain prices were about 150 coins per dan, 30 times higher. In wartime, grain prices surged to 500 coins per dan, 100 times higher. The famous rule of Wen and Jing, one of history's celebrated peaceful eras, recorded grain prices at around 10 coins per dan, still double this record. Even during the Zhenguan reign of the Tang dynasty, the price of rice at 3 coins per do, when converted to comparable units, was far higher than this record under Emperor Xuan. Horizontal comparison. At the time, the price of 1 jin, roughly 250 grams of meat, was also about 5 bronze coins. So in the Chang'an of around 62 BC, 5 Wuzhu coins could buy either 9 kilograms of millet or 250 grams of meat. What was the monthly salary of a low-ranking civil servant in the below 100 dan bracket? About 240 coins, plus a monthly grain allowance of 3 dan, equivalent to several hundred kilograms of millet a month. The pay of a low-ranking border officer was even higher. If we attempt a bolder, though imprecise, extrapolation of purchasing power, we arrive at a price of roughly 1.12 yuan per kilogram of millet, or about 0.16 US dollars. By comparison, in our recent international bulk commodity markets, the average price of 1 kilogram of food-grade millet is 3.5 yuan, about 0.5 US dollars. The ultra-low grain price was not caused by a single factor, but by the convergence of a series of developments: consecutive bumper harvests, a reduction in warfare and decreased pressure on the frontiers, tax and rent remissions. The emperor repeatedly reduced taxes across the empire, abolishing the year's land rent soon after his accession and exempting disaster-stricken areas from rent for 3 years, issuing loans and grain relief to the poor, establishing the ever-normal granary system,
When grain was cheap, the state bought and stored it, and when it was expensive, the state sold to stabilize prices. Lowering the price of salt, which was a state monopoly. Improvements in the quality of official governance, and the spread of agricultural techniques and military agricultural colonies. 5 coins per dan is not an isolated price. It is the combined result of improvements in frontier pressure, agricultural production, fiscal policy, and local governance. The emperor's economic policy was not a radical reform that broke everything down to rebuild it, but the cumulative effect of a sustained series of burden-reducing measures. To put it in one sentence, he left a greater share of the state's fiscal resources at the grassroots level, rather than consuming them on warfare and palace construction. During his more than 20 years of rule, the histories record over 40 edicts reducing taxes and granting largesse to the common people. There is not a single record of an increase in corvée labor or tax rates. The Han Dynasty that this emperor inherited was an empire already nearly 150 years old. The periods of Emperors Wen and Jing had been primarily about restoring growth, making the cake bigger. But by his time, the empire had accumulated a multitude of vested interest groups, powerful local magnates, imperial in-laws, high officials, royal princes and regional forces. The problem was no longer, can the cake be made even bigger, but how should the cake be divided? And what was his answer? Summarized in one sentence: apply pressure to the vested interests and leave resources for the grassroots. First, look at his attitude toward powerful local magnates. The Han had a system called relocation to the imperial tomb. The emperor would build his own tomb complex near Chang'an and simultaneously forcibly relocate the empire's wealthy magnates and high officials to the tomb town, forming a tomb city. The advantage was that the magnates were forced to leave their entrenched hometowns and were concentrated in the suburbs of Chang'an, making it easier for the central government to monitor them. By this emperor's time, the system had been severely watered down. When his predecessor built his tomb, he merely invited officials and commoners from the commanderies and kingdoms to relocate voluntarily, which was basically a paid invitation, completely distorting the system's original intent. But after he assumed personal rule and began constructing his own tomb, he forcibly relocated the chancellor, generals, marquises, officials of the 2,000 dan rank and above, as well as magnates with assets exceeding 1 million coins. Even senior court officials and marquises could not escape. Now look at the rigor with which he held high officials and the imperial clan accountable. The official histories record that during the emperor's reign, 8 senior regional officials were executed and 5 vassal kings were deposed and exiled. In the purge of the powerful ministers' families' conspiracy, thousands of households were implicated and executed along with the Huo clan. His principle was clear. No matter how high one's status, if you broke the law, you would be dealt with. He personally established a strict assessment system to evaluate officials' performance. Historical records state the emperor heard court affairs once every 5 days, required officials of all levels to report according to regulation, and personally inspected their achievements and failures. Consider his selection of local governors. There is an excellent example. One official had once been the tutor of the deposed Prince of Changyi. After the prince was deposed, the vast majority of his 200 retainers were executed. Only a handful who had led upright lives were spared, and this official was one of them. He was punished by being sent to build city walls. Later, after the emperor assumed personal rule and heard that this man was upright and possessed administrative talent, he summoned him to court, preparing to send him as grand administrator to a chaotic commandery. The man was already 70 years old. The emperor asked him,
That commandery has been in chaos for many years, overrun with bandits. How will you govern it?" He replied, "The people there took up arms to protect themselves because they are far from the court, their lives are hard, and the local officials do not show them compassion." The emperor asked whether he should use force to pacify them or soothe them. The emperor was pleased and said, "I employ virtuous officials precisely in order to comfort the people." He gave the old man many rewards and sent him to his post. Upon arriving, he did one thing. He decreed that anyone carrying a farming tool was not to be considered a bandit. Only those carrying real weapons counted. Thereupon the masses who had gathered in rebellion put down their swords and picked up hoes. He then distributed grain to the poor, lent them farming tools and seeds, and personally led officials door to door to exhort the people to plant trees, raise silkworms and rear pigs, and even encouraged them to trade in swords for plough oxen. Within a few years, the commandery had returned to prosperity. The emperor summoned the aged official back to Chang'an and conferred upon him a high-ranking position as a close imperial advisor, a post he held for many years until his death, earning him renown as a model of a virtuous official. Now examine his reforms in the judicial sphere. During his reign, the emperor made 4 significant adjustments to legal practice. First, he codified the principle of mutual concealment among relatives. Children covering up for parents, wives for husbands, grandchildren for grandparents, would not be held criminally liable. Second, he introduced judicial leniency for the elderly. Third, he established an accountability system for prisons, investigating unnatural deaths in custody. Fourth, he severely cracked down on judicial injustice and harshly punished judicial officials who framed others using legal provisions. Look also at his universal benefit policies, reducing taxes and rents, issuing loans to the poor, renting out public land to the poor at very low rates, systematically bestowing gifts on widows, widowers and the elderly, and dispatching envoys to inspect their living conditions, lowering the price of salt, establishing the ever-normal granary to stabilize grain prices, and halting all imperial palace and lodge construction projects across the country. The core of this emperor's governance was neither simple strictness nor simple benevolence, but rather using the state apparatus to constrain vested interests while simultaneously reducing the survival pressure on ordinary people. He used all manner of high-pressure methods to extract resources from vested interests, but not for his own luxury or grand projects. In over 20 years, he merely converted the ruins of a park where he had played as a child into a single garden. Beyond this, there was no extravagance. On the contrary, he ordered that all imperial palaces and lodges across the realm were to cease further construction. What was the result of this way of dividing the cake? Ordinary people obtained tangible benefits: low grain prices, low tax burdens, and legal justice. The elite stratum, magnates, high officials, and the imperial clan found life very uncomfortable. While alive, under the pressure of this powerful emperor, they dared not resist. But after his death, the assessments would be different. Of course, no person's achievements and failings can be separated from the era they live in. Emperor Xuan's enormous success was, in a sense, also the accumulated fruit of the productive forces and technological conditions of a Han Empire that had been in existence for 150 years. The Han Dynasty was an agrarian empire. During Emperor Xuan's time, the alternating fields method was promoted in the north, dividing fields into ridges and furrows, using the rotation of furrows and ridges to conserve moisture, protect against wind and concentrate fertility, thereby raising yields. The Han also saw the use of the seed drill, a specialized sowing tool that increased planting efficiency,
distributed seeds more evenly, and dramatically saved labor. All factors that directly affected yields and labor productivity. What was even more important was the full dissemination and high quality of iron farming tools. If we place the Han Dynasty in the context of the 1st century BC world, it occupied a very advanced position in cast iron technology. China had mastered high-temperature smelting and cast iron technology very early. From the Warring States period into the Han, cast iron farming tools and cast iron objects appeared in large quantities. Unlike the Mediterranean world, which long relied mainly on wrought iron, Chinese cast iron technology was better suited to the mass production of certain tools and implements. A characteristic of cast iron is that it can be formed in molds, which suits large-scale manufacture. Its drawback is brittleness, requiring treatment to improve its properties. Ancient Chinese artisans developed methods for annealing and decarburizing cast iron very early on, making iron tools better suited to practical use. In terms of the degree of dissemination of cast iron, the manufacture of farming tools and the state management of iron smelting resources, the Han Dynasty indeed displayed very distinctive features. It was not a matter of a few craftsmen producing luxury items, but of large quantities of metal tools entering the agricultural and military systems. At the same time, the Han possessed an extraordinarily developed transport and communications network to administer its vast territory. The distances from Chang'an to the He Corridor and on to Dunhuang and the western regions were immense. Envoys had to travel back and forth, armies had to be mobilized, grain had to be transported, orders had to be conveyed, and local conditions had to be reported. Without transport and communication systems, the Protector General of the Western regions would have been a mere title. The Han set up posts, relay stations and hostels along its communication routes, which were used to pass on documents, receive envoys, and supply horses and food. The large volume of excavated Han wooden slips, especially those from the northwest, reveals many highly concrete records. A certain envoy passed through on a certain date, collected a certain amount of grain, used a certain number of horses. A document was transmitted from one place to another, and an official signed for receipt. These details may look trivial, but they show that Han frontier governance was not a legend. It was daily administration. Beyond this, there were even more specific technologies in calendrical science, mathematics, military affairs, and handicrafts. In the first year of the Taichu era under Emperor Wu, the Han formulated the Taichu calendar, setting the year at 365 1/4 days, using intercalary months to adjust the months and seasons. For an agrarian empire, the calendar was not abstract astronomy. It was the foundation of the timetables for planting, harvesting, taxation, ritual, and administration. The Han also kept long-term astronomical records. Solar and lunar eclipses, comets, and unusual celestial phenomena all entered the official record system. In mathematics, the practical computational methods accumulated from the Qin and Han periods were later concentrated in traditions such as the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, whose content covered field area measurement, grain conversion, proportional distribution, work project labor, and equation calculations. Unlike Greek mathematics, it did not emphasize geometric proof, but directly served the administration of land, finance, and engineering. In military technology, the Han army made extensive use of the crossbow. Crossbow mechanisms had bronze or iron components, offered stable shooting, and entailed relatively low training costs, making them suitable for organizing large-scale infantry and defending frontier fortifications. Combined with iron weapons, beacon fire alarms, border fortifications, and document transmission, the Han could maintain its northern and northwestern defenses over the long term. As for writing materials, during Emperor Xuan's time, paper had not yet become the main writing medium. The government primarily relied on bamboo slips, wooden tablets and silk. But the sheer number of Han slips demonstrates that even in an age without widespread paper, the Han could sustain a fine-grained documentary administration. Medicine, textiles, lacquerware and coinage were equally mature. Silk was used for trade, gifts and diplomacy. Lacquerware embodied complex material craftsmanship, and the Wuzhou coin integrated metal casting with a fiscal system. So it would be an oversimplification to claim that every technology of the 1st century BC Han led the world. Rome was strong in roads, architecture, legionary engineering and urban water supply. The Hellenistic world excelled in geometry, astronomical models and theoretical traditions. The Han advantage lay in combining agriculture, iron smelting, water conservancy, the calendar, crossbow troops, documentary administration, granaries and public finance into a system that could run a great empire. The Protector General of the Western regions, Zhao Chongguo's military agricultural colonies, the ever-normal granary, the record-low grain prices, and the official evaluation system all depended on this suite of technologies and administrative tools.
Finally, let us review the life of this emperor. An infant on death row who survived in prison, released at age 5 to become a marginal imperial great-grandson. He grew up among the common people of Chang'an. At 17, he was chosen as a puppet emperor by a powerful minister, with no real power in the early years. His first wife was poisoned and murdered by the powerful minister's family. He could do nothing but swallow his rage. After the minister died, he spent 2 years on institutional reforms to gradually reclaim power, eliminated the minister's clan, and seized the reins of imperial authority with his own hands. Then, in over a decade of personal rule, the Han Dynasty under his governance reached its greatest territorial extent and its strongest national power. And he achieved all of this using a single method: trading the lowest possible cost for the highest systemic returns. But if he was so formidable, why have you barely heard his name? This is precisely why we believe he most deserves to be rediscovered. In China's 2,000-year official narrative system, the assessment of this emperor can be summed up in 3 sentences: not denied, not promoted, not perfect. Not denied refers to the fact that his achievements are indisputable. The Protector General of the Western regions, the Xiongnu Chanyu surrendering to the Han. Grain at 5 coins per dan. These facts cannot be erased by anyone. And yet, the officialdom and Confucian scholars of later ages, that is, China's elite stratum, were never willing to enthusiastically promote his accomplishments. The reason is actually very direct. During his reign, his suppression of magnates, high officials, and the imperial clan was simply too tough. He cut the cake away from the hands of the vested interests and distributed it to the common people. This manner of dividing the cake made the civil bureaucracy and Confucian scholars extremely uncomfortable. What the civil bureaucracy wanted was an emperor who held great power but was willing to delegate administrative authority downward. This emperor, by contrast, was precisely one who monopolized power personally and expected the civil bureaucracy only to execute. What the Confucian scholars wanted was an emperor who won people over through virtue, treated others with generosity, and gave erring officials a second chance. This emperor was precisely one who trusted legalist penalties and strict accountability, leaving no leeway for high officials who made mistakes. He was criticized by later rulers, but the subtext beneath those criticisms was often, "You were too capable. You did things we cannot do." Later emperors listed several of his faults: improper rewards and punishments, failure to promote moral transformation, blurring public and private interests, not employing virtuous government. For an emperor who had once propelled the state to its zenith, the real meaning of these accusations may well be: your mode of success cannot be institutionalized. It cannot be replicated by other emperors, and therefore you deserve to be criticized. The emperor himself was well aware of the biggest problem with his own model. When his crown prince begged him to govern with leniency and benevolence, he flew into a rage and spoke a very famous line. The House of Han has its own institutions, rooted in a blend of the way of the hegemon and the way of the king. How can we rely purely on moral instruction? In the end, bitterly disappointed, he said, "The one who will bring chaos to my house is the crown prince." And it turned out exactly as he had predicted. The crown prince inherited the throne, but did not inherit his father's political ability. The new emperor abandoned his father's high-pressure methods and instead promoted Confucian benevolent governance, drastically relaxing the constraints on vested interest groups. Land annexation once again worsened, and from the moment of his father's death, the Han Dynasty entered a rapid downward spiral, collapsing a mere 60 years later. The collapse of an empire is often the failure of a system. But the example of this emperor tells us that sometimes the passing of a single person is enough to bring an entire system down, which, paradoxically, proves that his model was too dependent on individual capability and could not be replicated. This emperor presents a very intriguing contrast with the Rome of his time. On January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar led the 13th Legion across the Rubicon, and the full-scale civil war of the Roman Republic erupted. By a striking coincidence, exactly 1 year later, on January 10th, 48 BC, thousands of miles away in the eastern city of Chang'an, an orphan emperor who had emerged from prison and among the common people concluded his journey in this world. His name was Liu Shun. In the West, he is nowhere near as famous as Caesar or Augustus. Yet in just over a decade, he forged a mature empire whose military, economy and political institutions operated in full coordination. A feat no less formidable than Caesar's 8-year bitter struggle in Gaul, and no less arduous than Augustus's efforts to establish the Pax Romana. The reason this emperor deserves to be remembered is not that he did the most spectacular things, but that at relatively limited cost, he pushed a vast empire into a state of stability, prosperity, and efficient operation. In the deep of a summer night in August of 1 BC, the 25-year-old emperor of the Han Dynasty suddenly fell ill and died. Deep within the Weiyang Palace, the night pressed down upon the rooftops. Along the long passageways, torches flickered in the morning breeze, and the imperial guards stood beneath the gates, their armor gleaming coldly in the dim light. No one dared speak loudly. Within the hall, only muffled sobs could be heard, drifting through the curtains like wind trapped in a throat. A handsome 22-year-old man stood in the palace, utterly lost. His court attire was splendid, but his face was pale. He was the emperor's male favorite, the one closest to him, the one he trusted most. Everyone was watching him. The guards outside the hall also waited for him to speak. For at this moment, his titles were Grand Marshal, General of the Guards, and Head of the Imperial Secretariat. In other words, he was supposed to be the very center of imperial power at this critical hour. But he gave no orders. With the emperor's death, he suddenly realized that all his power came from the man lying behind the curtains. The Son of Heaven's favor was his only path to the highest reaches of the empire. Now that path was broken. He was Grand Marshal,
first among all officials, yet he had almost no confidants of his own. He was general of the guards, in charge of the palace security, yet he could not be sure of commanding the imperial guard. He held administrative authority, yet he did not know whether he should first suppress news of the death, summon the high ministers, or go to request the Grand Empress Dowager. More importantly, everyone knew and had foreseen his helplessness. The air in the Weiyang Palace began to change. Those who had bowed to him in ordinary times now had hesitation in their eyes. Hesitation gave way to scrutiny. Scrutiny gave way to waiting. Everyone was waiting to see whether this young man, elevated above all officials by the emperor's own hand, could actually hold the court together after the dead emperor. He could not. News passed through the many palace gates and raced toward the Changxin Palace north of Chang'an. The Changxin Palace was home to Grand Empress Dowager Wang Zhengjun. Wang Zhengjun was not the biological grandmother of Emperor Ai. Emperor Ai had come from a collateral branch, adopted into the imperial line to inherit the throne. But the Han Empire did not operate solely on blood. It operated on status. Wang Zhengjun had been the empress of Emperor Yuan and the mother of Emperor Cheng. That is to say, she was not the young emperor's biological grandmother, but she was the woman of the highest seniority in the empire's legal and ritual order. Whether by that ritual order or by the lessons of past Han experience, at this moment the final authority could only be this woman. So the 70-year-old woman did not hesitate for a moment. She immediately set out from the Changxin Palace with her trusted attendants and the imperial guard. This was not a condolence visit. It was a silent, bloodless coup. The Grand Empress Dowager's carriage sped along the palace roads. The eunuch leading the way held a torch, and her attendants followed with hushed steps. One by one, the palace gates swung open. The guards knelt prostrate. No one dared ask where she was going. She had not come to request entry. She had come to take over the Weiyang Palace. When Wang Zhengjun entered the hall, the young Grand Marshal was still there. She gave him no chance to explain. She first looked at the Emperor's body, then at the others in the hall, and finally her gaze settled on that dazed young man. There was no shouting, no argument. Then she demanded the imperial seal and tassel. No one dared obstruct or object. The heirloom seal of the realm, which had been held by the emperor since the time of the first emperor of Qin, was respectfully brought to Wang Zhengjun's side. Immediately afterward, Wang Zhengjun ordered the Dongxian the interrogated on how he proposed to arrange the emperor's funeral. Dongxian had no plan and could not answer. Wang Zhengjun said coldly, "Then let someone who has handled state funerals do it." Thereupon, Wang Zhengjun summoned her nephew, the former Grand Marshal Wang Mang, to enter the palace at once. Under Wang Zhengjun's direction, one edict after another was issued in the name of the Grand Empress Dowager. Matters of the Imperial Secretariat were put under Wang Mang's management. The dispatch of troops and use of tallies were placed under Wang Mang's control. The memorials of all officials were to be decided by Wang Mang. The Yellow Gate eunuchs and the gate guards were to follow Wang Mang's orders. The Weiyang Palace, indeed the entire empire, had in fact completed a transfer of power. Almost immediately, the Grand Minister over the masses, Kong Guang, impeached Dongxian. Without debate or trial, Grand Empress Dowager Wang Zhengjun swiftly approved the impeachment. That night, imperial envoys led the Yulin Guard to confiscate Dongxian's seal as Grand Marshal. Seeing that his cause was lost, Dongxian committed suicide. Then Wang submitted further memorials. The Dong family was ransacked, and all its members were exiled. One day earlier, Dongxian had been the brightest star in the political sky of the Han Empire. Then he vanished, more fleeting than a shooting star. At that moment, the politics of the Han Empire seemed finally to have stabilized. Grand Empress Dowager Wang Zhenjun, who had lived through more than 50 years of court struggles across 4 reigns, presided over the inner palace. The powerful consort kin Wang Mang led the inner court. The outer court, led by Grand Minister over the masses Wang, appeared to have fallen into step. In times past, this was a pattern with which Han officials were deeply familiar. Yet attentive observers would notice a detail rich with irony. This Grand Minister over the masses Wang, who had been so instrumental in the power seizure, was a 14th-generation descendant of Confucius. And only a little over a month earlier, Wang's title of Grand Minister over the masses had still been Chancellor. Yes, the Chancellor who should have been second only to the Emperor, who should have been responsible for the entire administrative affairs of the Empire, who should have used the power of his office to balance and constrain the imperial will. Where had that kind of Chancellor gone? How had he degenerated into a puppet and an assistant? More importantly, where had imperial power gone? Into whose hands had it fallen? Today, we will recount the evolution of court politics over the 210 years of the Western Han Dynasty. We will tell the joys and sorrows of the men and women involved. And above all, we will examine how these dramatic conflicts profoundly shaped the distribution of power and the political structure of China for thousands of years to come, down to the present day. This will be the truest Game of Thrones, and far more fascinating.
Everything has a beginning. The source of all this chaotic power can be traced back over 100 years, to the era of Emperor Wu of Han. Many people think of Emperor Wu as one of the most powerful sovereigns in Chinese history. He struck north against the Xiongnu, subdued the Baiyue in the south, reformed the realm, and pushed imperial power to unprecedented heights. But when he first ascended the throne, what truly weighed upon him was not the Xiongnu, nor the feudal kings, but his grandmother, Grand Empress Dowager Dou. Grand Empress Dowager Dou was the empress of Emperor Wen, the mother of Emperor Jing, and the grandmother of Emperor Wu. While she lived, the Dou clan dominated the court and wielded enormous influence. More importantly, she represented the old, conservative, Huang Lao favoring, reform-averse political tradition that had persisted since the reigns of Emperors Wen and Jing. For the young Emperor Wu, who wished to implement new policies, promote Confucian scholars, and break free from the constraints of old officials and old nobility, his first obstacle was his grandmother in the Deep Palace and the consort kin faction behind her. Then another woman stepped onto the stage. She was Empress Wang, the mother of Emperor Wu. A descendant of old nobility from the state of Yan, Empress Wang possessed something that no chancellor or general had. She was the emperor's mother. She stood closest to the emperor and understood better than anyone what the young emperor truly needed. A newly enthroned emperor, seeking to oppose his grandmother's power, could not rely on his will alone. He needed men who truly belonged to him. So Empress Wang's family was pushed to the forefront. Her half-brother was rapidly promoted by Emperor Wu and eventually made chancellor. This was not merely a matter of an uncle's promotion. It signified a new political logic taking shape. The emperor began using his own mother's clan to oppose the family faction left by another woman of the inner palace. That is to say, the struggle for supreme power in the empire
was no longer confined to the Chancellor's residence and the court assembly. It had become deeply embedded in the inner palace, the mother's clan, maternal uncles, marriage, and blood ties. From this moment, a dangerous and highly effective model began to emerge in Western Han politics. If the emperor wanted to bypass the outer court, he would employ those close to him. And those closest to the emperor were seldom the chancellor, but rather his mother, empress, favored consort, and the families behind them. This was the beginning of the internalization of Han court politics. But an uncle, after all, still administered state affairs as chancellor. The chancellor could not always be the emperor's relative or someone of his own household. So Emperor Wu, weary of chancellor power, created a title that would later change the destiny of the Western Han: Grand Marshal. In 119 BC, the war between the Han Empire and the Xiongnu reached its fiercest stage. Wei Qing and Huo Qubing each led large forces deep into the desert, launching the Battle of Mobei. This was one of the most important military campaigns of Emperor Wu's reign, and a symbol of how highly militarized the Western Han state had become. And it was also in this year that Emperor Wu first established the post of Grand Marshal. More precisely, Wei Qing was appointed Grand Marshal and General-in-Chief, and Huo Qubing was appointed Grand Marshal and General of Agile Cavalry. At this time, the Grand Marshal was not yet the full-fledged chancellery-level office of later times. It was more like a crown placed upon the highest generals, the supreme military honor personally bestowed by the emperor. Yet the very appearance of this title carried significance beyond the military. Who were these two men? Wei Qing was the younger brother of the empress, the emperor's brother-in-law, and the uncle of the crown prince. Huo Qubing was the empress's nephew and also the emperor's nephew. In other words, within them converged the inner palace, consort kin, crown prince, military merit, and supreme military authority. This was an extraordinarily powerful combination. Wei Zifu became empress in the inner palace. Wei Qing commanded the grand army in the outer court. Huo Qubing performed unparalleled feats on the battlefield. The Wei clan did not occupy high positions by blood alone. They were genuinely capable and indeed helped Emperor Wu complete the strategic counteroffensive against the Xiongnu. Precisely because of this, their status as consort kin did not diminish them. Instead, it made them the emperor's most trusted agents, most able to break through old institutions. In the traditional system, the chancellor was first among officials, the minister of war held military authority, and the imperial councillor was the vice-chancellor. But by Emperor Wu's time, the scale of war was too great, the emperor's ambition too strong, and the old institutions no longer sufficed. Emperor Wu needed someone not constrained by the chancellor system, directly accountable to him, and able to command the highest military power. Thus, the Grand Marshal emerged. Ostensibly created for war, it actually opened a door. The emperor could entrust the highest military authority of the state to someone outside the traditional chancellor system. And that someone was invariably the emperor's most intimate consort kin. This was the crux of the matter. During Emperor Wu's lifetime, this mechanism served the strong imperial will. The emperor used consort kin to suppress old officials, the inner court to suppress the outer court, and the Grand Marshal and General-in-Chief to suppress the traditional chancellor system. As long as the emperor himself was strong enough, everyone else was merely his tool. But after the emperor died, the answer came at the end of Emperor Wu's life. In his later years, the curse of the witchcraft scandal erupted. The crown prince, Liu Ju, was driven to suicide. Empress Wei committed suicide. The Wei clan was dealt a devastating blow. The empire's succession system was almost entirely blooded. In the end, the the young Liu Fuling was made crown prince, later to become Emperor Zhao. A child was about to inherit the empire, and the aged Emperor Wu had to arrange for someone who could hold the court together for this child. He chose Hua Guang. Hua Guang was neither chancellor nor imperial clansman. He came from the Wei Hua consort kin network, was Hua Qubing's half-brother, and had grown up step by step as a close attendant to Emperor Wu. On his deathbed, Emperor Wu entrusted Hua Guang with the regency. Hua Guang, as Grand Marshal and General-in-Chief, took charge of the government as the young emperor's closest aide. This step was enormously significant. It set a template. From then on, a clear path emerged in Western Han politics. When the emperor was young, weak, newly enthroned, or when imperial power faced a vacuum, the person who could truly step forward to take control was the close associate of the emperor, the one holding the title of Grand Marshal and General-in-Chief. Hua Guang controlled the palace, the imperial secretariat, the young emperor, and appointments. The court still had a chancellor, officials still conducted daily business, but the man who truly decided the empire's fate was not in the chancellor's residence. He was in the mansion of the Grand Marshal and General-in-Chief. Yet Hua Guang still lacked one thing. Although he came from the Wei Huo clique, half-brother of Hua Qubing, he himself had no natural consort-kin relationship with Emperor Zhao. A man who wielded real power in the empire, if he could not connect himself to the emperor's inner palace and future offspring, would always have his power suspended in mid-air. So Hua Guang sent his granddaughter, Lady Shangguan, into the inner palace of Emperor Zhao. This girl was very young, only 6 years old, but she was soon established as empress. From then on, Hua Guang was no longer merely the Grand Marshal and General-in-Chief left by the late emperor. He was also the maternal grandfather of the reigning empress. This was a careful reshaping of identity. Hua Guang had only been a peripheral relative of the previous emperor's consort kin, without any necessary blood tie. By forcibly arranging the empress, he made himself into a consort relative. Thus, military power, regency authority, and inner palace status were all bound together in one family. When Emperor Zhao died 13 years later at only 20 years old, Hua Guang demonstrated the full extent of his power. He first installed Liu He, Prince of Changyi, then deposed him after only 27 days, and subsequently appointed Liu Shun, who had been living among the people, as the new emperor, later known as Emperor Xuan. That a subject could depose or enthrone an emperor was no longer just a matter of powerful ministers. It was the result of the Grand Marshal and General-in-Chief system developed to its extreme. It was under such circumstances that Emperor Xuan ascended the throne. He was different from the previous emperors. He had not been raised as a crown prince in the depths of the palace, surrounded by a retinue. His childhood began with a political disaster. In the curse of the witchcraft, the entire line of his great-grandfather, Crown Prince Liu Ju, was nearly uprooted. Liu Shun was thrown into prison as an infant, and though he survived, he spent a long time living among the common people. By the time Hua Guang brought him from the people to the throne, he had already seen the streets of Chang'an, ordinary citizens, and the faces of officials. This experience made him more knowledgeable about the world than many emperors, and more aware of danger. But it also left him with a fatal weakness. He had no court of his own. No old officials from the Eastern Palace, no entourage from childhood, no naturally formed imperial clan group around him. He was the emperor, but he seemed like an orphan suddenly placed on the throne. After Hua Guang's death, Emperor Xuan began slowly to take back power. But the problem was that he could not rely solely on himself. He needed his own people.
and his own people often came first from the consort kin. Consort kin were about blood and marriage, the rope that an isolated emperor could most easily grasp. This was why the Shu and She families entered the scene. The Shu family came from Emperor Xuan's first wife. She was not a noble lady, but the wife of his impoverished days, when Xuan was lowly and in danger. She had accompanied Liu Xun through his most perilous and humble years. When Liu Xun ascended the throne, she was not just the empress, she was the living proof of Xuan's past. The Shu family thus entered the political center, both as the emperor's repayment for old affection and as his natural choice for building a foundation in his isolation. The She family was more unusual. They were the family of Emperor Xuan's paternal grandmother. Emperor Xuan's promotion of the Shu and She families was not mere favoritism. It was a practical political necessity. He was too isolated. An emperor who had emerged from prison and the streets, facing a powerful ministerial family like the Hua clan, facing a court long accustomed to being ruled by a grand marshal. If he did not promote the Shu and She families, he would have no family support of his own. If he did not build his own network of trusted people, he would forever live in Hua's shadow. And in this power chain, there was another family, the Zhang family. The Zhang family were not consort kin, though early on they had wanted to marry a daughter to Liu Xun when he was still wandering among the people, but nothing came of it. Nonetheless, the relationship between the Zhang family and Emperor Xuan far exceeded that of ordinary ruler and subject. From the time Xuan was young, the Zhang family had protected, cared for, and educated him. They were not his mother's clan or his wife's clan, but they were the people who truly looked after him when he had no one else. Such gratitude could sometimes be heavier than blood. Thus, throughout the reign of Emperor Xuan and into the reign of his son, from Hua Guang onward, there were a total of 5 grand marshals. Apart from one descendant of a founding official of the early Han, one came from the Zhang family, and the rest came from the She and Shu families. That is to say, in the late Western Han, except for very rare cases, the position of Grand Marshal became increasingly inseparable from the emperor's personal web of relationships. On the surface, it was an official post, but behind it often stood the person closest to the emperor, most trusted by him, most able to enter the deep recesses of the palace. This institutional abyss created by Emperor Wu was further deepened by Emperor Xuan. Such was the complexity of Emperor Xuan's politics. He was a wise ruler at the peak of the Western Han, capable of enduring for years, finally striking back at the Hua clan and reasserting imperial power. Yet to accomplish this, he still had to use the tools of internalization, consort kin empowerment, and grand martial authority. He defeated the consort kin family left by Emperor Wu, but he inherited the consort kin system left by Emperor Wu. Next came another Empress Wang. She was unlike those consort relatives before her, who had powerful families, illustrious fathers and brothers, and a host of political allies already waiting at court. On the contrary, she had almost nothing. She was of common birth. Her father held no high office, no military merit, no truly heritable title. It was said that this man, in the mausoleum town north of Chang'an, was best at cockfighting, and it was on that basis that he became acquainted with the young Emperor Xuan when he was still wandering among the people. In other words, this was not a family to inspire awe among court officials, nor one with the qualifications to reach into the imperial center. But precisely because of this, Emperor Xuan ultimately chose her. After the Hua clan was exterminated, the position of empress became vacant. By ordinary logic, the new empress should have been chosen from among those consorts who were favored, had given birth to a son, or had family background.
Some could please the emperor. Some had borne him children. Some had more respectable fathers and brothers. But Emperor Xuan did not do that. He chose a woman who was not particularly favored and had not borne any children. She became the later Empress Wang of Xiongnu. This was not a romantic choice. What Emperor Xuan truly needed was perhaps not a wife at all, or at least not a wife who would recreate a consort-kin crisis. The Huo family had just fallen, their shadows still pressed against the palace walls. Emperor Xuan knew better than anyone what a dangerous monster a family behind an empress could become once linked to the crown prince, the palace, the imperial secretariat, and the imperial guard. He still needed consort kin, of course, but he already had the Shu, Shi, and Zhang families. Perhaps he had come to understand clearly that once consort kin got out of control, they would devour imperial power in return. So he did not want to seek out another powerful empress's family. What he wanted was simply a foster mother for the only son left by his first wife, the commoner empress, the crown prince. That foster mother had to be empress. Only an empress had sufficient status to protect the crown prince and keep the inner palace in check. Yet this empress had to be as unthreatening as possible. It would be best if she had no sons, no powerful father or brothers, no large family base, and no risk of being excessively favored by the emperor. Empress Wang of Xiongnu fit this description almost perfectly. Even before she entered the palace, her family had been friends with Emperor Xuan and his commoner empress. From the moment she was made empress, her fate was sealed. She had not come to compete for favor, nor to expand her family. Her role was to sit quietly in the empress's position, raise the crown prince, guard the inner palace, and watch over this most fragile and most dangerous succession line for Emperor Xuan. And indeed, she lived out that role for the rest of her life. After Emperor Xuan's death, the crown prince ascended the throne and she became Empress Dowager. Later, when a new emperor ascended, she became Grand Empress Dowager. She spent long years in the palace, living to over 70, witnessing the succession of emperors and the transfer of power from one family to another. But throughout that long life, she left almost no record of interfering in state affairs. Her father was enfeoffed as a marquis, and her family received the honors due to an empress's family. Yet this Wang family did not become a second Huo clan. Her father and brothers did not become Grand Marshal, did not control the imperial secretariat, did not command the imperial guard, and did not stand above all officials to manage the realm's affairs for the emperor. This was a rare restraint in Han times. Perhaps this was the result Emperor Xuan had wanted. He had personally created a consort relative, yet confined that consort relative as much as possible within safe bounds. He gave this woman the title of empress, but denied her the conditions to create a powerful ministerial family. He used her to protect the crown prince, and also to prevent the consort kin system from spiraling out of control again. But once a system is created, it does not always obey the will of its creator. Empress Wang of Xiongnu could be quiet, but the next Empress Wang might not be able to. The crown prince raised by Empress Wang of Xiongnu had a gentle, indecisive character. He liked Confucian scholars and music, but he did not possess his father's cold, hard, controlling ability to keep consort kin in check. And when he was still crown prince, a seemingly casual choice had already pushed another Wang family onto the stage of history. At that time, the crown prince's most beloved woman died. Before dying, she said she might have been cursed to death by other concubines. For the crown prince, these words were like a thorn. His own biological mother had died through a conspiracy in the inner palace. So he began to distance himself from the women of the inner palace and no longer wanted to approach them. This was a problem for the empire. The crown prince had to have a son. The throne had to have an heir. So, under Emperor Xuan's instruction, Empress Wang of Xiongnu selected 5 respectable young women from her own palace and presented them to the crown prince. The crown prince could not refuse. This was his father's will and his foster mother's arrangement. But his heart was unwilling. So he gave only a perfunctory glance and pointed at random to the woman closest to him. Just her. That woman, chosen at random, was Wang Zhengjun. The Yuan Cheng Wang family behind her, though it could trace back to royal blood from the state of Qi, had long since declined to commoner status, with no foundation whatsoever. But it was precisely because this woman was randomly pointed at by the crown prince and brought into his palace that the entire political trajectory of the late Western Han was altered. Soon, Wang Zhengjun gave birth to a boy. At that time, the most important child in the Han Empire. The emperor, Emperor Xuan, was overjoyed. This child meant the succession line was secure, the crown prince's position was more stable, and Wang Zhengjun had suddenly been transformed from an ordinary palace woman into the crown princess. In the years that followed, she became empress, then Empress Dowager, then Grand Empress Dowager. Her father, brothers, sons and nephews would enter the court one by one. Her family would occupy the position of Grand Marshal, control the Imperial Secretariat, command the Imperial Guard, and ultimately push the entire Western Han towards its final twilight. After Emperor Xuan's death, the crown prince ascended the throne as Emperor Yuan. Wang Zhengjun, the palace woman who had been randomly pointed at all those years ago, finally became empress. But empress did not mean favored. Emperor Yuan's heart was never with her. This new emperor had a mild disposition, liking music, literature, and those who could make him feel at ease and joyful. Wang Zhengjun had given him the most important thing, a son, an heir to the empire. But in the emperor's bedchamber, in those moments belonging to personal intimacy, she was not the most important woman. The most important was Zhao Yi of Fu. Zhao Yi was intelligent, empathetic, and knew how to accompany this sensitive emperor. When Emperor Yuan was still crown prince, he had brought her into his life. After he ascended the throne, the ordinary titles for consorts seemed insufficient to express his favor, and so a new title appeared in the palace, Zhao Yi. This rank was second only to empress. It was no longer a mere inner palace designation. It meant that, outside the empress, the emperor had personally opened a higher path for the woman he favored. Wang Zhengjun understood this very well. She did not wail and scream, nor did she try to compete with the favored consort for the emperor's knights. Her greatest strength was precisely in not competing. She knew that what she could truly rely on was not the emperor's love, but the title of empress, the position of the crown prince's mother, and the succession order that Emperor Xuan himself had confirmed years ago. But soon, that order began to waver. Zhao Yi of Fu also gave birth to a son. Suddenly, Wang Zhengjun's sole advantage was no longer secure. Her son was still crown prince, but he was no longer the emperor's only son. Worse, this crown prince did not please his father. As he grew up, he showed a fondness for wine, women, and indolence. Emperor Yuan looked at him and grew increasingly disappointed. The atmosphere in the palace began to change. If an emperor merely favored a particular woman, that was still a matter of the inner palace. But once he began to favor that woman's son, it became a matter of state. Because it meant that the future occupant of the throne might not be the current crown prince. Zhao Yi of Fu naturally understood this. She did not need to say anything at court. She only needed to stay by the emperor's side, to have her son appear before the emperor again and again, to make the emperor feel that her child was more like him, understood him better, and was more worthy of the inheritance. And the crown prince's position would become increasingly precarious day by day. Wang Zhengjun understood as well. But she could not personally step forward to argue. If the empress appeared too eager, she would seem to be scheming for her own son. If she appeared too harsh, she would only annoy the emperor more. So she could only hold her position, hold to ritual law, and hold to those who are still willing to support the crown prince. The one who truly stepped forward was an old minister at the crown prince's side. When Emperor Yuan became gravely ill, the palace gates were once closed to the empress and crown prince. Beside the emperor were his favored woman and her more favored son. Rumors of changing the crown prince began to drift out from the inner court. No one could confirm them, but everyone knew that the appearance of such rumors signaled that danger had reached its final hour. An old minister burst into the inner court, knelt before the emperor's bed, and remonstrated with tears. He said, "If your majesty truly intends to depose the crown prince, the court ministers will certainly fight to the death. If your majesty insists on doing so, then please have me executed first." These words carried great weight, because it was not merely the weeping of one man. It was the voice of the outer court, the old officials, ritual law, and the established succession order all at once. Emperor Yuan, after all, was not a strong-willed man. He did not overturn the arrangement left by his father from his sickbed. The crown prince was saved. Wang Zhengjun was saved. And the telling fact is that this old minister was actually the last powerful figure of the Shi family, Emperor Xuan's own consort kin. Soon after, Emperor Yuan died, and Wang Zhengjun's son ascended the throne, becoming Emperor Cheng. Wang Zhengjun became Empress Dowager. The empress who had been neglected by the emperor suddenly stood in the highest mother's position in the empire. She no longer needed to wait for the emperor's favor or compete with any consort for the lights of the bedchamber. She only needed to sit in the Empress Dowager's palace, and her family would naturally draw close to the center of power. The Wangs began to rise. First marquisates, then entry into the court, then command of troops, then the Grand Marshal. Wang Zhengjun's brothers were pushed to the front of the officials, becoming the de facto administrators of the empire. Starting in 33 BCE, the Wang family produced 5 consecutive Grand Marshals, holding power for a total of 35 years. The emperor still sat in the Weiyang Palace, the chancellor still attended court, the imperial censor still impeached officials, and the 9 ministers still handled affairs. But everyone knew that the person who truly decided major matters was no longer the young emperor. It was the Wang family behind the Empress Dowager. At that time, Emperor Cheng showed no interest in resistance. He was young, pleasure-seeking, and averse to state affairs. He preferred to hand the empire over to his maternal uncles and seek a lighter, more exciting life for himself. For him, the Wangs holding power was not necessarily a disaster. It was more like relief. State affairs were managed, memorials were read, officials were appointed, and border commanderies were directed. He only needed to be emperor. But this was precisely the danger. When Emperor Wu created the Grand Marshal, the position served the strong imperial will. When Huo Guang served as regent, it relied on the late emperor's entrustment and the youth of the child emperor. By the time of Emperor Cheng, the Grand Marshal and consort kin had become an inertia. As long as the emperor was unwilling to attend to matters, the Empress Dowager's family would attend to them for him. And if the Empress Dowager's family attended to them long enough, the state would gradually become accustomed to their existence. Thus, the Wangs had 5 marquises in one generation. This was not simply glory, it was a sprawling web of power. The palace gates, The imperial secretariat, military authority, marquisates, appointments, more and more fell into the hands of this family. Wang Zhenjun did not necessarily need to issue orders every day. As long as she lived, as long as she sat in the honored position of Empress Dowager, the Wangs had the ritual standing to continue advancing. But Wang Zhenjun could use her title as Empress Dowager to strengthen her maternal family. And others could also use the emperor's favor to change the inner palace. The Wangs could control the court, but they could not necessarily control the emperor's desires. Emperor Cheng could hand over state affairs to his uncles, but he would not hand over his own bed to their arrangements. Wang Zhenjun would soon discover that while the outer court could be given to the Wangs, the inner palace might not always obey the Empress Dowager. The Wangs could control the court, but they could not control where the emperor went. Emperor Cheng was weary of state affairs and weary of the routine empresses, consorts, ritual, and rules within the palace walls. He liked to slip out of the palace in civilian clothes, guided by young friends his own age. He liked the sounds, the lights, the women that did not belong to the Weiyang Palace. It was on one such excursion that he met Zhao Feiyan, Feiyan, the flying swallow. It was at a princess's mansion. The feast was laid out, candles flickered, and music rose from below the hall. A low-born dancer and singer performed before the assembly. Her body seemed as light as if it had no weight. As her sleeves spun, she looked as though she might lift off the ground. The emperor took a fancy to her. From that moment, the inner palace order that Wang Zhenjun had labored to maintain began to crack. Zhao Feiyan was brought into the palace and quickly gained favor. She then introduced her younger sister to the emperor. This sister was more direct and more dangerous than she. Zhao Feiyan was like a swallow that would circle beneath a lamp, light, beautiful, and knowing how to please. Her sister was like a hotter fire that could burn away whatever restraint the emperor had left. Soon the emperor was ensnared. Before the two sisters entered the inner palace, Wang Zhenjun's greatest worry had been her son's neglect of governance. Now she faced another problem. Not only did the emperor ignore court affairs, but the inner palace itself was spiraling out of control. The reigning empress was still there. Other women who had once been favored were also there. They had titles, seniority, and their own family connections. For the Zhao sisters to move upward, they had to push these people aside. The opportunity soon arrived. A witchcraft case emerged in the inner palace. Someone was said to be cursing pregnant consorts, and the case also implicated the outer court. After the plot was exposed, a bloody purge began. The Zhao sisters seized this opportunity, dragging the empress and other former favorites into the vortex with endless accusations, eventually persuading the emperor to strike decisively. For a time, everyone in the palace was terrified. Some were deposed, others retreated. Some were forced to leave the emperor's side, while others hid in the Empress Dowager's palace for safety. The Zhao sisters had not entered power through the front door, but they carved a path through a palace disaster. Zhao Feiyan finally attained the position of empress. To make her qualified to be empress, the emperor even first enfeoffed her low-born father as a marquis, as if by bestowing an aristocratic cloak, everyone could forget where she had originally come from. But the real problem was not whether she could be empress. The real problem was that even after she became empress, the emperor still had no sons. A children's rhyme began to circulate in the capital. Swallow flies here, pecks at imperial grandsons. Imperial grandsons die, swallow pecks at dirt. These few lines were short, but they cut like a knife into the Empress Dowager's heart. Everyone knew who the swallow referred to. Everyone knew that the emperor had doted exclusively on the Zhao sisters for years, yet no imperial prince had survived. Everyone knew that at the very time the empire most needed an heir, unspeakable things were happening in the inner palace. Some even claimed with certainty that the emperor, to please the Zhao sisters, had personally ordered the killing of all children born to other women in the palace. But no one could bring these words to Wang Zhenjun. Or rather, some wanted to, but could not get them through. The emperor protected the Zhao sisters. Others in the palace helped them suppress the news. The rumors of pregnant consorts, newborn princes, and secret disposals lingered outside the Changxin palace, but never became an open court case. Thus, an emperor without a son continued to wallow in a love that bore no fruit. An empress dowager in power might not know what was happening in the deepest recesses of the inner palace. A consort kin family that actually managed the state could handle memorials, offices, military and civil affairs, but could not produce an heir for the emperor. The empire's most fundamental issue of blood succession was locked away in curtains, fragrances, weeping, and rumors. The court had completely lost control. The final explosion came very suddenly. In 7 BCE, Emperor Cheng died in the palace of the younger Zhao sister. From a modern medical perspective, most likely a cerebral hemorrhage caused by excessive excitement. The manner of death was too ugly and too fatal. The emperor left no son. The woman who had been doted upon to the extreme instantly became the target of all eyes. Wang Zhenjun was enraged and demanded an investigation. The younger Zhao sister knew she had no way out and soon committed suicide. But the emperor was dead beyond recall. The inner palace's tangled accounts could be investigated slowly. The blood shadows in the nursery rhyme could be examined slowly. And what exactly the Zhao sisters had done could be revealed layer by layer in later memorials. But at this moment, the most urgent question was only one: who would inherit the throne? Wang Zhenjun naturally hoped that the situation would remain in the Wang's hands. But Emperor Cheng had no son. The throne would have to be found from a collateral branch of the imperial clan. And that collateral heir was already available. Well before Emperor Cheng's sudden death, because he had long been without issue, under pressure from all the court officials, the Wangs had been forced to arrange for an adopted son from a collateral branch to serve as a provisional crown prince, just in case. And so the woman who had once been driven from Chang'an and lost the battle over the inner palace succession saw her chance again. Zhao Yi of Fu began to maneuver. She had not been able to replace the crown prince with her own son, but now her grandson had become one of the most suitable candidates for provisional crown prince. This young man had imperial blood, possessed the qualifications for the succession, and more importantly, behind him stood a grandmother who had endured for years and would never forget old grievances. In the end, Zhao Yi of Fu spent vast sums of wealth to persuade Zhao Feiyan, then at the height of her power, to join her in placing her grandson on the throne. Thus, amid the chaos of Emperor Cheng's sudden death, the younger Zhao sister's suicide, and the break in the imperial line, the new emperor was pushed onto the stage, the grandson of Zhao Yi of Fu. He was Emperor Ai. When Emperor Ai ascended the throne, a nearly absurd situation emerged in Chang'an. A young emperor in his early 20s had, hovering over his head, 4 empress dowagers. The first was Wang Zhenjun. She was the mother of Emperor Cheng and the legal grandmother of Emperor Ai. Although Emperor Ai was not her biological grandson, since he inherited the imperial line from Emperor Cheng's branch, Wang Zhenjun
was the woman of the highest seniority in the empire's ritual order. The second was Empress Dowager Fu. She was the biological grandmother of Emperor Ai. Years ago, in the inner palace of Emperor Yuan, she had lost to Wang Zhengjun and left Chang'an with her son. Decades later, her grandson suddenly became emperor. The woman who had been driven from the center of power had returned. The third was Empress Dowager Ding. She was the birth mother of Emperor Ai. With her son enthroned, she could not continue to stay on the sidelines like an ordinary king's consort. She too demanded an honorific title, a palace, and that her family receive its due reward. The fourth was Zhao Feiyan. She was the empress of Emperor Cheng. Since Emperor Ai nominally inherited the imperial line from Emperor Cheng, even with the dark shadow of swallow-pexed imperial grandsons still hanging over the Zhao sisters, she became by ritual law Empress Dowager as well. 4 women, 4 palaces, 4 sets of titles, 4 families, all crowding over the same empire. This was no longer an inner palace. It was a monster of power, torn apart by ritual law, blood ties, adoption, old grievances, and immediate interests. Behind each Empress Dowager, therefore, was not just a solitary woman. Behind Wang Zhengjun was the Yuan Cheng Wang clan. Behind Empress Dowager Fu were years of pent-up old hatreds. Behind Empress Dowager Ding was the newly enthroned emperor's own maternal family. Behind Zhao Feiyan was the mess left by Emperor Cheng's inner palace. 4 Empress Dowagers coexisting in one reign. On the surface, it was merely a confusion of titles. In reality, it meant the empire could no longer answer the most basic question. Who was qualified to speak for the emperor? Wang Zhengjun certainly thought it was she. She had sat in the empress's position for decades, had lived through several emperors, and the Wang clan had long grown accustomed to managing state affairs on behalf of the empire. After Emperor Cheng's death, she demanded an investigation into the old case of the Zhao sisters and the severance of the imperial line. This was not merely the rage of an Empress Dowager. It was the beginning of the Wang clan's attempt to retake control of the situation. Zhao Feiyan soon felt the danger. She knew that if the old case of swallow-pexed imperial grandsons was fully reopened, her dead sister could take the blame, but she herself and the Zhao family might not escape unscathed. So she chose to ally with Empress Dowager Fu. Empress Dowager Fu was naturally willing to embrace her, because Fu's target was not just an old empress, it was Wang Zhengjun and the Wangs behind her. Wang Zhengjun's investigation of the Zhao case, on the surface, was an inquiry into the deaths of imperial princes. But in reality, it was also a reminder to everyone that the ultimate judicial authority in the empire still lay with the Changxin Palace and the Wang clan. Empress Dowager Fu could not accept this. She had waited too long. Emperor Yuan had favored her back then, yet she had not become the victor. Her son had not become emperor, and she had been driven from Chang'an. Now her grandson had ascended the throne, and she had finally returned to the palace. How could she continue to let that old rival, Wang Zhengjun, stand above her? So the inner palace turned hostile, and the conflict directly affected the court. First, the Zhao sisters were let off lightly, at least not immediately uprooted. Then the spearhead turned toward the Wangs. Those who had investigated the old Zhao case were instead accused of disrespecting the late emperor and opposing the new one. The Wangs began to retreat step by step. The Grand Marshal, who had once dominated the court, was forced to resign and leave Chang'an. One after another, the Wang family members who had stood so high in Emperor Cheng's reign were pushed out of the center of power. The ministers watched all this, and in their hearts they understood. This was not justice triumphing over evil, nor a new emperor restoring imperial power. This was merely a change of consort kin families. The Fus came up. The Dings came up. They received marquisates, entered the court, and took prominent positions. The families behind Empress Dowager Fu and Empress Dowager Ding began to weave a new web around the emperor, just as the Wangs had done before. The Ding family in particular even saw one of its members occupy the position of Grand Marshal for a time. But this did not truly free Emperor Ai from consort kin politics. He had merely pried the Wang's hand off the court and placed the hands of the Fus and Dings there instead. The Fus received marquisates, the Dings received marquisates. Fu clan youths entered the court, Ding clan youths also entered the court. The young emperor had originally wanted to use his biological grandmother's and biological mother's families to suppress the Wang consort kin. But he soon discovered that what he had driven away was not consort kin politics itself. He had only driven away the Wang's consort kin politics and replaced them with the Fus and Ding's consort kin politics. And the new consort kin were more impatient than the old. The Wangs, after all, had operated for many years. They knew when to advance and when to retreat, and how to hide ambition behind ritual law and precedent. Empress Dowager Fu was different. She returned with old grievances, her methods harsher and her patience thinner. She began to take revenge on old enemies. The woman who had shared favor with her in Emperor Yuan's inner palace was caught up in witchcraft accusations and finally committed suicide. Because Wang Zhengjun was too high in status and too deeply rooted to be easily attacked, Empress Dowager Fu humiliated her to her face. Going further, she personally arranged for Emperor Ai's empress, sending a woman from her own family to the emperor's side. If you were Emperor Ai, what would you do? At this point, Emperor Ai was not a pleasure-seeking, decadent ruler. On the contrary, when he first ascended the throne, he was young, clear-headed, and ambitious. He saw the sickness of the Western Han. The Wang consort kin had dominated the court for too long. Powerful families were increasingly encroaching on the common people. Peasants were going bankrupt. The number of servants was rising, and the foundations of the state were being hollowed out bit by bit. He had thought about change. He wanted to take back power. He wanted to limit consort kin. He also wanted to rectify a society torn apart by great families and magnates. But he had no real power of his own in his hands as emperor. The outer court ministers could submit memorials and debate, but they dared not confront the entire vested interest group on his behalf. The imperial clan was dispersed. Military power had fallen into other hands, and the imperial secretariat and palace gates had long been accustomed to operating around consort kin. So he could only seize the easiest rope, his own consort kin. This was the tragedy of Emperor Ai. The emperor wanted to use consort kin, and the consort kin were also using the emperor. More terrifyingly, when Emperor Ai attempted to touch on the issues of land and servants, he was no longer facing just a single Wang family. He was facing the entire ruling class. The old consort kin opposed him, and the new consort kin did not necessarily support him. Those he had promoted quickly discovered that if the reforms were truly carried out, the knife would fall on them as well. So the young emperor was stuck. He wanted to rectify the state, but found the state apparatus itself was overgrown with the roots of consort kin and powerful families. He wanted to be an effective sovereign, but he was tightly bound by 4 empress dowagers, several great families, countless old accounts, and networks of interest. It was at this time that the young man appeared by his side. He had none of the arrogance of the old consort kin, none of the lectures of court officials, none of the controlling nature of grandmothers, mothers, or empress dowagers.
none of the tangled ledgers of those families. He was just quiet, beautiful, gentle, always standing by the emperor. To Emperor Ai, this was perhaps the only relationship in the entire Weiyang Palace that required no negotiation. In a world where everyone came with their family, Dongxian seemed to belong only to him.
In the Han Dynasty, it was not an oddity for an emperor to have a male favorite, beginning with Emperor Ai. The founder had one, Emperor Wen had one, Emperor Wu had one, Emperor Cheng had one. The real problem was never that the emperor loved a man. It was how far that man could go. Dongxian went too far. Emperor Ai liked him, not only for his appearance, but perhaps even more for his unthreatening quietness. When he stood by the emperor, he seemed to belong to the emperor alone. That was immensely important to a young and frustrated emperor. Thus, Dongxian received more and more rewards. First, free access to the palace. Then favor for his family members. Then mansions, chariots, horses, gold, silver and treasures. The emperor gave him the finest things, one after another, as if only thus could he prove that there was at least one person in the world who belonged entirely to him. But soon, rewards were not enough. Dongxian was enfeoffed as a marquis. His wife could enter and leave the palace, even reside within the palace precincts. His younger sister entered the inner palace and received a very high title. The emperor built a mansion for him beside the palace, its scale almost matching that of the palace itself. He also prepared a tomb for him, so that his final resting place would be near the emperor's mausoleum. This was no longer ordinary favor. This was the inch-by-inch pushing of a personal relationship into the center of the imperial system. Court officials became uneasy. They were not afraid that the emperor liked a young man. The emperor could have favored persons, intimate attendants, a private life. The court could tolerate that. But they could not tolerate that this young man was crossing the boundaries of reward, marquisate, and palace favor, approaching true state power. They began to debate, to submit memorials. In the end, Emperor Ai, viewing these as challenges, made the most glaring move. He gave the position of Grand Marshal to Dongxian. To make way for Dongxian, he even took the title away from an elder of his own maternal family. This move stunned everyone. The Grand Marshal was not gold, silver, a mansion, or a lover's whisper by the emperor's bed. It was the highest military and civil title in the empire. The Wais had held it, the Huos had held it, the Wangs had held it. Now, a male favorite without military merit, without seniority, without political foundation, had also been placed in it. This was not an appointment. It was a provocation. Emperor Ai seemed to say to the entire court, "You all claim to have merit, virtue, status, family, qualifications, but I insist on giving the highest position to a man who exists only because of me." Voices of opposition immediately arose. Some remonstrated, the emperor ignored them. Some criticized excessive favor. The emperor became angry. The ministers who should have checked the emperor found that they were facing not an ordinary case of misguided appointment, but an emperor who had inextricably bound personal affection and state power together. At this time, an even more terrifying scene was rumored at court. At a banquet, Emperor Ai looked at Dongxian and said he wished to emulate the sage kings of antiquity and yield the empire to him. Perhaps it was just a drunken joke, but the Son of Heaven could not make such jokes. Especially in an age when there was no imperial prince, the succession was unstable, consort kin were fighting each other, and the court had already been torn apart by the inner palace. A casual utterance by the emperor could become a signal that shook the realm. A minister immediately remonstrated.
saying that the empire was the empire of the ancestors, not the emperor's personal property to give away.
Emperor Ai did not actually abdicate, but everyone remembered those words. From then on, Dong Xian was no longer just a favored young man. He became a symbol feared by the entire ruling establishment. The consort kin hated him because he had bypassed family and lineage to seize a position they believed only they deserved. The Confucian officials hated him because his rise proved that morality, seniority, classical learning and merit could not compete with the emperor's bedside intimacies. Even those who normally fought among themselves reached a silent consensus in their fear of Dong Xian. This man had to be ended. But as long as Emperor Ai lived, no one could truly touch him. So everyone waited. In 1 BC, the waiting ended. Emperor Ai died suddenly at the age of 25. Wang Zhengjun entered the Weiyang Palace, took the imperial seal, and recalled Wang Mang. The Wang consort kin, once driven from the center of power by Emperor Ai, returned to the court at a single order of the Grand Empress Dowager. The transfer of power was astonishingly swift. Then Dong Xian was impeached. Knowing all was lost, he quickly committed suicide. The Dong family was ransacked, its members exiled. The young man who had stood at the pinnacle of the empire just a day before vanished like an overly dazzling dream. But the Wang's reckoning did not stop with Dong Xian. Zhao Feiyan was also pursued. The woman who had once sat in the empress's position, implicated in the rumors of the severed imperial line, now had no place to hide after the Wangs regained power. She committed suicide. Emperor Ai's empress was also pursued. She came from the Fu family. The woman Empress Dowager Fu had personally arranged for her grandson to marry. With Emperor Ai's death, the Fus lost their emperor, lost their protector, and lost their reason to remain at the center of power. She too was forced toward death. An even colder reckoning fell on the dead themselves. Empress Dowager Fu and Empress Dowager Ding had already died. But Wang Mang argued that they had disrupted government and brought calamity to the state, and were unworthy of continued burial in the imperial mausoleums. Even Wang Zhengjun thought at first that since they were already dead, why go that far? But Wang Mang insisted. In the end, their graves were opened, their coffins moved, their tomb mounds leveled, and thorny brambles planted over them. The Empress Dowagers, who had once commanded the inner palace, competed for honorific titles, and driven out the Wangs, did not escape the victor's vengeance even in death. Such was the final court politics of the Western Han. It killed not only the living, but also the dead. It fought not only over offices, but over burial grounds. It decided not only who sat beside the emperor, but who was worthy to remain in the ancestral mausoleums. The Wangs were back in power. The ministers may have thought that the absurd male favorite Dong Xian had finally been purged, that the chaos of the Fus, Dings, and Zhao sisters was finally over, and that the empire had returned to its familiar track. The Grand Empress Dowager sat in the inner palace. The Wang consort kin controlled the inner court. The outer court ministers cooperated in submitting memorials. A young new emperor awaited enthronement. Everything looked like a situation the Han had seen many times before. But no one realized that this time was not a restoration of order. This was the last time the Western Han entrusted the state to consort kin. And the Wang Mang, whom Wang Zhengjun had recalled, would no longer be content to be merely Grand Marshal.
October 6th, 23 CE. Chang'an. The imperial capital, which had stood in glory for 200 years, was now being consumed by flames. Cries of battle surged from every direction, wave after wave crashing against the palace walls like a tide. The rebel forces had already breached the outer city and were advancing on the palace complex. Servants fled in panic, maids wailed, gold and silver vessels lay scattered across the ground. No one paid any heed to the ceremonial artifacts and curtains that symbolized the empire's majesty. Within the imperial city stood a structure called Jiantai. What was Jiantai? It was a lofty terrace built in the middle of Taiye Pool, surrounded on all sides by water, connected to the shore by only a single causeway. In peacetime, it was where the emperor enjoyed the view, observed the stars and conducted rituals. But at this moment, it had become the final stronghold of Wang Mang, the emperor of the Han Dynasty. Wang Mang had fled here. He was 68 years old. A decade and a half earlier, he had been hailed by the entire court and country as a sage. 485,772 memorials had been submitted, urging his further ennoblement. The 4 barbarians came in submission, and 10,000 states paid homage. He believed himself to be the chosen Lord of Heaven, destined to end the age of chaos and usher in an era of great peace. In the end, amid the cheers of the multitudes, he had overthrown the Han Empire and ascended the dragon throne himself. But now he wore the purple deep robe that symbolized the mandate of heaven. His hair was disheveled, his face haggard. Yet his eyes still flickered with an unsettling light. Not fear, but a near-mad obsession. Before him, a few astrologers were fiddling with divination tools, trying to read heaven's will in the movement of the stars. Wang Mang himself, following the position of the northern dipper, slowly turned his seat. He firmly believed that he was the one upon whom heaven's mandate rested. As long as his position aligned with the northern dipper, heaven would grant him power. He had once used that belief to convince the entire realm. But it clearly could not convince the rebel forces pouring into the palace like a raging torrent. The pools surrounding Jiantai proved no defense at all. The rebels felled trees to build makeshift bridges or simply waded through the water. They carried torches and blades, shouting cries for revenge. Some sought vengeance for family members driven to death by Wang Mang's tyranny. Others sought revenge for their homelands, which Wang Mang's reforms had altered beyond recognition. Still others could not say exactly why they had come. They only knew that this emperor was the source of all evil. Wang Mang raised his head. His last loyal guards urged him to take cover or flee, but he looked up at the heavens and let out a hysterical roar. That voice pierced the air around Jiantai, cut through the flames and smoke, and even drowned out the rebels' war cries. "Heaven has entrusted me with its sacred mandate. What can these Han soldiers do to me?" These words came from the analects of Confucius. Confucius himself had said something similar to a man who wanted to kill him. Wang Mang had spent his entire life reading the Confucian classics, and in that moment, he saw himself as Confucius, as heaven's chosen sage. Even at the point of death, he believed heaven's mandate was on his side. Beside him stood a white-haired old man, wearing armor and carrying a sword, though he had little strength left to fight. His name was Conqueror, Wang Mang's director of fate, a senior official in charge of celestial phenomena and destiny. The historical record mentions him only in this single scene, but his name itself is deeply ironic. Conqueror, Confucius's benevolence, the benevolence of the Confucian school. Now this Confucian scholar named Conqueror could no longer maintain his refined bearing. He tilted his head to the sky and wailed in grief. "Heaven! Oh, heaven!" What was he weeping for? For Wang Mang's defeat? For the disillusionment of the Confucian doctrines he had believed in all his life? For the tens of millions of common people driven to death by Wang Mang's policies? Or for the utopia that Confucianism itself had summoned into being and then destroyed with its own hands? The rebels stormed Jiantai. It was a battle with no suspense. Wang Mang's attendants fell one by one. Some threw down their weapons and fled. Some knelt and begged for mercy. Some were hacked to death by random blades. Blood splattered onto the purple deep robe that symbolized the mandate of heaven, onto the UD dagger, onto the astrological instruments. Wang Mang tried to make a last stand, but he was quickly pinned to the ground. Countless vengeful swords fell upon him. His head was cut off. That head would later be kept by successive imperial houses as a warning to usurpers, as a footnote to shame, stored in the palace for nearly 300 years. But no one expected that, more than 1900 years later, when the tide of communism began to sweep the world, the famous modern Chinese scholar Hu Shi would use English speeches and essays to rehabilitate Wang Mang, calling him the first socialist emperor of China. Even more surprisingly, 2000 years later, young Chinese people have given him another unexpected label: time traveler. Why would a usurper beheaded on a high platform receive such bizarre evaluations? And how did he manage to destroy both the Han Empire and his own Qin dynasty? Let us begin at the start of the first year of the Common Era. The year 1 CE. 28 years had passed since Octavian was granted the title Augustus. The Roman Empire, born from the Roman Republic, now possessed a territory of about 5 million square kilometers and a population exceeding 56 million. At the same time, in the distant east, the Han Empire had already been established for more than 2 centuries. Counting the protectorate of the western regions, this Eastern Empire covered over 6 million square kilometers and had a population of approximately 59,600,000. But unlike the energetic Roman Empire, the Han Empire was now mired in troubled times. Its emperor had recently passed away, and a young member of the imperial clan, who was not the emperor's son, had been chosen as the new sovereign. The powerful minister who controlled the government gave the new emperor the reign title Yuan Shi, the beginning of all things, the origin of all things. The first year of Yuan Shi in the Eastern Empire corresponded exactly to the first year of the Common Era in the West. It was a striking coincidence that stirred the imagination of many. But beneath the coincidence lay a rotting empire. The outwardly huge Han Dynasty was riddled with internal decay. Land speculation was rampant. A small number of powerful families had seized most of the fertile fields, while countless independent farmers lost their land and became tenants or vagrants. Taxes were crushing, officialdom was corrupt, and natural disasters compounded social crises. The common people struggled on the brink of life and death. A minister submitted a famous memorial to the emperor, known as the 7 Destructions and 7 Deaths. In it he wrote bluntly, "The people face 7 kinds of ruin without a single gain. To wish for the state to be secure is truly difficult. The people face 7 kinds of death without a single chance of life. To hope that punishments can be set aside is truly difficult." The result was an empty treasury, insufficient expenditures. The people flee their homes and abandon their towns. Bandits rise on every side. Officials act like cruel brigands, and every year is worse than the last. More troubling still, the Confucian scholars, who controlled public discourse and thought, had grown completely dissatisfied with the Liu family's rule. Although Emperor Wu of Han had dismissed the 100 schools and exalted Confucianism alone, in fact, he and the emperors who followed him adhered to a philosophy of Confucian exterior, legalist interior, outwardly using Confucian moral teachings while inwardly employing legalist methods. When one emperor was still crown prince, he gently remonstrated with his father for imposing heavy punishments on ministers. His father scolded him roundly. "The institutions of our Han Dynasty are founded on the kingly way of Confucianism and the hegemonic way of legalism used together. How could we simply rely on so-called rule by virtue like the Zhou? Moreover, those Confucian scholars cannot perceive changes in worldly affairs. They delight in belittling the present and praising antiquity. They cannot even distinguish between name and reality. How could they be entrusted with the task of governing the realm?" He concluded, "The one who will throw my family into chaos is the crown prince." Naturally, the Confucians were aggrieved. They believed that the Han emperors had betrayed the core principles of Confucianism. If that was the case, why should Confucianism continue to provide ideological cover for the Liu family's rule?
Thus they began to preach that the mandate of heaven could transfer. Only a few years after Emperor Wu's death, a Confucian scholar claimed, based on supposed celestial anomalies, that Gongsun Bingyi shall stand up, that a person of humble birth would become the son of heaven, and the current emperor should step aside in favor of a worthy. The scholar was beheaded. But just 5 years later, a man who had grown up in prison and in commoner homes, sickly and weak, with the childhood nickname Bingyi, truly became emperor. Later, another famous Confucian minister openly submitted a memorial saying, "Do not favor a single surname. Make it clear that the world is the world of all under heaven, not the world of one man." He too demanded that the emperor abdicate in favor of a worthy. In the end, he was forced to commit suicide. As time went on, this propaganda reached a climax. First, someone submitted a memorial saying the mandate could be transferred. Then someone wrote a book that declared bluntly, "The House of Han has encountered the great end of heaven and earth and should receive a new mandate from heaven." The Han Dynasty's mandate was the number 37 multiplied by 3. That is, 21, 210 years. The Liu family had already ruled the empire for 200 years. Its mandate had little time left. Even the Han emperor himself was shaken. One emperor changed his own given name, changed his reign title, and staged a farce of receiving the mandate anew, like rebooting the system. Although the farce ended after just a month and everything returned to normal, it was a thoroughgoing demonstration of lack of confidence in the path, lack of confidence in the theory, lack of confidence in the system, and lack of confidence in the culture. To quote a later scholar, there were at that time many stories of disgust with Han. To be fair, from Emperor Xuan of Han onward, each emperor was worse than the one before. Weak, lustful, addicted to the harem, even favoring male lovers. From commoners to the powerful families, from Confucians to bureaucrats to the emperor himself, everyone knew that things could not go on like this. The public mood craved change. It was against this backdrop that a young man appeared in everyone's sight. This young man was born into a prominent family of imperial relatives by marriage. His aunt was the reigning Empress Dowager, and several of his uncles were enfeoffed as marquises in a single day, the so-called 5 Wang marquises. But his father had died too early to partake in this feast. His name was Wang Mang.
It would be false to say that his starting point was low. He was born into a family of imperial in-laws, so at the very least he never had to worry about food and clothing. But the historical records describe him as orphaned and poor, which depends on the comparison. His father died early, his elder brother also passed away, and he had no title to inherit. His aunt, already in the palace, might not have remembered him among many nephews. Compared with his uncles and male cousins, who were arrogant, dissipated and endlessly pursuing power and pleasure, he seemed utterly out of place. That was what they meant by orphaned and poor. While other aristocrats spent their days cockfighting, racing horses and fighting for power, what did Wang Mang do? Apart from taking care of his elderly mother, his sister-in-law and his young nephew, he buried himself in study, specializing in the Confucian classics. He fashioned himself into the image of a standard Confucian scholar. Wearing Confucian robes, always respectful and courteous, treating others with kindness. He often shared his salary with his retainers and commoners, and even sold his own carriage to relieve the poor. Many people think that Wang Mang's later rise was due to his aunt the Empress Dowager's favor, with the crucial step being his exceptionally filial behavior during the illness of a powerful uncle. He waited on his uncle day and night, not even removing his clothes to sleep, caring for him meticulously, and thus moved the uncle to recommend Wang Mang to the Empress Dowager before his death, which allowed Wang Mang to rise from a minor official to the highest military commander in just over a decade. But that is not how it happened. Wang Mang did move people by establishing his moral persona of filial piety, respectfulness, studiousness, frugality and diligence. But the people he moved were not that uncle, nor his aunt the Empress Dowager. That uncle had controlled the government for 20 years, monopolizing power and purging dissenters. His aunt had started as the lowest-ranking palace lady, became first Empress, then Empress Dowager, surviving decades of fierce harem struggles as the final survivor. Would such a brother and sister really be swayed by appearances? Would they really hand over power to a young man step by step because of his supposed humility? The truth is, Wang Mang did not move his own family. He moved the people who controlled public speech and thought, the Confucian scholars and the common people. The things Wang Mang did next left everyone watching him utterly dumbfounded. The first thing happened when he was 30. At that time, there was a favorite minister, not only the emperor's favorite, but the emperor's maternal cousin, and also Wang Mang's own male cousin. This cousin, relying on the emperor's favor, committed many illegal acts. What did Wang Mang do? He directly submitted a memorial, exposing all of his cousin's misdeeds. As a result, the cousin was stripped of his post, imprisoned, and died in jail. What does it mean to be impartial even toward one's own kin? This was the perfect model. Overnight, the great names of the court and countryside heaped praise on Wang Mang, and his reputation even surpassed that of his marquis uncles. A few years later, Wang Mang became the 5th member of his family to hold the highest military office, the Grand Marshal. Although he held a top position, Wang Mang gave away all the wealth and land he received to others. His lifestyle was even more frugal than before, to the point that his wife dressed like a servant. That year, Wang Mang was 38. The great drama had just begun. Its climax was still to come. A year later, the emperor, his aunt's son, died of illness. The emperor had no sons, so the throne passed to the grandson of a favorite consort. That consort's family rose to power, and before Wang Mang could even settle into his position, he was sent back to his fief. In his fief, Wang Mang kept a low profile and stayed behind closed doors. During this time, his second son killed a slave. What did Wang Mang do? He severely rebuked his son and forced him to commit suicide in atonement. Having done this, almost no one, Confucian or commoner, could doubt him any longer. Here was a true gentleman without peer in any age. So during Wang Mang's 3 years of seclusion, memorials and petitions pleading his case and demanding his return to court flew like snowflakes to the capital. However reluctant the new emperor might have been, he had no choice but to recall Wang Mang to the capital. Then came a script that had been performed before and would be performed again in the future. The short-lived emperor suddenly died. Wang Mang's aunt, the Empress Dowager, struck like thunder. She seized the imperial seal, expelled the court favorites, forced several empresses to their deaths, eliminated that consort family, and brought in a 9-year-old boy as emperor. Wang Mang was once again appointed Grand Marshal. This was the year we mentioned at the beginning, 1 CE, the first year of the Yuan Shi era of the Han Empire. Officials submitted memorials saying that the Han could not do without Wang Mang and requested that he be given an additional title. What could Wang Mang do? He naturally declined, firmly, resolutely, absolutely. After several rounds of back and forth, Wang Mang, considering the good of the Han, finally reluctantly agreed to accept the title, but firmly, resolutely, absolutely refused the taxes from the 28,000 households that came with the grant. Instead, he dug into his own pocket, contributing 1 million coins and 300 ching of land to the poor. Later, when a great drought and locust plague struck the entire empire, Wang Mang led the way. 230 officials and commoners donated their land and homes to relieve the disaster. An imperial park was abolished and turned into a county seat to house refugees. Even in the capital, 1,000 homes were built for the displaced. Thus, it seemed as if the following scene had unfolded. After 200 years of Han rule, the empire entered a long, hopeless night, pitch black without any promise of dawn. Suddenly, a lightning bolt tore through the darkness, and a towering figure appeared, too majestic to look upon directly. An official stepped forward, raised his arm and shouted, "I declare, Duke Anhan Wang Mang is the sage of our age. He is the reincarnation of the Duke of Zhou. Who supports? Who opposes?" No one opposed. This was a major turning point in Wang Mang's rise. Its importance lay not in the title he received, but in the fact that from then on, singing his praises became the political orthodoxy of the Han Empire. He no longer had to personally mount the stage and painstakingly cultivate his image. The Confucian bureaucrats had already pledged their allegiance, and they were masters of singing and playing. Another year passed, and Wang Mang attacked the new emperor's maternal family, provoking dissatisfaction and backlash from many people, including imperial relatives. They resorted to cursing Wang Mang by splashing dog's blood at his gate. Yes, literally, physical dog's blood. Now firmly in power, Wang Mang abandoned his former attitude of humility and retaliated against this act of desecration, aimed directly at his person with ruthless force. That consort family was wiped out to the last member, and the powerful figures implicated in the affair, including imperial clansmen and even members of his own family, all suffered the same fate. Not even his own eldest son and heir was among them. From his direct bloodline to his relatives by marriage to the imperial clan, all lost their heads. Over 100 people were killed in one stroke. The historical records say the court and countryside were shocked, The whole empire was shaken. But the real situation was probably one of utter silence. Everyone must have been terrified by Wang Mang's ruthlessness. No one knew when the blade might swing toward them. His aunt, the Empress Dowager, wanted to visit a princess who had been forced to commit suicide, to pay her respects as an elder. Wang Mang flatly refused. After all, the poisoned wine that killed that princess had been conferred by Wang Mang in the Empress Dowager's name. Given the Dowager's long experience, could she have been unaware of the twists and turns? But she too fell silent. By now, Wang Mang was no longer the little nephew who still needed her patronage. The first to recover from the shock were the opportunists with the keenest noses. Some bureaucrats immediately wrote 8 essays extolling Wang Mang's righteousness in putting the public good before private ties by destroying his own kin, and equated these essays with the Confucian classics, distributing them nationwide, requiring officials and commoners to study them, and making them compulsory material for the civil service examinations. Before the stench of dog blood had even dissipated, sycophants had already dyed their robes red with it and draped them over the sage. In the year after forcing his eldest son to his death, Wang Mang presided over the restoration of important sacrificial and educational sites outside the southern capital as prescribed in the Confucian classics. He built 10,000 homes in the capital to house Confucian scholars, summoned several thousand Confucian scholars from across the country to the capital, and vigorously promoted Confucian rites and moral teachings. The Confucian bureaucrats reciprocated by requesting that Wang Mang be given the title Zai Heng, Zai referring to the Duke of Zhou, Heng to Yi Yin, both of them unrivaled sages in Confucian theory. Wang Mang was not merely their equal, but combined the virtues of both, already surpassing sainthood. Then, the Weiyang Palace was flooded with protest letters from the common people. These letters came not only from ordinary people supporting Wang Mang, but also from imperial clan members, princes and marquises. They had 2 purposes. First, to criticize the court for giving too little too late to a sage like Wang Mang. Second, to criticize Wang Mang himself. How could he again and again refuse the court's rewards and the emperor's gifts? He was too modest. What was the Han Emperor, who was desperate to regain the mandate of heaven, supposed to do? Did Wang Mang intend to abandon the Liu family as heaven itself had done? How many people voiced such opinions? The historical records note, officials and commoners who wrote memorials because Wang Mang refused the fields at Xinye numbered from beginning to end 485,772. A precise figure down to the last digit. The Han Emperor that year was only 13 years old. 1 year earlier, his mother's entire family had been slaughtered at the hands of this sage, with over 100 implicated. The blood was barely dry. Now, faced with petitions that bore down on him like Mount Tai, he could only increase the rewards to Wang Mang. But Wang Mang once again declined, firmly, resolutely, absolutely. Amid the surging public opinion, 902 high-ranking officials and Confucian scholars, including ministers, academicians and court gentlemen, marched in grand procession to the imperial palace to instruct the emperor on his duties, demanding that the emperor bestow upon Wang Mang the 9 bestowals. According to the Confucian classics, the 9 bestowals included chariots and horses, robes, musical instruments, vermilion gates, elevated steps, bodyguards, axes, bows and arrows, and sacrificial wine. They were to be granted separately to those who had rendered extraordinary merits that reorder heaven and earth. But what if a once-in-eternity genius, a genius among geniuses, a super genius, was actually born in this world? What if there was a man who had either already achieved miraculous results, or had devised, deployed, and promoted miraculous plans, charted the direction, in short, was omniscient and omnipotent in politics, economy, social development, military affairs, diplomacy, culture, administration, justice, education, and every other field? Believe it or not, the people at that time believed it. To receive the 9 bestowals meant that a man had already completed all preparations, de jure, military, ceremonial, public opinion, and even theocratic, to take over the imperial throne. In short, the emperor had surrendered. This time, Wang Mang did not refuse. In a grand ceremony, Wang Mang accepted the 9 bestowals. The whole empire now knew where the wheel of dynastic destiny was headed.
Perhaps it was no coincidence that exactly 1 year earlier in Rome, Octavian had formally fulfilled the adoption procedures in the Senate, announcing that his adopted son would be his heir and granting him tribunician power. This was a clear and unambiguous announcement to all Rome that this man was not merely an adopted son, but co-emperor of the empire and its next head of state. Of course, the Han emperor was no Augustus, and Wang Mang was no heir. The Han had its own national conditions. Even after the emperor's surrender, Wang Mang's preparatory work was not yet done. In the autumn of that year, the envoys Wang Mang had dispatched to tour the empire returned to the capital. They not only reported to Wang Mang that the empire's people, under the wise leadership of Duke An Han, had returned to purity of thought and achieved a life of well-being, but they also brought back folk songs spontaneously composed by local people in praise of Wang Mang, totaling more than 30,000 characters. After that, traditional auspicious omens were already passé, and a grand performance of finding fantastic beasts began across China and beyond. Yellow dragons, phoenixes and keelins all made their appearances. The Vietnamese of the south presented white pheasants. The Chang of the west presented black pheasants. And a little earlier, a small southern kingdom had shipped a live rhinoceros by sea. The 4 barbarians came in submission, and 10,000 states paid homage. After that, at the end of that year, the 14-year-old emperor died. Regarding the cause of his death, there are 2 theories. One says he died of illness, the other that Wang Mang poisoned him. Each has its supporters. But some scholars see this as later slander. The emperor was still a child. He had only just married Wang Mang's daughter as his empress. Killing the emperor would have been risky for Wang Mang. The decision would have been irrational. Most importantly, they argue, it is debatable whether Wang Mang had even decided to overthrow the Han Dynasty at that point. This reasoning is not necessarily wrong, but it certainly has problems. The emperor may not have been killed by Wang Mang, but Wang Mang certainly did not want the emperor alive. The 14-year-old son of heaven died. Wang Mang surveyed the Liu clan and found no suitable candidate. So he proposed a plan to the Empress Dowager and selected a distant great-grandson of the emperor as heir. But the child was not yet 2 years old. The great Han Dynasty would have to rest on Wang Mang's shoulders alone. But his surname was Wang, not Liu, so he was not emperor. He was merely helping to look after the house, like the Duke of Zhou. At most, he was a regent emperor or acting emperor. What could the Empress Dowager think? On the one hand, a stone had been unearthed, inscribed with the words, "Declare that Duke An Han Wang Mang shall be emperor." On the other hand, even a great Confucian, who would be celebrated for generations, wrote in his famous work that Wang Mang's virtue and diligence surpassed those of the Duke of Zhou and Yi Yin.
The Han Dynasty's 210-year mandate should end right there. Look at the things Wang Mang had done. What could they be but the return of the sage kings Yao and Shun? The name of this great Confucian is so renowned, but even 2,000 years later, it is compulsory knowledge in Chinese textbooks. Besides him, a host of other major Confucian scholars of the time shared the same view of Wang Mang. So let us return to our earlier question. Whom exactly was Wang Mang trying to please? And who exactly chose Wang Mang? Who exactly pushed Wang Mang step by step onto the throne? Thus, the emissary Wang Mang, sent to persuade the Empress Dowager, said it very bluntly. Now that things have come to this, what use is weeping? Let it be so. 3 years later, after going through a few additional formalities that had become meaningless, Wang Mang, in January of 9 CE, forced the Empress Dowager to hand over the imperial seal, accepted the abdication of the Han Empire, declared a new dynasty called Xin, New, and assumed the reign title First Year of the Founding of the State. That year, Wang Mang was 54 years old. The court and the common people, especially the Confucian scholars and bureaucrats, were overwhelmed with emotion and tears, thrilled to witness a moment worthy of the abdications of high antiquity. In their eyes, this was a sacred beginning. The Confucian school was about to build its ideal state. Where would this leader, who had received the transfer of the mandate of heaven, this emperor acclaimed by the entire court and populace, lead an empire of nearly 60 million people? To understand Wang Mang's actions, we must first enter his inner world and find the source code of all his policies. Not, of course, Marx's Capital, nor later textbooks on political economy, but a Confucian classic, The Rights of Zhou, Zhou Li. This was a text that allegedly recorded the ideal society and official system of the Zhou dynasty in high antiquity. But in fact, after generations of scholarly scrutiny, the dating of the Rights of Zhou is highly suspect. Some say it was written in the early Han, some in the early Warring States period, some in the late Warring States period. What is certain is that it was definitely not from the actual Western Zhou era. Some historians, based on the names of offices, the content of ideas, and even rigorous calendrical and astronomical analysis, have proposed that the Zhou in Rights of Zhou does not refer to the Western Zhou, but to a small state during the Warring States period, a minor state enfiefed to a member of the royal house after its power had declined, where Confucians compiled and edited the work. The bad news is that it was really not written by the Duke of Zhou. The good news is that at least it wasn't written last week. But for the Confucians and for Wang Mang, who had just seized the empire, the Rights of Zhou was absolute truth. Wang Mang's state preceptor, a famous member of the Liu clan and a great Confucian master, clutched the Rights of Zhou in his hands, glared fiercely, and repeated the same line to all who dared object. "It is written in this book. The Duke of Zhou said so." To be fair, compared with the yin-yang, five-phase, and prophetic apocryphal texts that Confucians had previously favored, the Rights of Zhou was still a step forward. At least it depicted a comprehensive, systematic, rational, and above all, sufficiently ancient system of state governance that achieved basic logical consistency. So for Wang Mang and the group of Confucian bureaucrats under him, the Rights of Zhou was not a reference book. It was a standard answer key to be copied verbatim without changing a single character. What Wang Mang believed in was Confucius's dictum, "It is necessary to rectify names." He firmly held that if names were not correct, speech would not be smooth. If one could restore the names, grades and rights of all things in the world to their correct Zhou state, then the chaotic real world would automatically become good and orderly. Thus, he not only renamed the Xiongnu of the Xiongnu, surrendered slave who submits, but also renamed Goguryeo in the northeast, Lower Goguryeo. Domestically, he launched a massive rectification of names campaign, changing the names of all commanderies and counties to archaic, obscure terms. These moves, which today seem almost absurd, were seen by Wang Mang and his ruling team as the most important task of governance. But while domestic upheaval might not have shown immediate ill effects, foreign insults would bring swift retaliation. After ascending the throne in 9 CE, he sent envoys to demand, on the grounds of dynastic change, the return of the seal that the former Han Dynasty had given to the Xiongnu. But when the Xiongnu envoys received the new seal at the border, they discovered it was a seal of the Xiongnu of the Xin Dynasty, the seal of a vassal state called Xiongnu of the Xin, not the original seal of the Xiongnu of the Xiongnu of Han, which had signified equal status between the Han and Xiongnu and had been a seal reserved for the emperor's own use or for enfeoffed kings. A single character made all the difference. The Xiongnu envoys immediately protested, vehemently arguing that this seal was not the one bestowed by the former Han emperors, that they could not accept it, and they requested the return of the old seal, the symbol of 60 years of peace and dignity. In the face of the Xiongnu's justified argument, the Xin envoy first tried to fudge the issue with political rhetoric. The old seal was granted by the Han. Now our Xin dynasty has received the mandate of heaven and changed the dynasty. All seals must be replaced with new ones. But this explanation obviously failed to convince the other side. Seeing the ceremony deadlocked, the envoy feared that if he failed to carry out Wang Mang's orders, he would be severely punished upon his return. So he played his final card. He first threatened the interpreter, ordering him to force the Xiongnu envoy to accept the seal immediately, or great disaster would befall him. Then, in a tense atmosphere, he hurriedly completed the ceremony of bestowing the new seal. But the truly humiliating act came after the Xiongnu envoy turned his back. According to the historical record, the envoy immediately ordered his men to violently smash to pieces the golden imperial seal, the one that had represented 60 years of friendship between the two states. It was an irreversible act. In the crudest possible way, it destroyed any room for negotiation and trampled the Xiongnu's dignity into the dust. When word reached the steppe, the Xiongnu Xiongnu flew into a rage. He immediately realized that Wang Mang had no intention of maintaining the old suzerain-vassal relationship, but rather saw the Xiongnu as servants to be ordered about at will. The mask of peace was torn away, replaced by the most direct reaction of the steppe people: war. Yet Wang Mang did not take the Xiongnu's retaliatory raid seriously. After all, for his entire lifetime, the empire's borders had never suffered a major Xiongnu invasion. 2 years later, the Xiongnu Xiongnu died, and the new Xiongnu, for various reasons, sent envoys to seek peace with the Xin court. This delighted Wang Mang. But was the Xin dynasty so easy to offend? He set a condition. The Xiongnu must extradite 2 Xin defectors. Through secret mediation, the Xin court ended up buying back the 2 defectors at great expense. After all, no one wants to turn down money. But the peace bought this way did not even last a year. When a small state in the western regions that was friendly to the Xiongnu killed the Protector General of the western regions, Wang Mang's fury turned on the Xiongnu. He announced 3 punitive measures. First, rename the Xiongnu Chanyu, surrendered slave who submits, a slave who surrenders to me. Second, immediately conscript 300,000 troops from across the empire to march to the northern border to attack the Xiongnu in 10 columns. Third, dismantle the Xiongnu. Refuse to recognize the Xiongnu Chanyu's rule. Split the Xiongnu into 15 small tribes and enfief those tribes to various grandchildren of the old Xiongnu Chanyu who had previously submitted to the Han. The 300,000 troops were indeed conscripted. According to the records, the army was a motley collection of ordinary officials and commoners, professional soldiers, low-ranking officers and criminals, all gradually sent north to the border. What was the result? In 2 years, not a single proper battle was fought. Command was chaotic, morale was low, and the army remained encamped at the border commanderies for a long time. Generals were incompetent, and orders were not carried out. Soldiers either deserted or died of disease in large numbers due to climate change, food shortages, and corrupt administration. Eventually, the army, short of food, began looting the very border commanderies they were stationed in. Wasn't that a huge joke? They wanted to go on a long expedition north of the desert, yet they could not even supply food for themselves at their doorstep. If one looks only at the written records and theory, this outcome should never have happened. In the eyes of those who support the socialist emperor and time traveler theories, Wang Mang transformed the empire with economic policies that were entirely ahead of his time. These new policies can be roughly grouped into 3 categories. First, land reform by means of nationalization. Wang Mang's Han Dynasty changed the name of all land under heaven to royal fields and prohibited their sale. Landlords who held more than the prescribed amount had to distribute the surplus to others, while those who had no land would receive it directly from the state. Second, liberation of slaves. Wang Mang decreed that slaves were to be renamed private dependents and become members of their owner's household. Like land, they could not be bought or sold. This nominally freed millions of slaves, making them registered households, that is, full citizens. Third, the economic policies collectively known as the 5 equalizations and 6 controls. Under Wang Mang's Han Dynasty, the state monopolized the production and sale of liquor, salt, and iron, a great expansion of the state-owned economy. Price control bureaus were established in Chang'an and other major cities to set guide prices for various goods. The state provided low-interest or even interest-free loans to industrial and commercial operators and for funerals and sacrifices. In addition to traditional agricultural taxes, various commercial and industrial taxes were levied on mountains and marshes. It all looks very socialist. But what was the result? Where was the institutional advantage of the state-owned economy? The ability to concentrate resources on major projects? Where was the economic dividend that his policies should have produced? Where was the demographic dividend from the millions of slaves he liberated? Surrounding Wang Mang was a coterie of theorists. Their greatest talent was to find a seemingly divine and rational basis for every one of Wang Mang's decisions, drawing from the Confucian classics and prophetic apocrypha. Whatever Wang Mang wanted to do, they could prove it was where the mandate of heaven lay. And who were the people truly responsible for carrying out these divine policies? Take one core economic reform. Wang Mang appointed officials in major cities to stabilize prices and manage markets. Most of these officials knew nothing about real economic laws. They turned the price-setting power and monopoly rights they held into tools for extorting merchants and competing with the people for profit. The historical records say that under their administration, the market saw farmers and merchants losing their livelihoods, goods and foodstuffs all ruined, and people weeping in the streets and alleys. Peasants and merchants were both out of work, supplies were critically short, and the common people, having no way out, could only wail and cry. When a government is staffed by theorists who explain the world and dogmatists who remake it, the greatest danger is that it will sacrifice the complexity of reality on the altar of theoretical purity, ultimately driving the nation into the abyss. And even more rigid than the bureaucracy was the tragic flaw of Wang Mang's own character. When an idealist holds absolute power, his obsession becomes the nation's greatest disaster. This is nowhere more evident than in his currency reforms. In just over a decade, based on various ancient records, he carried out 4 or 5 currency reforms, issuing 28 types of coins in different materials and shapes. The convoluted exchange rules and unstable value made private transactions almost grind to a halt. The economy completely collapsed. Yet he firmly believed he was following the methods of the ancient sages. The implementation of any reform is not simply a matter of the superiority or inferiority of a theory. It is also a brutal contest with the actual power structure. Wang Mang's power did not come from a thorough violent revolution, but from a segment of the old ruling class, specifically the Confucian scholar officials who controlled the discourse. That meant his governing foundation was itself composed of propertied people and potential vested interests. He did not have an iron army capable of penetrating to the grassroots and carrying out his orders with strong execution. All he could rely on were the same ivory tower Confucian bureaucrats. A regime that is inherently deficient in its power structure and cannot execute effectively, even if it holds the most advanced theory in its hands, is doomed to fail in shaking an old world with deep-rooted interests. And the more systematically complex the policies they implement, the more disastrous the consequences. Many people ask, didn't Wang Mang carry out land reform, taking land into state ownership and distributing it to the poor? Didn't he also abolish slave trading? Why did these policies, which seem extremely beneficial to the lower classes, fail to prevent the people from rebelling? The answer is brutally simple. These reforms, which truly touched the core interests of the powerful landlords and local magnates, were never really implemented from the very beginning. Faced with the overt and covert resistance of local magnates and old elites, Wang Mang and his Confucian bureaucrats showed astonishing weakness. They lacked both the ability and the courage to take wealth away from these true vested interests. Within just 2 or 3 years, the grand land reform and the abolition of slavery fizzled out due to opposition. There was no drawn-out armed struggle, no suicidal remonstrance, no blood shed before the throne. It was simply the ministers shouting, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this." And Wang Mang replied, "Noted." What to do when reforms hit a hard wall? Wang Mang and his theorists chose the saddest and most shameful path: to pick on the weak. Unable to carve meat from the powerful families, they doubled the chains of exploitation and placed them on those who had even less ability to resist: small merchants and independent farmers. Through state monopolies and chaotic currency reforms, they used the name of the state to frantically compete with the people for profit. This was the most hypocritical and fatal aspect of this Confucian utopian experiment. It shouted the ideal slogan of equalizing wealth and poverty, but its actual practice was to rob the poor to feed the state. Confronted with a touchstone of vested interests, its vaunted benevolent governance revealed its true face. Powerless against the strong, cruel to the weak. It talked ideology, but thought only of business. A promised land that swore to save the people ended up leaving the people homeless and scattered. If the border conflicts were still just a minor ailment, the next challenge would be a great ordeal for the Xin utopia. In 11 CE, a colossal natural disaster struck. The Yellow River broke its banks in the region of modern Hebei and Shandong, causing an unprecedented major diversion. The river, abandoning its original course that had emptied into the sea near present-day Tianjin, surged southeastward like a rampaging beast, sweeping through the commanderies of Qinghe, Pingyuan, Le'an, Bohai, roughly covering large plains in modern southeast Hebei and northwestern North Shandong. The final result was that the Yellow River carved a completely new channel, emptying into the sea near modern Lijin in North Shandong. That meant that from the breach to the new mouth, tens of thousands of square kilometers of the North China Plain, the empire's core grain-producing and densely populated region, were either utterly flooded or turned into uncultivatable saline marshes. Millions of families lost their land, homes, and possessions in an instant. A natural disaster alone does not necessarily destroy a dynasty, but it is a brutal stress test. In fact, after the Great Diversion of 11 CE, the Yellow River would change its course 5 more times in recorded history and breach its banks countless times. But among the dynasties that saw a great diversion followed quickly by dynastic collapse, only the Xin and one later dynasty qualify. Those two dynasties shared one thing in common. They loved to make reckless, pointless changes. The truth is, the Xin dynasty inherited the massive bureaucracy of the Western Han. In the early days of the disaster, it did not do nothing. Mang ordered the opening of official granaries to distribute grain to the victims. He even copied the legendary sage kings by announcing that he would eat only vegetarian food every day to show that he shared the people's suffering. On paper, the central government did take disaster relief measures. But this state apparatus, inherited from the Western Han, originally still possessing some grassroots execution ability, dead but not yet decayed, was eroded by Mang's chaotic administrative system. Whatever remnants of execution ability it had were squandered in the implementation of policies that were both obsessive and fundamentally unworkable. Grain destined for the disaster areas was skimmed off at every level. The officials in charge of resettlement used the opportunity to line their own pockets. The benevolent policy of relief, by the time it reached the victims, had already turned sour. More importantly, the state's shattered execution ability was pitifully inadequate in the face of the immense wave of millions of starving refugees. It was Mang's man-made disaster that corroded the very state apparatus that should have saved lives, causing it to malfunction. This directly produced a vast tide of refugees, which in turn provided millions of soldiers for the eventual peasant uprisings. The dividends of reform never reached the bottom. The costs of reform fell doubly on the bottom. At first, it was just a few sparks. In 14 CE, small-scale bandits and rebellions began to break out in Shandong and Sichuan. By 16 CE, one local strongman allied with the Chang and briefly captured several county seats. In 17 CE, the first truly significant armed resistance appeared. In Haikou County, an ordinary woman named Lu Mu, seeking revenge for her unjustly executed son, spent all her wealth and led a crowd to storm the county seat. According to the historical records, this was the first openly rebellious armed force at the end of Mang's reign. Then, in Shandong, a refugee leader named Fang Chong, to distinguish friend from foe in the melee, ordered his men to dye their eyebrows red. Thus was born the Red Eyebrow Army, a force that would shake the empire. Finally, in 22 CE, quantitative change turned into qualitative change. The rebels hiding in the Green Woods Mountains of Hubei, the later Green Woods Army, for the first time defeated the Qin dynasty's elite main force in a pitched battle. When word of the victory spread, the empire responded. The millions of refugees struggling in hunger and despair merged into an irresistible torrent. The utopia built by the sage and his theorists had long been saturated at its cold foundation with the blood and tears of countless ordinary people. Now came the hour of reckoning. June 23 CE. The Qin dynasty's army was defeated by the Green Woods Army outside Luoyang, and Luoyang fell. The fall of Luoyang meant that the Qin dynasty's entire eastern defensive line had completely collapsed. Wang Mang's rule was reduced to the single isolated city of Chang'an. In early August 23 CE, the Green Woods Army split into two columns and launched a general offensive, advancing westward through Wuguan Pass, heading straight for Chang'an. After the Green Woods Army entered Wuguan Pass, Wang Mang sent 9 generals with troops to stop them. These 9 were collectively called the 9 Tigers, a fierce-sounding name, but in reality they were a ragtag bunch thrown together at the last moment. Wang Mang gave them only a pitiful amount of pay. The soldiers did not have enough to eat and had no desire to fight. The Green Woods Army routed these 9 units at the Wei River. 2 of the 9 generals died in battle, 4 fled, and the remaining 3 gathered up their broken troops and retreated into Chang'an. The vanguard of the Green Woods Army thus pressed directly to the walls of Chang'an. When the news reached Chang'an, the court fell into a panic. Wang Mang called a council of all civil and military officials, but everyone looked at each other in complete helplessness. Some suggested Wang Mang surrender. He cursed them soundly and had them beheaded. Others suggested he retreat to the Longxi region west of Dasangguan Pass. Wang Mang rejected that too. He felt that abandoning Chang'an meant abandoning the mandate of heaven. Not until late August 23 CE did Wang Mang finally do something that seemed responsible. He ordered the release of all prisoners in Chang'an, gave each of them weapons, pardoned their crimes, and wanted them to defend the city walls. But as soon as these prisoners left the jail, before they could even pick up their weapons, they scattered in all directions. Who would risk their lives for a dynasty about to perish? On October 4th, 23 CE, the vanguard of the Green Woods Army arrived under the walls of Chang'an. They launched their attack from the northeastern gate. According to the historical records, the loyalist forces defending the walls fought desperately, raining down arrows. But the rebel army was too large and their morale too high. The defenders gradually gave way. That very day, a dramatic change took place inside Chang'an. The city's residents opened the city gates one after another to welcome the rebel army in. Some even set fires inside the city. Flames leapt high into the sky. By nightfall, the rebels had fully secured the outer city. They set fire to the city gates, the flames reaching the side chambers and the Chengyang Hall. The side chambers being where the palace women lived, the Chengyang Hall being an important hall in the Weiyang Palace. The entire city of Chang'an blazed with fire, and the cries of battle shook the heavens. Wang Mang fled into the Weiyang Palace. He took shelter from the fire in the front hall of Xuanxi, but the flames soon spread there as well, forcing him to move elsewhere. Throughout the night, chased by fire, he moved from place to place within the palace. The Book of Han records that wherever Wang Mang took refuge, the fire followed, as if heaven itself were pursuing him. The next day, October 5th, 23 CE, the situation completely spiraled out of control. In Chang'an, an armed force of local residents rose up in response to the rebels. Several hundred common people, wielding wooden clubs and iron shovels, launched an assault on the Weiyang Palace. Wang Mang still had over 1,000 loyal guards at his side, the only force he could muster in his despair. These guards held the entrance to the palace, and the civilian militia was repelled several times. But just then, another rebel column swung around from the flank and breached the palace defenses. Wang Mang knew the game was up. With a few close followers, he fled through a rear gate, escaping from the Weiyang Palace toward a terrace structure within the palace complex, Jiantai. In the end, the rebels stormed Jiantai. Wang Mang was killed, his head cut off, his body dismembered. When the news spread, the remaining defenders in Chang'an collapsed completely. In the Weiyang Palace, palace women and eunuchs scattered in all directions. The treasury and armory were opened, and gold, silver and weapons were looted. The residents of Chang'an, the people who had endured Wang Mang's tyranny for 15 years, joined the looting. Some had come for revenge, others simply wanted to survive in the chaos. In the following days, Chang'an was systematically devastated. The rebels not only burned the Weiyang Palace, but also dug up Wang Mang's family ancestral graves, dragged out the bones and burned them, and scattered the ashes into the air. They also burned the 9 temples, the Mingtang and the Biyong that Wang Mang had built south of Chang'an, those enormous sacrificial structures that had consumed the wealth and flesh of the people. The fire lit up the sky, visible for dozens of li. The whole city of Chang'an was shrouded in smoke, filled with wailing. A city that had been built over more than 200 years was reduced to ashes in this great fire. From then on, the Eastern Han Dynasty, when it eventually established itself, would make Luoyang its capital. Chang'an was reduced to a provincial city, never regaining its Western Han glory. Even centuries later, when the magnificent Tang capital of Chang'an rose from the ground, it was not built on the site of the old Han city. The tragedy of Han Chang'an was only one small reflection. According to historical records, in the year 2 CE, at the end of the Western Han, the empire had 12.36 million registered households and a population of about 59.6 million. After Wang Mang's 15 years of rule and the subsequent wars, by the year 57 CE, 22 years after the Eastern Han was founded, the empire had only 4.27 million households and a population of about 21 million. That is to say, in a little more than 20 years, some 40 million people on this land had disappeared. A utopia that promised to save the people ended up devouring the very people it was supposed to protect. Wang Mang's labels as socialist emperor and time traveler are nothing but the script of a tragedy for which the rights of Zhou provided the libretto, the Confucians provided the actors, and the common people provided the sacrifice. 1,300 years later, a great drought struck Shaanxi. The court urgently summoned an official who was already ill at home to go and relieve the disaster. That official gave away all his wealth to help his neighbors, then unhesitatingly went to his post, ultimately dying of illness while doing relief work. Passing through the Guanzhong region that had witnessed the rise and fall of so many dynasties, seeing the ruins of the former Han capital Chang'an, he wrote his famous poem, Reflections on the Ancient Capital at Tong Pass. Peaks crowd together, waves rage in anger. the mountain pass of Tong Pass, between the Yellow River and the mountains. I gazed toward the western capital, my thoughts in turmoil. The Qin and Han passed by these roads, where 10,000 palace towers have turned to earth. When dynasties rise, the people suffer. When dynasties fall, the people suffer. When a dynasty rises, the people suffer. When it falls, the people still suffer. The tragedy of Wang Mang is not that he was evil, but that he trusted too much in the standard answers of books while knowing nothing of complex reality. His failure was not that he was incompetent, but that he held absolute power with no mechanism for error correction. All the grand ideals, the sacred titles, the exquisite theories, in the end, they turned into 40 million nameless skeletons.